Our hero, Kim Kolsu, is an overpowered player. His green goblin tears to shreds even elite mobs with a single hit, while the hero just stands aside and watches. All thanks to his system class, Goblin Summoner. He thought it was complete trash, until one moment he finally got it. The green behemoth he accidentally called forth turned out to be max level. But earlier he was just a regular construction worker with no money and no future. His only escape was the game, where he wasn't even a hunter, just a worthless miner with no skills. He was so weak that even low-level mobs made him tremble with fear. Everyone treated him like an idiot and a laughingstock, both in real life and in the game. One day in the mine, an elite party approached him and asked him to clear a path into a dungeon. He agreed, mined all the ore, and the passage opened right in front of them. But one of the party members betrayed him, knocked him out with a blow to the head, not even a thank you. And after some time, the hero woke up in front of the very same dungeon entrance. Instead of leaving, he decides he will force his way into the opportunity they tried to steal from him. He enters the darkness vowing revenge on everyone who looked down on him. He swears he will become their worst nightmare. Then he spots the hidden dungeon itself and rushes in before the chance can vanish. He dives through the entrance without thinking. Inside, he immediately discovers the first trap. A staircase begins right beyond the threshold, and he crashes down it. The fall strips away more of his health and leaves him cursing the dungeon's design. Even so, he realizes he truly made it inside, barely alive but still standing. The place identifies itself as the hidden dungeon Goblin Shrine, dominated by a giant goblin seated on a throne. At first he scoffs, wondering if a goblin-themed hidden dungeon can really be anything special. But the silence and emptiness unsettle him, and he starts asking where the others went. His answer comes when he finds a severed hand on the floor. He stops cold, unable to understand what he is seeing. Then he discovers the dwarf's mutilated corpse and finally understands the danger. The dead body belongs to the same dwarf who had been traveling with the party. A message from the dwarf's player asks for revival, but the miner realizes no such skill exists. He bitterly assumes the dwarf delayed logging out because greed for the hidden dungeon kept him here until he died for real. At that moment the system issues a red warning that this dungeon's difficulty is far beyond his level and urges him to leave immediately. Before he can react, a monstrous laugh echoes through the shrine. He turns toward the voice in the warning screen, sensing something far worse than a goblin. A gigantic creature is holding the party's fighter in one hand like a toy. Its other hand has already seized the white-haired mage as well. He can only stare in disbelief that this nightmare is supposed to be a goblin shrine. The monster reveals itself as Geiger, level 80, a grotesque being completely beyond anything he imagined. Seeing that level number, he realizes the situation is hopeless. Geiger opens its maw around the fighter while still gripping him helplessly. The creature bites down and kills him instantly. The miner understands that the absolute worst-case scenario has arrived. He remembers that Heaven's Door simulates touch and pain so realistically that even death can leave lasting damage. The mage begs him to save her as Geiger crushes her in its grasp. He wants to refuse because a monster dozens of levels above him is impossible to fight. But he also knows trauma in this game can scar the brain itself, and extreme shock can lead to real death. Faced with that, he decides he cannot let this monster be the thing that destroys him. He tells himself this disaster is not his fault, because the others abandoned him first. He admits he is weak and useless in battle, but that only means he has to survive by himself. That desperate thought becomes his only anchor. He clings to the belief that survival matters more than anything else, even if he must do it alone. Then the system declares that the Goblin Lord senses kinship with his cowardice and weakness. He is horrified to learn the throne figure is not just a goblin, but a Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord's judgment reduces him to the same thing it sees in him, weak and cowardly. That insult strikes at the core of everything he hates about himself. He lashes back, insisting he never chose to be powerless. He argues that if he had possessed even a little strength, he would never have run. His anger spills into a confession that all he ever wanted was a decent life where people did not despise him. He wanted to fight monsters like everyone else, not spend his life mining rocks. Instead, debt left by parents he never even knew forced him into a life where none of his own choices mattered. So when the Goblin Lord calls him weak, he explodes, demanding to know why he should be blamed for circumstances he never chose. He screams that he is looked down on in reality, and now even in the game by a creature sitting on a throne. At last he accepts the insult on his own terms, shouting that if he is a goblin, then so be it. The system responds by naming him an honorary goblin and granting him the aid of goblins. It then offers him a hidden class change into Goblin Summoner. He stares at the offer in disbelief, realizing this hidden dungeon's reward is a hidden class after all. But the reward disgusts him, and he furiously rejects becoming anything tied to goblins. The system ignores his refusal and forcibly completes the class change anyway, turning him into a goblin. As Geiger advances, he realizes there is no time left to argue with the system. With escape no longer possible, he accepts that he has to fight with whatever he has been given. The new class immediately grants him Goblin Summon, and he activates it despite mocking how unimpressive it sounds. A single ordinary goblin answers his call. He is disappointed by how weak the summon looks, but decides it can at least serve as bait while he runs. He points toward the monster and commits to the desperate gamble. Ordering the goblin forward, he commands it to defeat Geiger. Geiger only laughs at the challenge, amused by the pathetic resistance now standing before it. He decides that instead of facing what comes next, he should run. Even as he thinks of escape, his goblin keeps slaughtering enemies at absurd speed. He is left staring in confusion as the massacre continues without effort. System messages flood in, revealing that the non-stop kills are rapidly raising his experience. The sudden gains even unlock new goblin-related skills for him. His summoned goblin also begins leveling from the carnage. The goblin revels in the growth while its experience keeps climbing. He realizes with disbelief that this pathetic-looking goblin has somehow reached the maximum level. The impossible truth sinks in. His weakest summon is actually capped out. Elsewhere, a monstrous creature closes in on a frightened young man in a nightmare-like scene. The attack turns lethal in an instant. A white-haired woman trapped in a virtual pod experiences the horror as if she were there. The shock overwhelms her inside the simulation. A suited attendant rushes to her pod and desperately tries to wake her. He tears off the headset to pull her out of the experience. But he immediately understands the damage is already done. He concludes that the trauma has forced her into permanent retirement from the game. Back in the dungeon, the goblin keeps wiping out monsters in a blur of overwhelming damage. The summoner levels up again from the slaughter. The goblin tears through wolves just as easily, pushing his level even higher. The killing spree continues until the dungeon is effectively cleared. While the goblin works, he starts gathering the dropped mana stones and loot. Soon he is overloaded with materials and checks his status, finding himself already at level 31 with spare stat points. He realizes he cleared the hidden dungeon the moment he caught the Geiger. But unlike him, the party that protected him died, so he cannot leave except through death. That only deepens the mystery, because the Geiger cleared the mine alone without leveling once while he shot up to 31. When he tries to inspect the goblin, the system refuses to provide any information. He starts suspecting the goblin's absurd strength is some kind of bug in the game. Rather than question it, he decides to exploit it fully and use this goblin to rise to the top of heaven's door. Afterward, he goes to Nara Bank to cash in his loot. The clerk offers to deposit the proceeds directly, and he is startled that game items can be converted into real money through an ordinary bank. He asks to sell even more valuable items. When he mentions the Geiger's membrane and heart, the clerk recalculates the total. The amount shocks her so badly that she can barely respond. Instead of finishing the transaction herself, she urgently calls for her manager, leaving him baffled. In a private room, tea is prepared for him like he is suddenly an important client. The bank manager greets him with exaggerated courtesy. His blunt answer about the tea being cold immediately throws off the polished atmosphere. The manager explains that he only wanted to discuss better options for handling such a large sum. He pitches an investment product, implying it would be foolish to leave that much money sitting idle. The young man grows suspicious that a branch manager is personally courting him over this deal. The manager reveals that the Geiger materials are worth far more than the customer imagined. The true valuation lands like a bomb. The items are worth 230 million won. Outside, he celebrates wildly with the goblin because the sale lets him repay a tenth of his debt. His joy turns awkward when he remembers he cannot lie about how hideous the goblin actually looks. He tries to dismiss the goblin in town, only to discover it will not unsummon, and everyone is already staring. Bystanders begin gossiping about the disgrace of a goblin walking openly through town. Their mockery hits him too, and he snaps that he is not the goblin they should be laughing at. The goblin, meanwhile, casually pokes at a nearby player as if testing the crowd. The goblin seems confused by the attention but remains unfazed. A red-haired brute named Patton the Annihilator storms in, furious that a goblin is roaming the streets. The crowd identifies him as a member of the Evaton Guild, though his grand title turns out to be self-appointed. The summoner immediately senses that anyone calling himself that is probably dangerous and unstable. He tries to warn them that the goblin is not an ordinary monster. Patton attacks first, swinging with full force at the goblin. The goblin answers with one casual blow that sends Patton flying. A system notice explains that player killing is capped to prevent high-level bullying, but the hit is still devastating. The onlookers are stunned as Patton dies and the boastful Annihilator is annihilated by a goblin. The summoner panics, realizing that if anyone links the goblin to him, he is finished. A hooded assassin from the guild mocks Patton's humiliation and steps in. The rest of the Evaton Guild arrives, dismissing the goblin as beneath them while vowing revenge for their member. He knows the goblin will win, but that certainty only makes things worse because a full guild massacre will expose him even more. He begs them to stop and let him handle the goblin, but they threaten to kill him too if he interferes. Trying to stall them, he argues that ganging up on one goblin would look pathetic, just as the goblin uses throw stone. The thrown stone instantly kills one of the assassins, proving the guild is in real danger. The remaining guild members charge while he flees in terror, unable to believe his life has turned into this disaster. He bitterly mourns how his max-level goblin and bright future have somehow become a nightmare. An old man suddenly calls him into a nearby building. When he demands an explanation, the stranger only insists there is no time and orders him inside. The door slams shut behind them. The old man reveals his trap immediately, announcing that he has led the young man straight to his funeral. As he runs again, another system message appears, and he curses the timing. The system awards him a goblin point because his cowardly attempt to lower everyone's guard apparently impressed the Goblin Lord. That insult triggers a deeper rage in him, because he is tired of being called weak and lowly. He mentally confronts the image of the Goblin Lord and rejects being branded sneaky as well. He insists that he did nothing wrong. He starts asking what exactly makes him seem weak, vulgar, and sneaky. His answer is simple. Others invited him in, then betrayed and attacked him without warning. He turns to the Goblin and decides they are done accepting contempt for being weak. Together, they vow to destroy the Evaton Guild. Meanwhile, the guild's archer moves across the rooftops to join the pursuit. She mocks the need for backup, believing she alone can finish the target. The hooded assassin warns her not to underestimate the Goblin, since even weak Patton died in one hit. As they speak, the assassin notices a strange scream and a sudden disturbance nearby. The old man who lured the summoner is abruptly smashed into the building, dead before anyone can react. The assassin realizes too late that the Goblin has gotten behind him. The Goblin strikes again and sends him hurtling away. The guild is horrified when the attack registers as no damage to the Goblin in return. The assassin finally accepts that the Goblin's impossible damage was real all along. Now facing the Goblin directly, he realizes he may actually die. He barely survives the next exchange by blocking with both blades. Even that survival shocks him, because the Goblin actually parried his attack. The archer screams at him to stop hesitating before a Goblin kills him. He is humiliated that someone of his rank is being pushed around by such a low monster. Unable to accept reality, he convinces himself the Goblin must be using some trick. To force the issue, he activates his assassin's skill Extreme Evil. The skill floods him with murderous power, turning all his attacks into critical hits at the cost of crippling his speed. The archer is appalled that he would waste such a powerful skill on a single Goblin. He shifts into a reverse grip stance and promises to kill the Goblin in one strike before moving on to its master. The archer reluctantly agrees to end the fight quickly before more witnesses arrive. She unleashes Gale arrows to support him. Her skill removes movement speed debuffs in the area, restoring his mobility. With every buff stacked together, the assassin declares the game over for the Goblin. He launches his finishing attack with overwhelming speed. Mid-strike, he senses something is terribly wrong. The Goblin only grins back at him. In the next instant, the archer's ally is blasted into the wall and killed instead. A shadowy figure appears behind the archer and taunts her for talking about one-hit kills before reaching max level. She is shaken into realizing this Goblin may not be a normal monster at all. The summoner steps forward and openly admits that he is the one who summoned it. That revelation terrifies her even more, because one of the Evaton Guild's strongest members just lost to his Goblin. He refuses to explain the Goblin's power and says the only thing that matters now is how furious he is. When she asks what they ever did to deserve this, he is stunned that she still does not understand. His attempt to explain his anger comes out so badly that she mistakes him for a crazed sexual predator. He tries to correct himself, but every word only makes her panic harder. Worried that anyone who sees this will misunderstand everything, he orders the Goblin to stop her screaming. Unfortunately, nearby players overhear enough to become alarmed. More witnesses recognize the same suspicious pair from earlier and point them out. He realizes the crowd has arrived too soon and tells the Goblin they need to end this and run. The Goblin obeys in the worst possible way by clamping a hand over the woman's mouth. From below, the crowd concludes that a Goblin has massacred the Evaton Guild and is now assaulting the last surviving woman. He realizes with horror that his revenge has turned into a public nightmare he cannot explain away. He shouts at the Goblin to stop and release her at once. The witnesses are stunned that a beginner-looking player can command the monster that defeated the guild. The woman, still trembling, can only stare as the Goblin remains beside her. He forces himself to calm down and tells the Goblin to stop. Then he announces that everything is over now. The crowd misreads his words as a heroic declaration that the Goblin's rampage is about to end. They start cheering him on as if he were the town's last hope. He is baffled that they are praising him instead of condemning him. Then he realizes the crowd still has no idea the Goblin is his summon. Remembering how he earlier pretended he wanted to protect the guild, he sees a way to use the misunderstanding. He steps in front of the woman like a savior and orders the Goblin to let her go. In his head, he imagines himself delivering a perfect heroic line. That fantasy convinces him he can turn this disaster into a heroic rescue. He starts reveling in the idea of becoming a man who risks his life to save a woman. The roleplay escalates until he dramatically frames the woman as the victim of a monster. He threatens her that she can live only if she keeps quiet about him and the Goblin. Terrified, she immediately agrees to stay silent. Satisfied, he accepts her promise. Then, for the audience's sake, he loudly condemns the Goblin for invading the village and hurting people. He commits fully to the act and declares that he will punish it. To sell the performance, he uses Walk the Goblin, which manifests as a glowing collar and chain around the Goblin's neck. The Goblin rages and resists, as if truly being subdued. He lets the chain drag him down the roof, turning the struggle into a public spectacle. He lands dramatically while the Goblin is yanked along behind him. He keeps hold of the chain and acts as though he has finally brought the monster under control. The crowd mistakes the leash for a high-level monster binding skill and marvels that someone in beginner town can use it. He privately notes that it is literally just a skill for taking the Goblin on a walk, but publicly warns everyone to stay back because he can barely manage it. Watching from above, the surviving woman concludes that the Evaton Guild never had a chance because this man must be at least level 50. The crowd reaches the same conclusion and realizes the guild was not weak at all. They were simply crushed by someone far beyond anyone else in town. Facing a goblin he cannot defeat head-on, the young man decides he only needs to drive it away. He activates his goblin summoner skill, goblin feeding, and produces bait for the creature. Betting everything on that trick, he hurls the food and declares this will end the fight. The goblin takes the bait and bolts toward the city gate instead of attacking. He seizes the moment and orders the town gates shut immediately. As the goblin races for escape, the gate begins closing in front of it. The portcullis slams down and cuts off the goblin's path out of town. The onlookers stare in disbelief, wondering if the crisis is finally over. Exhausted, he turns to the crowd and checks whether everyone survived. The townspeople realize he saved them and erupt in relief, praising him for chasing the goblin away. He accepts the cheers, telling himself the immediate danger has at least been contained. A blonde archer approaches and reveals that the rest of her guild died and revived elsewhere, leaving her alone with knowledge of his strange link to the goblin. He recognizes her as the same woman from the earlier conflict. When she promises to keep quiet, he immediately starts thinking about how useful that could make her. She also explains that within Pascal's sacred grounds he is effectively untouchable, protected by the town's special rules. Remembering that safety, he recalls how he forced her promise by threatening to kill and repeatedly camp her at the revival shrine if she refused. She had resisted in tears, but fear left her with little choice. The city settles back into calm after the goblin incident. Later, resting comfortably, he admits things did not go exactly as planned. Still, he enjoys being rewarded with a fine room and feels proud of having played the hero. That satisfaction gives way to a more serious train of thought. He remembers that he once lacked the power to save someone important, and that regret still drives him. Then he remembers the goblin point he earned from the Goblin Lord and sits up in excitement. His status confirms he has 1 goblin point, and he reflects bitterly on how naturally this class seems to fit him. He opens the goblin skill store, finds the advanced options locked, and realizes he has only 1 skill available. Curious but careless, he selects Rally without understanding what it actually does. The system activates Goblin Skill Rally and summons the goblin straight to him. The goblin appears inches from his face, and he panics at once. He realizes Rally was a recall skill, not a buff, and now the goblin's presence in his room could ruin everything. When the innkeeper knocks, he frantically lies that he is fine and tries to avoid exposing the monster. He begs the goblin to calm down, apologizing for how he treated it earlier. As night deepens, he reflects that the goblin was mocked and attacked despite doing nothing, just as he often was. That shared mistreatment makes him feel the goblin is like him. Lying beside the creature, he concludes this world is full of the same kind of cruel people. The next day begins with the tavern opening to a new confrontation. Members of the Evaton Guild arrive, and one of them recognizes him as the man from the previous day. They identify him as the outsider who saved one of their own despite being their enemy. Their hooded leader thanks him, admitting they had no reason to expect help after trying to kill him. The blonde archer calms her suspicious comrade and insists he is not here to fight. He confirms that he helped them only because he wants something in return. The guild accepts that motive and offers repayment anyway, saying Evaton does not ignore debts. He gets to the point, explaining that farming in the beginner region is no longer enough and that he wants to move to the next zone quickly. The hooded man understands he means Fiorendel and says he knows the way forward. An older guild member steps in and claims he is the one who can explain it. The old man says he is very familiar with the route, and the protagonist senses this group knows far more than ordinary beginners. Before hearing the explanation, he unexpectedly apologizes sincerely for his earlier behavior. The old man, taking him more seriously now, assumes anyone who handled that goblin alone must be strong. The red-haired warrior even suspects he may be stronger than the guild itself, though the protagonist knows that is absurd. He keeps his face blank while privately rejecting that idea. Inside, he remembers that if the red-haired man had attacked him yesterday, he would have died instantly. The old man begins explaining the structure of the beginner area, Lev, and its 5 standard dungeons. He lists the open field zones such as the grasslands, the mine, and the dark forest. These are places players can enter freely whenever they want, but leaving Lev requires clearing a raid dungeon, which catches the protagonist's attention. The old man explains that raid dungeons open only at set times, limit attempts, and serve as the final challenge of a region. Lev's raid opens just once a month, and the guild had gathered because they intended to clear it. The protagonist realizes what that timing implies. The hooded leader confirms that yesterday was the opening day, but the goblin attack ruined their chance. That means everyone left behind in Lev is trapped there until the next raid opens. He is horrified, realizing a month of lost progress means a month of lost money as well. He fumes that his goblin could clear much stronger dungeons, yet now he is stuck in a town where he cannot profit from that power. Unable to accept wasting a month, he grabs the hooded man and demands another way out. The answer is blunt: there is no other route, and everyone here is angry for the same reason. With that, the guild considers its debt repaid and prepares to leave. They decide to head back, while he is left stewing in frustration. The blonde archer lingers for a moment, clearly uneasy about leaving him behind like this. Then she follows her guild out, and he remains alone with his anger. Outside, the guild regroups in the street under the night sky. Hidden nearby, the goblin watches them with sly interest. The creature seems to sense something changing. It suddenly cries out as if reacting to a distant signal. The night outside the forest turns tense and expectant. A system alert appears. The boss raid has opened again. The guild is stunned because the next opening should have been a month away. The hooded leader realizes the impossible has happened. The system message confirms the raid is truly open. The protagonist is shocked that the chance he thought lost has already returned. The red-haired warrior can hardly believe their luck. In only one day, the boss raid has reopened. The old man checks whether anyone else has already entered and learns the dungeon is still untouched. The hooded leader concludes that this time only their group will be competing for the clear. The protagonist instantly realizes what really happened. He accuses them of lying and says they tricked him into waiting so they could take the raid first. His anger spills over into self-loathing for trusting people again after everything he has suffered. The blonde archer tries to deny it, but he refuses to listen. The hooded leader cuts through the argument and simply asks whether he is coming or not, and greed wins over resentment. Once he agrees, the leader starts briefing him before they enter. He explains that the raid has only one chamber, so the boss will be waiting immediately beyond the portal. The old man adds that the boss should still be manageable for players at their level, though caution is necessary. The red-haired warrior boasts that even without their absent guild master, Evaton is more than enough. He claims a boss like this will fall in 10 seconds. The hooded leader smiles, sharing the confidence. With that, the guild advances toward the portal. The protagonist quietly orders his goblin to stay hidden outside until called, not trusting anyone to know the creature is with him. He reminds himself that betrayal can come from anyone and vows not to be caught off guard again. He also checks that he still has an advanced healing stone that can revive him once if he dies. Deciding the risk is worth it, he throws himself into the raid. He emerges inside a vast chamber beyond the portal. He takes in the place and realizes this is the boss arena. Then the truth hits all at once. The boss is a level 40 steel giant, and the raid has transformed into the hidden dungeon steel giant's residence. As everyone runs for their lives, the old man demands to know what new scheme the protagonist has dragged them into, and he can only swear he has no idea. The blonde archer screams for him to stop freezing and run back to the portal. Instead, he laughs in disbelief at the idea of fleeing a hidden dungeon. To him, abandoning a hidden dungeon means throwing away the kind of rewards every player dreams about. He argues that the boss is only 10 levels above them and that the risk is still worth the prize. He convinces himself the gap is survivable and nowhere near the hopeless difference he once faced elsewhere. He insists that suffering for great rewards is normal and that this opportunity is too valuable to waste. He declares that they have no idea how extraordinary hidden dungeon rewards can be. So he tells the others they are free to run, because he intends to claim everything himself. To force his own path forward, he activates Rally and calls for the goblin. Outside, the goblin hears the summons and grins. It immediately races toward its master's call. Inside, the steel giant charges straight at the protagonist before the goblin can arrive. He screams for the goblin to come out, but he is too late. The giant kills him in one blow, and the others are stunned that the man who handled the goblin yesterday dies so easily here. The hooded leader dismisses his fate and focuses on the real problem. The portal has already shut, trapping everyone inside the hidden raid. The old man realizes they gravely underestimated the dungeon and explains that even raids can rarely mutate into hidden versions. With a hidden boss raid now confirmed, he says they have no choice but to fight. As his body lies there, the protagonist's real self experiences the death through his headset and is shaken by how absolute it felt. He is horrified that a single hit killed him despite being over level 30. Checking his status, he realizes too late that he never spent his 26 unused stat points. Worse, with the portal closed he cannot summon the goblin, and he rages that the treasure was right in front of him before that mistake ruined everything. Meanwhile, the hooded leader orders Evaton to begin the hunt in earnest. Still conscious through the aftermath, the protagonist is startled that the fight continues without him. The blonde archer unleashes Arrow of Downwind, empowering the team. Her buff doubles allied movement speed, and the old man immediately coordinates the opening assault. He sends the hooded leader and another speed fighter in first to probe the boss and identify its weakness before it can react. The two blur around the steel giant in a rapid test attack. The giant roars as their blades strike across its body. The hooded leader follows with his skill unrivaled sword, landing the only meaningful hit so far. The old man explains the logic. By covering the monster in many cuts, they should be able to identify its true weak point from the deepest wound. But when asked for the result, the hooded leader reports that every strike except his own dealt 0 damage. That forces him to narrow the possibilities to 2, either the giant's defense is overwhelming, or something else is nullifying weaker attacks. As the steel giant prepares another attack, the second possibility becomes more likely. The hooded leader notices a red line of force and the pattern of the giant's reactions while continuing to evade. His stronger slash proves the boss can be hurt, but only by attacks above a certain threshold. He concludes the issue is not simple defense, but a special rule that rejects small attacks entirely. The system confirms it. The steel giant's passive hatred for the weak nullifies any hit dealing less than 5% of its maximum HP. The red-haired warrior is told that only someone capable of a truly massive strike can break through that condition. The old man rejects him as the best option and says someone else can do even more under the right circumstances. He turns to the blonde archer, revealing that her ultimate Deathbringer arrow converts her own HP into devastating damage, a secret so powerful it could make her guild master. The red-haired warrior does not understand the skill, but he promises to buy her all the time she needs to use it. He activates War Cry and deliberately provokes the steel giant. The skill successfully forces the monster's attention onto him. The enraged giant bears down on the red-haired warrior alone. Watching from the floor, the protagonist realizes the fool he mocked is now risking his life to save everyone else. The steel giant crashes down with a crushing blow aimed at its new target. Patton withstands the impact and answers with a heavy strike, proving he can hold the line for now. The old man warns Patton not to relax, because the entire plan now depends on him buying enough time for the finishing shot. The raid leaders warn that one mistake will ruin everything, and the old warrior links his damage to the red-haired tank so the burden of surviving can be shared. Kim Chosu realizes with alarm that these fighters are only ordinary classes and not even hidden class elites, yet they are still controlling the battle. The assassins move in under the tank's cover, planning to strip the steel giant's defenses with a stacking passive while the frontline keeps it occupied. Watching the guild's coordination, Chosu is stunned by how overwhelming a real organized team can be, but his awe turns selfish when he realizes they may kill the boss without him, leaving him dead and empty-handed. As the steel giant bears down on the tank, the fight still seems to be following the guild's plan. The red-haired warrior suddenly notices the monster's attention shifting away from him and freezes in confusion. The system confirms the steel giant has chosen a different target, and the tank's taunts fail to pull it back. The giant slams the ground, signaling a sudden change in the battle's rhythm. Chosu rises and decides to interfere, smugly believing that as the highest-level player present he should take over. His confidence comes from the advanced healing stone that automatically revived him with a sliver of health. He treats his return like a hero's entrance, just as the steel giant locks onto him. That single revival resets the monster's aggro, and its wide-area attack instantly wipes out the assassin squad before they can react. The surviving members are thrown into chaos as the plan collapses around them. The battlefield is left littered with fallen allies, and the guild's careful setup is shattered in an instant. The red-haired tank lashes out in outrage, pretending his fury is for his comrades even as the disaster was triggered by Chosu. The old warrior snaps at him to stay focused, because losing control now will only make things worse. The tank answers with a massive counterattack, trying to salvage the situation through brute force. His strike lands hard, but it is nowhere near enough to end the boss. The link damage skill backfires on the old warrior as well, and both frontline fighters are pushed to death's door. When the system announces the deaths of both tanks, Chosu finally understands that his selfish revival killed the people holding the raid together. Instead of accepting blame, he immediately insists he did nothing wrong except save himself. One assassin survives the wipe and re-enters the fight, becoming the last real strategist still standing. He explains that monsters naturally prioritize healers and ranged attackers over tanks. Their only reason for controlling that behavior before was the tank's taunt, which forced the steel giant to focus on the frontline instead. Chosu's unexpected revival reset that targeting logic, and the assassins died before anyone could adapt. The archer, still charging her finishing shot, turns to the assassin for direction because the raid now hangs on a single decision. Her trump card consumes her own life to build power, making every second of charging a gamble. The cost is already severe, with less than half her health remaining. The assassin orders her not to fire early, because releasing now would waste the only win condition they have left. He confirms the boss's armor reduction never reached full stacks, so a rushed shot cannot kill it. To buy her time, he decides to seize the monster's attention himself, and tells her to keep charging no matter what happens. He makes it clear that if her one shot fails, the raid is finished. Chosu awkwardly offers help, hoping to insert himself back into the plan. The archer rejects him outright, saying that without his goblin he is useless and only gets in their way. Her contempt hits Chosu harder than the battle, and he starts brooding over how everyone sees him. He twists the situation in his head until he convinces himself the entire disaster is really their fault for excluding him. That resentment hardens into open hatred as he decides they deserve what happens next. He mocks them for relying on someone they consider weak, and threatens to let them die rather than save them. In his bitterness, he resolves to stand aside and watch the guild fail. The steel giant charges the archer again, proving the assassin's reading of its priorities was correct. The assassin confirms that ranged damage dealers are still the monster's preferred prey, which means the archer remains in immediate danger. He intercepts the boss at full speed, forcing it to acknowledge him as an active threat. Knowing it is dangerous, he spends more of his strength on another high-damage assault to drag aggro through sheer output. The steel giant finally reacts to him directly, if only for a moment. He uses the opening to reposition, refusing to let the fight end before the archer is ready. As he moves, he explains that provoking a boss is not just about taunts but about making yourself impossible to ignore. His twin blade technique tears into the giant again, steadily forcing its attention away from the back line. He keeps moving in a blur, turning the battlefield into a chase. His focus sharpens as he commits fully to becoming the bait. After another heavy strike, he spells out the second rule of aggro. The one dealing the most damage becomes the biggest threat. He realizes with grim satisfaction that only after 3 all-out attacks has the boss finally begun to treat him seriously. The system confirms the steel giant has now targeted him instead of the archer. Even so, the boss still has far too much health left, and the assassin knows his damage alone cannot finish this. He decides his role is no longer to win, but simply to keep the monster busy until the archer can. He activates a brief evasion skill and claims the next 3 seconds of the fight for himself. That confidence shatters when the system warns he lacks the mana to use it. The steel giant immediately lunges, and the assassin is left exposed. Chulsu watches the crisis unfold from the sidelines, still detached from the consequences. The assassin is struck down, and with his death the last shield between the boss and the archer disappears. Chulsu explodes in panic and rage, blaming the guild for trusting him and cursing himself for reviving at all. The archer finally turns her anger on him directly and tells him that his selfish revival ruined the entire raid. He admits he would rather see everyone die than let the others claim the reward without him, exposing the depth of his spite. The steel giant roars and bears down on the last 2 survivors. For the first time, Chulsu and the archer share the same terror as death closes in. The boss selects the archer again, leaving her trapped between finishing the shot and being killed before she can release it. She forces herself to keep charging anyway, deciding this incomplete chance is still better than none. Chulsu suddenly moves toward her instead of away, making her think he is about to sabotage her again. He asks a strange question about whether she can move while charging, as if a reckless idea has just occurred to him. She is too startled to understand what he is planning until he grabs hold of her. Her fear spikes because she assumes he is about to ruin the shot at the worst possible moment. Instead, he hoists her onto his shoulders and tells her that if 10 more seconds are all she needs, he will buy them. He sprints away with her as the giant's attack crashes down behind them, laughing wildly at the absurdity of it. The archer is shocked that he can move almost as fast as the dead assassin. Chulsu reveals he dumped all his stat points into agility, creating movement speed that rivals an assassin even though he is not one. At the same time, he receives a goblin point and bitterly recognizes that the system is rewarding him for acting like a monster again. The archer finishes charging, but now she must somehow aim while being carried at full speed. She knows a miss means certain death for both of them, and tries to steady herself under impossible conditions. Even in the middle of this desperation, Chulsu jokes that she owes him heavily for the blood he lost and the revival stone he burned. The steel giant leaps high and prepares a devastating finishing blow from above. It crashes down with overwhelming force, trying to crush both prey at once. Still riding on Chulsu's shoulders, the archer keeps the charged bow drawn as they race along the giant's body in search for a clean line. Her health drops to almost nothing from the skill's cost, and Chulsu screams for her to end it before they both collapse. Instead of dying quietly, the steel giant unveils a final area attack meant to annihilate everything around it. The chamber erupts as the shockwave begins tearing through the entire arena. Chulsu realizes too late that the boss had been hiding a last resort move all along. He understands that with the archer nearly dead and his own revival leaving him fragile, either of them will die instantly if the blast reaches them. The archer cannot get a clear shot through the storm of debris filling the room. As panic rises, she feels her mind latch onto some half-formed answer. What surfaces is not a grand revelation but an old memory of playing games with friends, and Chulsu snaps her back to the present before she drifts away. That memory gives him an idea, and he finally summons his goblin at the critical moment. The goblin appears with absurd, impossible power, as if it can tear through the rules of the dungeon itself. Chulsu berates it for taking so long, treating this monstrous trump card like an unreliable accomplice. The archer is stunned to see the goblin damage the dungeon space itself to force a path through the chaos. Chulsu presents the move like a hidden trick he had been saving. The goblin throws itself up as a living shield, intercepting the area attack and opening the line of fire the archer needed. The steel giant roars in frustration as its finishing move is blunted. Chulsu coldly announces that the real hidden boss has finally entered the stage. With the goblin in front and the archer fully aligned behind him, he declares that the climax has arrived. The archer releases her ultimate shot, and the empowered arrow punches through the giant with overwhelming force. The steel giant's body begins to crack apart from the impact. It collapses at last, leaving the 2 survivors standing on its ruined frame. The system declares the hidden dungeon cleared. The archer can barely believe they actually won. Her victory is rewarded with a surge of levels, confirming how much the impossible fight was worth. Chulsu levels up as well, gaining even more from the clear. His first thought is not relief or gratitude but the dropped reward. The fallen guild members are restored after the raid clear, and the assassin immediately checks whether everyone survived. The red-haired warrior wakes battered but alive, relieved the nightmare ended before the boss grew any stronger. Then they notice the old warrior is not breathing, revealing that the revival did not save everyone equally. The assassin turns from the dead and prepares to settle accounts with Chulsu. He demands an explanation, but Chulsu only clutches the loot tighter and panics at anyone approaching. The archer is disturbed by how completely Chulsu has fixated on the reward. Even as more level-up notices appear, his obsession does not loosen. He keeps screaming for the reward as if nothing else matters. A system message reveals that despite clearing the dungeon, the hidden class condition was not fulfilled. The archer is shaken that even this victory was not enough to unlock what she wanted. She realizes the hidden dungeon itself was only part of a larger requirement. Cholsa pieces together that hidden class advancement depends on specific conditions inside the dungeon, not merely beating the boss. He concludes that if those conditions are met, one could advance before the boss dies, and that defeating the boss afterward is simply the natural next step. Though curious about the hidden class, he pushes the thought aside because the immediate reward matters more to him. That greed is interrupted when his goblin reappears behind him at the worst possible moment. The archer tries to stop him from claiming everything alone, insisting the reward should be discussed with the whole party. Cholsa answers by shrieking and clutching the loot even harder. The others compare his behavior to a creature obsessed with treasure, while he clings to the item like something sacred. The assassin tells him the raid objective is already complete and that the guild has no intention of fighting over the unexpected drop. Even so, footsteps close in around Cholsa, making him expect betrayal from every side. The old warrior, somehow still active long enough to act, turns his cunning against Cholsa and confirms the guild had warned this would happen. Cholsa erupts, accusing them of betraying him again and again, unable to distinguish suspicion from reality anymore. The assassin calmly states that if they truly wanted to take the loot by force, Cholsa would already be dead, and says they are willing to let him keep the rewards. Among the drops is a unique archer weapon, the great bow of the Iron Giant, along with valuable crafting materials. The archer points out that the bow is wasted on Cholsa because he cannot even use it. He knows she is right, since the bow is untradeable and restricted to archers, which makes it both useless to him and impossible to sell normally. Still, he refuses to let go simply because he cannot bear the thought of someone else having what he does not. At last he offers a trade, willing to hand over the bow only if he gets something he wants in return. The assassin is puzzled until Cholsa explains that an untradeable item's value lies in the leverage it creates. Cholsa gleefully reveals his real plan. If he claims the bow, the archer will be forced to buy it from him on his terms. The old warrior is horrified to realize Cholsa endured the entire catastrophe with profit in mind from the moment they revived. Cholsa and his goblin laugh together like kindred monsters, and the assassin sees in him the same ugliness as the goblin lord's favor. The goblin hides nearby, no longer just a summon but a partner in Cholsa's warp schemes. The archer accepts the bow onto her back, completing the exchange. Now equipped with the great bow of the Iron Giant, she feels the weight of the prize and the cost behind it. The assassin thanks Cholsa for the trade, but cannot resist remarking that he has a rare talent for making everyone despise him. He asks where Cholsa plans to go after they leave the dungeon. Cholsa answers that he intends to go somewhere far away from all of them, embracing the role of outsider they have given him. The guild decides that sounds best and prepares to leave without him. The archer looks back with a small, unreadable smile as the Evaton guild departs. Left behind with only his goblin, Cholsa acts triumphant, as if this isolation were exactly what he wanted. The system confirms that the hidden boss raid has been cleared as well, closing the battle for good. Cholsa admits losing the unique bow stings, but he consoles himself with the item he gained instead, the thief's glove, a one-use tool that can steal almost anything below his level. He realizes the true prize from the hidden boss was not the weapon but the rare steel material it dropped. Thrilled by the value of those materials, he decides they matter more than everything else and justifies taking them after being betrayed first. He heads into Firendel, to the market district called Phoenix El Basar, looking for a way to turn his windfall into power. As he enters the bazaar, he is struck by how many elite players gather there and starts thinking about how much money they must make. His greed sharpens immediately, and he can almost smell profit in the air. Even with money on hand, he decides upgrading his gear comes before paying off his debts, because his current weakness nearly got him killed. He admits his equipment is absurdly outdated, still wearing armor fit for a level 3 beginner. Before he can focus on shopping, his goblin summon suddenly acts up and startles him in the middle of town. He warns the creature not to cause trouble in the village, trying to keep control of the situation. That warning is interrupted when a gigantic monster appears right in front of him. He panics at the sight of what looks like a boss-class beast in a safe area and desperately orders his goblin to protect him. A calm woman watching the scene notes that she has never seen anyone use a goblin as a summon. She introduces herself as Irene, a level 76 summoner, and asks whether the goblin beside him is his summoned monster. He realizes the terrifying beast is not wild at all but another summon with a rider on its back. Irene reassures him that her summon Michelle behaves in town, though the beast's drooling does little to calm him. From a glance alone, he understands Irene is overwhelmingly stronger than him. He concludes that even major guilds would struggle against her, which makes her presence even more intimidating. Instead of threatening him, Irene gently asks for the name of the little goblin. He gives his own name by mistake, and Irene clarifies that she meant the goblin, having heard him call it Goblin. When she asks whether he has not named his summon yet, he is caught off guard by the question. He dismisses the idea of naming a summon at all and mocks her for calling the ugly creature cute. Irene laughs and tells him that a one-sided bond with a summon is unstable, urging him to look at how his goblin is behaving. She points out that the goblin took an aggressive stance the moment he was ordered to protect its master, despite never even being given a proper name. Before leaving, Irene tells him she hopes he will be less dull the next time they meet and calls Michelle away. He brushes off her advice and insists he and the Goblin have no problem with each other. A rough-looking blacksmith stops him and immediately comments on how terrible his equipment is. The blacksmith, Humphrey the foul-mouthed, ridicules his gear as worse than garbage, and the protagonist protests that buying better armor is exactly why he came. Humphrey offers him a sturdy steel chest plate, though only with the warning that it may be too much for someone like him. He calculates the price as manageable in real money terms and reminds himself that even with a powerful summon, he still needs enough defense to survive. He commits to the purchase. Humphrey approves his choice and boasts that the armor was made from top-quality steel. The protagonist puts it on and is briefly impressed by how proper it looks. That satisfaction vanishes when he learns the armor requires far more strength than he has, leaving him unable to move and forcing him to regret his agility-focused build. When he tries to sell it back, Humphrey offers only a tiny fraction of what he just charged. Outraged at being cheated by an NPC, he is about to explode when something else catches his attention. He notices a glowing exclamation mark over Humphrey's head, but Humphrey himself cannot see it. Humphrey suddenly starts frantically searching around, unable to find what he is looking for. He reveals that his forging hammer is missing, and without it he cannot make anything. When the protagonist points out that other tools exist, Humphrey insists that only that specific hammer matters. Humphrey says the hammer should be in the underground waterway dungeon near the village entrance, and orders him to retrieve it. A quest appears, offering him the ability to process materials into armor if he finds Humphrey's smelting hammer. He immediately understands that the real reward is access to crafting, not the hammer itself. That reward makes him connect the dots and realize the hidden boss materials were so valuable because they can be forged into equipment. He begins imagining what kind of gear those rare steel drops could become once processed properly. With that in mind, the underground waterway suddenly becomes far more interesting to him. He accepts Humphrey's trouble without hesitation. He decides to go alone, convinced party members would only slow him down. He boasts that he can clear such an easy dungeon in under 30 minutes, only to be interrupted by Humphrey's abuse. He pauses, confused by Humphrey's behavior and the way the quest is unfolding. Humphrey insists on coming along, and the system warns that the quest will fail if Humphrey dies. The protagonist realizes he is now stuck escorting a level 13 liability, an unexpected complication he never planned for. As Humphrey keeps barking orders, he decides there is no reason to obediently play along. Relying on his agility, he plans to outrun the escort NPC, ignore the weak mobs, and rush straight to the boss. He recalls that escort NPCs eventually stop following if the player gets too far ahead, and he intends to abandon Humphrey at the entrance. That plan collapses when the system announces that Humphrey is under attack. He is stunned that the quest can punish him so quickly. When he turns back, he finds Humphrey already brawling with monsters far above his own level and refusing to stay out of danger. Realizing the situation is spiraling, he calls for his Goblin. The Goblin rushes in at once to answer him. Together, the Goblin and Humphrey start mowing down diseased rats and mutant slimes with absurd damage. The Goblin even scoops up the dropped items while cackling through the carnage. Humphrey grandstands as if he alone is carrying the fight, while the protagonist fumes at how uncontrollable he is. Humphrey suddenly senses another presence deeper in the dungeon. He charges toward it without hesitation, and the protagonist briefly considers killing him just to end the headache. Instead, he accepts that Humphrey's reckless confidence makes him impossible to manage and starts looking for a safer workaround. He abandons the idea of rushing ahead and decides the only safe option is to clear every monster on the path. Meanwhile, Humphrey barrels into a swarm of rats, ranting that they stole both his spot in the bazaar and his hammer. He and the Goblin carve through the horde together as Humphrey vows to wipe them all out. Humphrey even unleashes a so-called secret technique, while the Goblin keeps pace beside him. The old blacksmith revels in the fight, showing that he still has the instincts of a warrior. Watching the efficient slaughter, the protagonist admits this slower method is safer even if it takes longer. Humphrey then accuses everyone of looking down on him, and the protagonist tries to calm him by saying no one is doing that. Humphrey reveals that before becoming a blacksmith he was a proud warrior, then uses war cry and provokes every nearby monster at once. His shout reaches something far worse than the local mobs. A sealed skull awakens in the darkness with a violent roar. A skeleton king and its undead retinue appear, and the protagonist realizes Humphrey's skill has dragged in enemies that would never have attacked otherwise. Furious, he accuses Humphrey of deliberately making the quest harder just to mess with him. In the middle of the chaos, the Goblin casually catches a stone in its hand. It crushes the stone without effort, showing how much stronger it has become. Then it leaps forward with savage delight to join the fight. The protagonist warns that if Humphrey keeps sabotaging him, he will stop caring about the quest and kill everything in sight. He concludes that escorting Humphrey is like dealing with a hidden dungeon layered on top of the real one. Amid the battle, he levels up from 34 to 37, finally meeting the requirements for his new armor. As he adjusts to the fight, he hears a suspicious sound somewhere ahead. Humphrey recognizes the danger first, and shouts that it is a trap. A glint in the darkness confirms hidden mechanisms have been triggered. Arrows launch down the corridor toward them. He instinctively shields the Goblin with his own body, and the arrows harmlessly bounce off his newly equipped rare armor. Once the volley ends, he is startled and wonders why the trap suddenly activated. The answer becomes clear when his foot lands on a skull hidden in the floor. At the same time, Humphrey is struck by an arrow and left barely standing. The protagonist lashes out at the monsters for forcing him into this mess, only for the system to reveal that Humphrey has been poisoned. Humphrey dies, and the escort target is lost. The protagonist erupts in rage, swearing he would kill Humphrey again even after death for causing so much trouble. Elsewhere in the city, a sharply dressed man hears Humphrey's distant cry and realizes he has finally found the person he was hunting. That man identifies the protagonist by name. Back at the smithy, the protagonist returns to Humphrey, who immediately notices the upgraded equipment he is wearing. The protagonist mocks Humphrey for being so weak, expecting a dramatic final exchange, while Humphrey only cares that his hammer has been recovered. That anticlimax leaves him completely baffled. Then the quest clears, the forging hammer appears, and he gains the ability to craft equipment after all. The goblin bluntly explains that the hammer dropped from the first rat they killed, meaning the whole ordeal was unnecessary from the start. With crafting unlocked, Humphrey begins teaching him that equipment quality depends on the blacksmith's effort. Using the high-purity steel, Humphrey starts forging the rare material into armor. He declares that when the finest materials meet a master blacksmith, they are reborn. Humphrey proudly announces the creation of a fine piece of equipment, and the protagonist immediately undercuts him by calling it low quality because Humphrey never even broke a sweat. Even so, the protagonist is overwhelmed by the fact that a hidden boss-only material has become his first truly rare armor. He equips the blue steel light armor, which perfectly matches his agility build and even carries a special effect. Humphrey waves any fee this time, though both of them refuse to admit gratitude. That moment is shattered when PK mode activates and an unseen attacker targets him from the shadows. A man in a suit launches a sudden kick, but the protagonist manages to avoid a fatal hit. The attacker reveals himself as a player killer and says the protagonist is strong enough to have nearly killed his lady. The protagonist tries to explain himself, but the accusation makes no sense to him. The man states that the last person his lady partied with was Conchosa's, and that he is pretending not to know exactly who she is. He names Catherine and presses the accusation so hard that the protagonist is shaken by the memory. The name finally clicks for him. He remembers the white-haired mage from the mine dungeon who had been with the dwarf Geiger. That memory brings back the whole party he escaped from. He insists that he was the one betrayed and that Catherine stabbed him in the back first. The suited man coldly asks whether he really dares call himself the victim. He reveals that while the protagonist walked away alive, Catherine has been left in a coma, completely unresponsive. The protagonist is stunned to learn she has become effectively vegetative. He remembers how devastating Geiger's attack had been, but refuses to accept being blamed for what happened afterward. Trying to shift responsibility, he claims it was Geiger's fault and that he did nothing wrong. The man rejects that excuse and says guilt is not for the protagonist to decide after what Catherine suffered. He adds that the resulting chaos has even thrown the succession of the great Semyon group's heir into turmoil. The protagonist realizes his armor nullified the man's attack, and the attacker curses his own mistake. Seizing the opening, the protagonist forces the conversation back to basics and asks whether Catherine is really the chairman's daughter of the Semyon group. The name Semyon immediately conjures the image of a massive real-world conglomerate. He understands it as a world-famous corporate empire whose wealth and influence are enormous. That means the unconscious woman in the hospital is not just any player but the daughter of one of the most powerful chairmen in the country. The suited man confirms that Catherine was struck by a level 80 monster in a hidden dungeon. Cornered, the protagonist awkwardly suggests that maybe the trauma of total incapacitation is what left her like this. The man presses harder, asking how a level 3 player could possibly escape when a near level 40 player ended up ruined. He points to Catherine's condition as proof that the protagonist's survival makes no sense. The protagonist lies that he barely escaped only because he awakened a hidden class, then fumbles by saying Catherine should have gotten it instead. He realizes how absurd his own story sounds, especially since even the best doctors have failed to help her. The suited man notes that a hidden class is not some miracle cure and remains unconvinced. The protagonist asks whether that means there is almost no chance Catherine will recover, and is sharply corrected that she is alive, only unconscious. The man explains that every top doctor has reached the same dead end. No one knows why she will not wake up. Faced with that hopelessness, the protagonist asks whether they are simply supposed to wait forever. He then proposes a new possibility. If the injury happened in the game, maybe the cure must also come through the game. The suited man, finally interested, tells him to continue. Improvising, the protagonist recalls an article about someone regaining consciousness while logged into Heaven's Door after being unconscious in real life. He claims that person woke up again just as the family had given up, though he knows he is inventing details. Internally he admits he is lying to desperate people, but frames it as a tiny chance worth trying. He argues that doing nothing is worse, and urges them to grasp even a flimsy hope because Catherine deceived him too and he has his own reasons to act. That personal admission catches the suited man off guard. The protagonist meets his gaze without backing down. The man studies him in silence, weighing the lie against the possibility it might still lead somewhere. Under that scrutiny, the protagonist holds his stare and waits to see whether this desperate gamble will be accepted. A silver-haired woman named Catherine appears in the game world, still unconscious and unable to act for herself. The protagonist is stunned that the chairman approved this desperate plan and even allowed Catherine to log in while comatose. He realizes that if anyone learns he lied to the Myung group, he could be erased for it. Even so, he dismisses the idea that a game could restore consciousness and treats the whole mission as nonsense. He quickly reframes the situation as a chance to look like a savior even if nothing works. His real calculation is simple. If Catherine wakes up, he wins everything, and if she does not, he thinks he loses nothing. So he decides to pretend to help her for a while and later report back that he tried. In his mind, he will just tell them to prepare for her death and walk away clean. Pleased with his own scheme, he congratulates himself for finding what he thinks is the perfect angle. His next problem is practical. He needs to move Catherine around despite believing she cannot walk. He suddenly hits on an answer and turns to his goblin summon. By physically pulling her, he discovers the system forces Catherine to follow. The trick works, but seeing a goblin drag an unconscious woman makes even him wonder if this is crossing a line. The crowd answers that question for him by condemning him as a monster. His excuses only make things worse, and bystanders start treating him like an abuser rather than a rescuer. He realizes he has once again trapped himself in public suspicion just like before. An old man suddenly calls him away before the mob can close in. Though suspicious, he follows when the stranger warns that hesitation will get him killed. Once hidden in an alley, the old man reveals that this is not their first meeting. He identifies the protagonist as Sungryul, the schemer he remembers from before. The old man confirms that the goblin really is Sungryul's summon. Sungryul admits the help but makes clear he still does not trust anyone tied to the Evaton Guild. The old man denies any larger guild conspiracy and says their previous cooperation was only for a raid. Sungryul decides that explanation is good enough for now and presses him for local information. The old man hushes him and says the Pyredal region is too dangerous to explain in the open. He leads Sungryul deeper through the alleys toward a safer place. Sungryul quietly activates PK mode and prepares to force answers if needed. Under threat, the old man says the region's boss raid only appears when special conditions are met, unlike ordinary scheduled raids. He then questions why Sungryul is so obsessed with rushing dungeons. Sungryul lies that he is only chasing money, while hiding that he is exploiting a bug for profit. The old man warns him that this region has a progression path and cannot be brute forced immediately. He explains that the Royal City Phoenix El Basar is where the main quest begins and where high-level players gather. That finally gives Sungryul the obvious answer he had missed. Following the main quest is the fastest route upward. He instantly decides to abandon the conversation and rush toward that path with his goblin. The old man is left behind as Sungryul bolts off without ceremony. The goblin shares his excitement and follows with a grin. Sungryul suddenly freezes when he realizes Catherine is no longer with him. Panic hits as he understands he has completely lost track of the unconscious woman he was supposed to protect. Elsewhere, two thugs corner Catherine, first leering at her and then noticing the expensive gear she is wearing. They decide her passivity makes her easy prey and twist the situation so they can pretend they are the righteous ones. One of them even jokes about calling guards while clearly intending to exploit her instead. Sungryul realizes that if Catherine takes damage while unconscious, she could truly die, and his bluffing will be over. For the first time, he understands he cannot talk his way out if she is killed. At that moment, the butler contacts him demanding proof that Catherine is safe, and Sungryul can barely keep up the lie. When Sungryul cuts the call, the butler is left furious and unconvinced. A superior tells the butler to stay calm, but the tension around Catherine's fate only deepens. The chairman's knight openly questions why Catherine was entrusted to an ordinary man at all. The superior is revealed to be Han Jimun, chairman of the Semyon group. The knight argues that if healing her in-game is possible, their own side should be handling it, not a nobody. Han Jimun coldly answers that if Catherine dies there, it changes nothing for him. He explains that Catherine's life in the real world was one of control, and Heaven's Door was the only freedom she ever chose for herself. To him, dying in that freedom would be preferable to fading away under a hospital ceiling. Meanwhile, Sungryul races through the city, cursing the game for simulating exhaustion while he searches for Catherine. As he runs, a recent goblin point triggers a sudden idea. He realizes that despite doing nothing noble, the system still rewarded him with a goblin point. That reward unlocks new options in the goblin skill shop, giving him a possible way to recover control. One skill would let him trade his own health to heal the goblin, which he dismisses as useless for now. Another skill lets him throw the goblin itself in any chosen direction. That absurd ability immediately strikes him as something he can actually use. He grabs the goblin and prepares to turn it into a projectile. After selecting goblin throwing, he commits to the plan without hesitation. He hurls the goblin high into the air to scout the city from above. The goblin screams as it sails across the skyline. Still airborne, it keeps shrieking while Sungryul waits for the result. When the goblin reacts, Sungryul pinpoints Catherine's location and rushes toward it. He tears through the alleyways at full speed, following the goblin's signal. By the time he arrives, he has worked himself into a grotesque fantasy of reclaiming Catherine before anyone else can touch her. He finds the two thugs still hemming Catherine in, both of them stronger than average fighters. They recognize him as the ugly man from earlier and mock him for coming back. Sumriel snaps that he was never dragging Catherine around for pleasure and demands to know who these idiots are. The pair grandly style themselves as heroic rescuers, which only confirms to him how delusional they are. They attack first, trying to kill him while still insulting his looks. Sumriel braces for impact, expecting a direct clash. Instead, the goblin crashes into the two attackers and knocks them flat in a cloud of dust. Sumriel revels in their humiliation and savors beating men who had looked down on him. His gloating laughter draws the attention of a nearby city guard. When the dust clears, Sumriel sees Catherine beside him and realizes the situation has become even more dangerous. The guard charges in, convinced he has found a murderer and kidnapper in the act. Sumriel tries a weak self-defense excuse, already knowing it sounds hopeless. Because arrest by guards would trap him in prison, he decides he must eliminate the lone guard before reinforcements arrive. Before he can act, the old man reappears and casually throws an arm around him as if they are allies. The old man warns that killing a guard would make every NPC in the city hunt him, so he needs to cooperate instead. Facing the guard, the old man politely disarms suspicion while hiding his real intentions. He tries to use an NPC gifting mechanic to buy the guard's silence with a bag of gold. The bribe backfires completely, and the guard arrests the old man for trying to corrupt an honest officer. The system confirms the relationship loss and flags the bribe itself as a crime. Watching the old man get taken instead, Sumriel briefly wonders if the liar was actually trying to help him. Later, Sumriel reaches the royal palace only to be blocked at the door despite hearing the main quest starts there. A man in yellow approaches and tells him the palace will stay closed for some time. The stranger introduces himself as Shin, and Sumriel immediately notices the quest marker attached to him. Shin pegs him as a newcomer from the way he is making a scene at the gate. He says Sumriel has the eyes of an adventurer and decides to test him. Shin offers a lead to a lost ruin and asks for help. He turns that request into a trial, promising palace access if Sumriel proves his worth. The main quest appears: retrieve the golem core from the lost ruins for a reward and entry onward. Inside the ruin, Sumriel curses Shin for sending him into such a lethal place without warning. The dungeon immediately reveals itself as a death trap filled with lava and spinning blades. He knows his speed alone could get him through, but escorting Catherine without letting her take damage changes everything. Though he still dislikes her, he admits he cannot simply let her get hurt and tells the goblin to hold the leash while he leads. He crouches and prepares to sprint through the first trap sequence. He launches forward as the ruin erupts with danger around him. After barely surviving the opening rush, he immediately calls for the goblin to follow with Catherine. He activates Rally, a goblin summoner skill meant to pull the goblin toward him. The goblin surges forward under the skill's effect, transformed into a faster, more aggressive state. It races toward him, still clutching the leash tied to Catherine. Sumriel realizes the skill is powerful, but he has not thought through what it means for Catherine. The goblin keeps charging, dragging the leash taut behind it. Sumriel belatedly understands that Rally only affects the goblin, not the woman attached to it. Catherine is yanked violently across the broken path instead of being safely guided. The pull sends her toward the lava, and Sumriel sees too late that she is about to fall in. He screams for the goblin to do something before Catherine is lost. The goblin responds by swinging the leash and flinging Catherine through the air like a hooked weight, narrowly avoiding the blades. Sumriel can only stare in horror as the goblin improvises a rescue that looks more like an execution. Catherine slams hard onto solid ground instead of into the lava. Sumriel begs her to wake up, terrified that this absurd rescue might still have killed her. Catherine remains eerily calm and unresponsive, offering no sign that she heard him. That silence triggers a memory of Catherine at home, facing her father after coming back late from seeing friends. Her father had taught her that friends were worthless and temporary, unworthy of her attention. He then shamed her appearance, treated her like filth, and decided to punish her for disgracing him. Young Catherine broke down, apologizing and begging for mercy. She cried out to her mother for help, saying her father was trying to kill her. Her mother turned away instead of protecting her. In Catherine's memory, that abandonment hurt as much as the father's cruelty. Back in the ruin, Catherine's name hangs in the air as the weight of that trauma lingers. Sumriel panics over what to do next until the goblin offers a shameless suggestion. The idea of mouth-to-mouth shocks him, and he protests that this is only a game. But he talks himself into trying anyway, reasoning that she was effectively dead already and any chance is better than none. While kissing her, he desperately rationalizes it as rescue rather than desire and clings to that excuse. In the middle of his improvised CPR, the butler calls again and catches him in the act. The butler is ready to kill him on the spot until Sumriel frantically insists Catherine is safe. The butler reveals he already knows her real condition because the medical team is monitoring her vitals in real time outside the game. He further explains that Catherine's rare dress has defense strong enough to prevent lethal damage in ordinary situations. Sumriel is stunned to learn she was never actually dying, and the butler makes clear his only concern was preventing any indecent contact. Before the butler can demand visual proof, the connection glitches and cuts out. The butler is left staring at the disconnected call, his anger only growing. Sumriel turns to the goblin, making sure it understood the new reality. Freed from fear of Catherine dying, Master and Goblin decide to sprint recklessly for the boss room. The next trap announces itself as a rolling stone sphere barreling down the corridor. Sungryel and the Goblin ride Catherine's body like a board to slip past beneath the boulder. The dungeon immediately follows with another challenge, forcing them to cross a broken bridge. The Goblin whips Catherine across the gap by the leash while Sungryel balances behind the move. They burst into the boss chamber, where a giant golem rises and the objective becomes killing it. The golem attacks at once, and Sungryel barely avoids being crushed. In his excitement, he realizes too late that he has just thrown Catherine at the enemy like ammunition. The system rewards him with another goblin point for that outrageously goblin-like tactic. Sungryel immediately reframes Catherine as his anti-trap diffuser and orders the goblin to finish the golem in one hit. For the first time, Catherine's hand twitches, hinting that something inside her may be responding. The goblin drives Catherine straight into the golem's core with brutal force. The impact detonates the boss in a massive explosion. As the blast blooms behind it, the goblin charges forward triumphantly, turning the absurd rescue mission into a grotesque victory. Kim Cholsu opens the fight by having his goblin strike the ruined golem with overwhelming force. The goblin lands in front of the shattered stone body, expecting the battle to be nearly over. Cholsu stays smug and focuses on his real objective, recovering what he believes is the golem's core. Instead of dying, the ruined golem rebuilds itself in a larger, more violent form. Cholsu is stunned to see the monster revive as ruined golem phase 2 and grows stronger. He abandons caution and orders the goblin to destroy it again anyway. The goblin rushes the enlarged golem without hesitation. Its attack shatters the golem once more with absurd damage. Cholsu starts to celebrate, convinced he has finally won. Before he can finish, the rubble surges with energy again. The monster revives yet again as ruined golem phase 3, proving each destruction only escalates the threat. Realizing the pattern, Cholsu orders the goblin to stop destroying it and only block, because killing it makes it stronger. He urgently warns the goblin not to take the golem's attacks head on either. The golem answers with a massive blow that sends Cholsu scrambling for his life. Its attack tears through the hall with explosive force. The devastation keeps spreading, showing the fight is already slipping out of control. Cholsu finally grasps the real problem. Unless he finds the core, the golem may keep reviving forever. He recalls an earlier lesson that the golem's core is supposed to be its weakness. But unlike the experts who cleared this before, he has no reliable way to locate that weak point. He considers simply destroying everything, then panics at the thought of raising the monster to an impossible level. The possibility that the golem could surpass even his goblin terrifies him. At that moment, Catherine suddenly appears awake inside the dungeon. A huge attack bears down on her before Cholsu can process what is happening. She stares ahead in blank confusion, not yet understanding where she is. A strange visual distortion suggests her consciousness is unstable and only partially present. Her confusion spikes into alarm as reality crashes in on her. She breaks into a full panic, screaming in terror. The golem's attack slams down near her as the chaos intensifies. Cholsu recognizes Catherine and is horrified that she has awakened here. He tries to reassure himself that someone of her level should survive that much damage. But the golem keeps hammering the area, making that hope feel increasingly hollow. Cholsu and the goblin can only watch in dread as the destruction continues around her. Neither of them understands how she suddenly became part of this fight. Cholsu realizes she is truly conscious now, while Catherine, disoriented, demands to know where she is and who he is. Catherine uses an emergency escape skill to save herself, then immediately turns on Cholsu and demands an explanation for nearly getting her killed. Cholsu is less relieved by her survival than terrified that she may remember everything he did while she was unconscious. He desperately rationalizes that since she woke up alive, she should be grateful rather than angry. His greed quickly returns, and he starts imagining the reward for saving the Semyung group's heir. Putting on a shamelessly cheerful act, he begins inventing a heroic explanation for what happened. Catherine cuts him off before he can finish the lie. She blasts him away with a sudden attack, refusing to play along. He crashes hard into the ground from the force of her rejection. Even while reeling, he complains that she should have warned him before hitting him. Catherine sees him retreat and assumes he is just another coward abandoning her to save himself. Shaking and crying, she admits she is terrified. Her fear runs deeper than the dungeon, because she knows her father learned she used Heaven's Door, and she believes he may kill her for it. Elsewhere in reality, her body screams in panic inside the medical setup. The staff around her are shocked that she has regained consciousness. They realize something has gone wrong in the game, and conclude she is trapped in extreme fear, blaming Kim Cholsu for it. The butler is appalled by the possibility that Cholsu did something unforgivable to her mind. The medical team considers forcing her to log out, but they hesitate because this may be their only chance to keep her conscious. They explain that abrupt disconnection is dangerous and impossible during an active dungeon raid anyway. The butler decides the only option is to enter the game himself and verify the situation directly. Back in the dungeon, the ruined golem launches a rock missile attack. The barrage begins raining down through the hall. Catherine runs for her life between the falling projectiles. She barely squeezes through the collapsing path, driven by raw panic. The goblin intercepts part of the attack to keep the debris off her. Cholsa shouts that she cannot outrun the golem at her speed and demands to know what she thinks she is doing. Catherine stops only long enough to ask if he is safe, showing her panic has not erased her awareness of others. But her mind is still trapped in terror, repeating that she is scared over and over. Seeing her mental state deteriorate, Cholsa decides he has to act before things become even messier. He calls for the goblin. His first instinct is to have the goblin knock Catherine out, treating her as dead weight in the middle of the fight. Then he hesitates when her condition and words stop feeling like a simple inconvenience. Catherine begs him for help and offers money, assuming he is just another hired hand connected to her father's company. Cholsa agrees to help her escape safely, but he still misunderstands what she is really asking for. She snaps that survival is not the point. In desperation, she begs him to get her away from the Semyon group entirely, no matter what it costs. Her plea expands into a cry to escape her parents and her whole family, revealing the source of her terror. She admits she cannot bear being hurt anymore. At that critical moment, the butler enters the game and immediately threatens Cholsa to produce Catherine. Cholsa cuts the goblin off and orders it to stall the golem while he deals with this new problem. He grumbles at the interruption, while the goblin protests being distrusted. To calm the butler, Cholsa forcibly props Catherine up and pretends she is smiling and recovering, reframing the situation as care rather than kidnapping. The butler watches the feed and senses that something is badly wrong. Catherine's vacant expression makes him doubt Cholsa's story and wonder if her earlier outburst was some kind of seizure. He decides there has been a misunderstanding only in the sense that she is clearly unstable, and orders Cholsa to leave the dungeon immediately. He also declares their arrangement over and says he is taking Catherine back. Cholsa abruptly cuts the connection before the butler can enforce that order. Freed from the call, he bluntly decides he will not let the deal end unless he chooses, and reminds Catherine that she still owes him money. Catherine instantly calls out the deception and curses him for lying. Cholsa drops the pretense and admits he wants money, threatening to expose her awakening to the Semyon group unless she pays him. Terrified, Catherine promises to find a way to pay, even if she has to sell all her expensive gear, as long as he keeps her secret. When he scoffs at that, she names 100 million, finally giving him a number big enough to matter. That promise is enough to refocus him, and he calls the goblin back to work. The goblin reveals the disaster has worsened again, with the ruined golem now reaching an enhanced 5th stage at level 170. Cholsa is furious that the goblin failed to stall it while he was talking. Now facing a monster that can kill him in one hit, he panics and runs. Catherine freezes the level 170 golem with Icicle Blast, buying them a brief chance to escape. Cholsa is shocked when the monster actually stops moving. Catherine explains that the freeze is only temporary against something that's strong and demands that he stop standing there and run. She drags the others into motion, warning that the golem will break free soon. The frozen prison starts cracking almost immediately under the golem's power. All three sprint through the ruined corridor, trying to stay ahead of the inevitable pursuit. Cholsa spots the exit and shouts for them to head straight for it. But the rope attached to Catherine catches on debris behind them. The snag tightens before anyone notices. Catherine realizes too late that something is wrong. The rope yanks her violently backward and throws her to the ground just as they are about to escape. Cholsa hears the impact and looks back. He sees the level 170 golem descending on the helpless Catherine as she begs for help. For a moment he freezes, caught between fear and instinct. He remembers the last time he ran from someone in danger and tells himself this time cannot end the same way. He forces himself to choose saving her over saving himself. Knowing the level 170 monster will kill Catherine for sure, he runs back because unlike her, he has no one waiting to save him later. Catherine, convinced he will abandon her like everyone else, loses hope. She bitterly concludes he is no different from the people who always failed her. As the golem's crushing blow falls, she resigns herself to dying alone. The impact detonates across the floor. Then golden lines suddenly bind the golem's body in place. A radiant swordsman in yellow bursts into the battlefield. He lands between the monster and its victim and takes control of the fight instantly. Cholsa recognizes the newcomer and is stunned by who has appeared. The man identifies himself as the NPC god and casually announces that he will handle the rest. Cholsa realizes the awful truth of the quest. It was designed so players would always lose naturally, because the golem's core did not even exist until this NPC appeared. The scenario was built to showcase the NPC god's overwhelming victory after the player failed. That revelation also explains why earlier attacks caused no real pain, since the system was protecting players from a scripted loss. The NPC god treats the situation personally, furious that his subordinate was harmed, but still leaves the final outcome to Cholsa for the moment. He engages the golem directly, and tells Cholsa to brace himself for what comes next. The sheer force of the clash leaves Cholsa speechless. Even his usual shameless confidence disappears in the face of that power. The NPC god keeps boasting that the fight is beneath him, which only makes Cholsa more suspicious of how absurd this all is. He carves through the golem's body with ease while continuing his ridiculous bravado. Each strike tears the monster apart faster than it can respond. Cholsa notices that the NPC god is level 70, and is baffled that someone so far below the golem can dominate it. He pieces together the quest logic. Ordinary players around level 30 to 40 are meant to lose to the golem as it escalates. Even a player who somehow wins once would only trigger a stronger revival and lose later. Only after that failure does the high-level NPC appear to finish the quest cleanly. The Goblin gleefully confirms how abnormal this run has become, since no player should ever push the golem all the way to level 170. Because the scripted cutscene cannot resolve normally anymore, the NPC gods can line keeps repeating while the scene glitches around them. Cholsa realizes the NPC god cannot die as long as the golem still exists, because the quest ending script depends on him. He also understands that the golem's core only materialized after the NPC god appeared. The NPC god smashes deeper into the monster, forcing the hidden core into reach. Cholsa guesses where the true weak point must now be. The NPC god keeps battering the golem while his repeated boast loops again. Using the opening, Cholsa spots the exact place the NPC is targeting and realizes that is where the real core lies. He orders the goblin to throw a pebble toward that point to mark the target. The tiny strike lands exactly where he intended, confirming the core's location. With the golem collapsing, Cholsa dares to hope the nightmare is finally ending. But when he tells himself everyone is safe now, the word safe catches in his throat. He notices Catherine's hand clench, proving she is still far from okay. She asks whether they are truly safe, still unable to trust the answer. Once outside the dungeon, the NPC god leads them into the open town. He praises Cholsa for surviving and says that alone proves his worth, while Cholsa internally dies of embarrassment over how badly everything has gone. The NPC god adds that he knows Vice Captain Alphonse of the Royal Knights, which unexpectedly gives Cholsa useful information and spares him from more awkward silence. Then the NPC god leaves with one last arrogant joke about being above the clouds. He walks away as abruptly as he arrived, still acting like the center of the world. Cholsa and Catherine can only agree that the so-called NPC god is completely insane. Even so, Catherine's expression remains dark and unreadable, leaving Cholsa uneasy about what this ordeal has really done to her. The young knight steels himself, clenching his fist as he prepares to face what comes next. He hurriedly swallows his pride and admits his earlier mistake. When he looks up, he finds Catherine standing beside an overwhelmingly powerful armored man. The sight leaves him stunned, because he has no idea who this man is. He quickly realizes the stranger's equipment and presence place him far beyond ordinary people, and Catherine silently understands that defying him is impossible. Catherine recognizes the man at last, and is shaken to realize her father has come in person. Her father reveals that he knew she had regained awareness as soon as her seizure began. Instead of relief, he treats her awakening like another troublesome prank and complains that she never stopped causing him worry. He thanks the knight for watching over Catherine, confirms they had expected her to wake eventually, and dismisses the matter by promising a reward later. He calmly invites Catherine to leave with him, assuming the decision is already made. The knight remembers Catherine's despair and how she had begged not for salvation, but at least for honest condemnation. He recalls how she had wanted someone to force her to ask for help instead of quietly surrendering. She had admitted she was untrustworthy and at fault for running away, yet still hoped that maybe this time things could change. That memory hardens into the desperate promise he made to himself that he might actually be able to save her. He stops Catherine's father by exposing his public identity as Han Kimun, the celebrated head of Semyon Group. Then he turns the praise back on Catherine's father and demands that Catherine confirm whether that noble image is real. Catherine freezes, unable to reconcile the admired public figure with the man she knows privately. The knight presses harder, pointing out that Catherine looks terrified instead of relieved to be fetched by such a supposedly great man. He refuses to let her be taken away like this and begs Catherine to come with him instead. When she hesitates, he angrily demands to know why she is still standing there. His outstretched hand hangs unanswered as the moment slips away. That rejection makes him question whether he ever had the right to claim he could save her at all. He sinks into self-loathing, calling himself a coward who breaks promises and was foolish to imagine he could be anyone's hero. In his own mind, he reduces himself to what others always called him, someone fit only to belong with goblins. Meanwhile, bystanders begin identifying Han Kimun as the Night King, one of the famous conquerors of the Duke's Grand Archive. The crowd's recognition explodes when they realize the legendary Night King is also Semyon Group's president. Admiration instantly replaces suspicion, and people swarm him with excitement, while he casually introduces Catherine as nothing more than a temporary companion. Han Kimun uses the crowd's adoration to remind Catherine of the vast gap between how society sees him and how it sees her. He coldly warns that if people learn she is his daughter, they will only react with outrage and disgrace. The knight hears the crowd chanting Han Kimun's name, and realizes public opinion is turning completely against him. People shove past him in their rush to get closer to Han Kimun, and threaten him for standing in the way. That humiliation pushes him toward a bitter rationalization that Catherine is simply the precious daughter of a giant corporation and never belonged with him. He tries to bury his guilt by telling himself her life cannot possibly be worse than his own. He forces himself to accept the payment he was promised as the end of the matter, even as the decision disgusts him. His brooding is interrupted when an older man suddenly emerges from a hidden opening nearby. The knight is horrified to learn the man has been trapped in a sewer, and immediately condemns whoever put him there. The old man explains he escaped the guards long ago, and has been hiding below ever since, while the knight bluntly calls him a criminal anyway. But the old man focuses on Catherine instead, noting that Han Ki-moon claimed she was only a party member even though she looked badly hurt. The knight panics at the mention of injuries and tries to dismiss them as ordinary battle wounds. The old man calmly explains that pain in this world does not leave real bruises, so visible marks mean something far more serious. That makes the knight realize Catherine's body bears unmistakable signs of physical abuse. The truth hits him all at once and wipes away his excuses. He immediately runs after Han Ki-moon before he can leave. This time he openly denounces Han Ki-moon as trash in front of everyone. He accuses Han Ki-moon of brazenly kidnapping someone in public and demands to know whether he feels any shame. Han Ki-moon laughs off the accusation and pretends the knight is inventing a misunderstanding. The knight refuses to back down and asks whether powerful men like Han Ki-moon think they are above the law. To force the issue into the open, he suddenly claims Catherine is his girlfriend. He escalates the lie with a scandalous implication, leaving Catherine utterly stunned. The crowd immediately starts weighing whether this could become a massive scandal, though some still hesitate without proof. Han Ki-moon keeps his composure and dismisses the accusation as a case of mistaken identity while trying to leave quickly. The knight counters by asking what relationship Han Ki-moon could possibly have with Catherine if she is not his, and twists the situation into something publicly indecent. The crowd begins murmuring that a young woman walking alone with an older man in revealing clothes looks suspicious and morally ugly. Han Ki-moon decides the argument is beneath him and tries to end the exchange. Before he can walk away, another interruption stops the scene. The old man from the sewer arrives and reveals that he and Catherine are acting together. He grandly introduces himself as Patrick Sungriel, an elite butler of Semyon Group who rushed over after hearing the heir candidate Catherine had awakened. To prove his loyalty, he kneels and offers Catherine his hand. He publicly hails her as the future of Semyon Group, right there in front of the crowd. Catherine is overwhelmed and has no idea how to respond to the chaos suddenly unfolding around her. The crowd now hears that Catherine is Han Ki-moon's daughter, and the revelation spreads instantly even as people question why Han had denied it. The knight realizes that whichever version the public believes, Han Ki-moon is now trapped by the contradiction. He seizes the advantage and urges Han Ki-moon to stop lying and simply admit Catherine is his daughter. He even offers Han Ki-moon a way to contain the damage by publicly admitting he failed as a father and promising to guide her better. But he also threatens that if Han refuses, he will expose the abuse Catherine suffered. Han Ki-moon finally drops the mask and explodes in fury, dismissing the knight as a worthless mongrel whose words should mean nothing. His rage becomes physical as he slams his weapon down and prepares to silence everyone by force. He shouts for the crowd not to be swayed by the knight's accusations. The force of his voice alone crushes the knight and Patrick, showing that Han Ki-moon's power is not just social but overwhelming. Even Patrick is staggered by the blast, and the knight realizes Han Ki-moon can dominate the scene with sheer strength. Catherine, already breaking down, can only think that everyone she met today is now being dragged into danger because of her. She convinces herself the whole situation is just a conspiracy to blackmail her father. Han Ki-moon declares that he himself is Semyon Group and will never bend to anyone. He activates his combat mode and announces that he will execute the three of them on the spot to erase any connection to him. He strikes first with lethal intent, aiming to kill before anyone can react. The attack detonates through the street with terrifying force. The knight barely endures the shockwave and realizes he survived only because something interrupted Han Ki-moon's blow. That interruption turns out to be the Goblin, who charges in at the worst possible moment and nearly exposes the knight's secret. The knight panics because if anyone links him to the Goblin now, everything will collapse. He immediately uses Goblin throwing to hurl the Goblin away from himself and deny any connection. Afterward he pretends he has no idea who that attacker was and acts as if some lunatic just rushed him. The crowd is left baffled that the mighty Night King was defeated in a single blow and sent flying, while the knight privately admits he was the one who threw him. With Han Ki-moon gone from the center of the scene, the knight turns his attention back to Catherine. He grabs her and orders her to pull herself together and move. Catherine lashes out in panic, demanding he let go and questioning what right he has to interfere. She bitterly insists he was never really going to save her anyway and begs to be left to die. He rejects that surrender, telling her that whether he helps her or abandons her is his decision, not hers, and that no shining hero is coming. Then he forces her to look at reality instead of her despair. He admits he does not know every evil her father has committed, but he knows enough. Pointing to Han Ki-moon's ruined state, he tells her father has finally been punished and that she now has a chance too. He warns that the world is full of predators who will tear apart weakness, so if she wants to survive she must stop groveling. He tells her to strike back at her father the way a goblin would, by attacking from behind without hesitation. But the moment turns absurd when he abruptly recalls and claims he has taken a closer look and decided she is not his girlfriend after all. He doubles down on the joke with an awkward retreat, leaving Catherine too stunned to process what just happened. She watches the dust trail where Han Ki-moon was blasted away, still trying to understand the chaos. Patrick steps in and gently tells Catherine that if she has anything to say, now is the time. She accepts his offered hand. With Patrick beside her, Catherine walks forward through the crowd under countless eyes. She closes her eyes and steadies herself. Then she opens them with resolve. At last, she begins to speak. Her testimony becomes a worldwide headline exposing Han Ki-moon as a beloved public gentleman and a violent abuser at home. Catherine immediately reveals both her identity as Han Ki-moon's daughter and the domestic violence she endured since childhood. Some doubt her at first, but once she posts proof on social media, public suspicion turns into certainty and spreads everywhere. The scandal destroys Semyeon Group's reputation and sends its stock price crashing. Han Ki-moon disappears from public life behind claims of sudden illness, reduced from untouchable titan to disgraced invalid. Watching the aftermath, the knight tries to tell himself this should count as a happy ending. Instead, he spirals into fear that Han Ki-moon might retaliate by having him killed in his sleep. Patrick meets him in a restaurant and calmly asks him to stop shouting in public. He explains that footage of the knight's clash with Han Ki-moon has already spread online, making any attack on the knight politically dangerous. The knight first assumes he would be the obvious suspect if something happened, then realizes the public would blame Han Ki-moon instead. That realization only makes him regret provoking a megacorporation without even getting paid for it. Patrick tells him the outcome was worth far more than quick money, though the knight refuses to trust him. Changing the subject, the knight asks where Patrick got the butler outfit he used during the confrontation. Patrick answers with perfect calm that he simply stole it. The knight can only conclude that Patrick is every bit as hopelessly crooked as he seemed. Their talk is interrupted when a call comes in from another Semyeon insider. The caller objects to Patrick being insulted as a lackey and reveals himself as another former servant of the group. He says he only wanted to thank the knight for helping Catherine regain consciousness. He also confesses that despite serving Catherine for years, he never realized how badly she had been suffering. The knight immediately asks whether gratitude comes with any material reward and complains about being left empty-handed. The caller explains he has already left Semyeon Group in disgust, but worries Catherine is still unsafe and asks what will protect her now. Patrick answers that everyone shares that concern, especially because Catherine publicly shamed her father and could still be targeted. So he brought Catherine to a secure place and started her streaming career, turning public attention itself into a shield. The knight is horrified to learn Patrick spent his last money building Catherine a studio instead of paying him. Patrick explains that constant visibility is the safest protection. As long as Catherine is always seen, harming her becomes difficult, and any sudden silence will signal danger. He notes that Catherine is trying her best on stream, while the knight is baffled that she had not discovered this talent sooner. The caller vows to help Catherine live the life she was denied from now on. He sincerely thanks Kim Cholsa for making that possible. Embarrassed by the gratitude, the knight blurts out that if they are really thankful, they should just send him money. The caller says a gift has already been sent to his mailbox, though it is not cash, and ends the call before the knight can protest. As the stream continues, Catherine's viewers shower her with support and gifts while the knight fumes at being replaced by online donors. When Catherine asks what dance the viewers want next, the caller suddenly realizes what kind of content Patrick has pushed her into. Watching her awkwardly learn a suggestive dance, he concludes that Catherine was never meant to inherit a corporation at all. Instead, she seems destined to become a wildly successful streamer. Still grumbling about the missing cash, the knight heads to the mailbox to collect his promised reward. The mail keeper cheerfully tells him she has been safeguarding his delivery. She goes to retrieve it while he fantasizes that it might be something priceless. What she brings back is a cursed item, and her own unstable behavior makes it clear the curse is no joke. The item turns out to be a rare summoner weapon called the Bloodworm Whip. Its description reveals a dangerous curse that inflicts random status effects and can drive summoned minions into a rampage. As he curses Catherine for one last betrayal, a new quest appears and orders him to wipe out a goblin village. He immediately confronts the quest giver in disbelief. The man brushes him off, summons a goblin with rally, and repeats that the job is simply to destroy a goblin village. He frames the mission as a routine extermination of troublesome monsters and insists it should be easy. The knight bitterly accepts that fighting goblins is unavoidable in a game, and turns to his own goblin for support. When the goblin snorts at him instead, he takes it as a personal insult. Elsewhere, even the world itself seems to be slipping into absurdity, with a merchant now pulling his wagon by a giant bird and wondering where his horse went. Deciding he needs answers before anything else, the knight grabs his goblin and announces that they need to talk. The goblin only cackles back, leaving their uneasy partnership as chaotic as ever. The armored player angrily scolds his goblin summoned for causing trouble, and insists he only threw it to hide that they were allies. As the goblin keeps shrieking and cursing, he vents that it never listens and always drags him into chaos. A white-haired woman mocks him from behind, warning that one-sided relationships are fragile and exposing how little control he really has. He brushes off the jab, but his irritation only hardens. Fed up, he lunges to kill the goblin himself before it can make things worse. His attack stalls when he suddenly senses something is wrong. A wild goblin bursts into the wagon, and his shock turns to panic as the situation spirals beyond his control. The summoned goblin grabs a club and urgently orders him to kill the intruder. Outside, the carriage driver hears the crash from the back of the wagon. Inside, more goblins force their way in, and the player realizes the threat is still alive and multiplying. The goblins swarm him before he can recover, turning him from attacker into prey. One of them slams into him and disrupts his defense. Another clamps onto his head, and he desperately begs his summon to help. He struggles to tear the goblin off while it keeps mauling him. The summoned goblin rushes in with a full power swing, more dangerous to him than to the enemy. He panics and yells at his own summon not to hit him with the full force of the blow. Before the chaos can get worse, a gunshot cuts through the wagon. The carriage driver reveals himself as an armed NPC and demands to know what is happening. The player quickly lies that a monster boarded the carriage, trying to frame the attack as a simple emergency. The driver recognizes the attackers as goblins from the nearby village and prepares to shoot one cleanly. The player urgently directs him to target the goblin in front, and the driver agrees. The shot hits the player instead, and his outrage makes it clear the rescue has gone disastrously wrong. The blast still knocks the goblins away and briefly clears the wagon. Bleeding and furious, he curses the goblins for focusing on him and begs for help. Pinned down between goblins, he suddenly notices something strange in their behavior. One goblin begs for mercy and explains it attacked only because it thought one of its own had been captured. The player is stunned by the revelation that this goblin can speak. The carriage keeps racing onward while he tries to process what he just heard. He bitterly realizes that as a goblin summoner, communicating with goblins may make him little different from them in the game's eyes. The goblin pleads that it only wanted to save its kin, while he snaps back that it still tried to bite his head off and decides this misunderstanding now gives him an excuse to retaliate. He threatens to march into the goblin village and wipe them all out himself. The driver announces they have arrived, interrupting the threat. They reach the entrance to the path leading into the goblin village. The player steps down, ready to continue on foot. The driver explains he will go no farther, leaving the rest of the route to the player. The carriage departs, abandoning him at the edge of goblin territory. He reasons that a monster village must be full of traps and decides keeping a goblin alive as a guide was the right call. The goblin offers its own life if necessary but begs him to spare the innocent villagers, arguing that saving one's own kind is natural for humans too. Instead of relenting, he yanks the goblin up by the ear and reasserts control. His answer is cold and absolute. He would not save a fellow human without hesitation the way the goblin assumes. The goblin insists goblins are not human-hating monsters and accuses humans of being the real aggressors. That accusation forces him into an uncomfortable realization that he has been killing goblins simply because the quest told him to. He admits to himself that he never saw them do evil, only assumed they deserved death because they were goblins, then tries to dismiss the thought as meaningless. His rationalization breaks when he hears a goblin call out to its darling and recognizes a family bond. The captive goblin shouts for Tina and Mason to run and forget about saving it. He immediately turns that cry into a test, ordering the captive to throw a pebble toward the hidden voices. The goblin obeys nervously, still trusting him enough to follow the command. It throws the stone into the darkness. The pebble draws out two smaller goblins from hiding. A goblin woman and child reveal themselves, answering the call. The player reaches toward them before they can flee. The father's expression hardens as he realizes his family has been exposed. Bound and helpless, he runs toward them anyway in a desperate attempt to protect them. He throws himself in front of the mother and child, shielding them with his own body. An explosion erupts behind them, and the father is blasted down while his family survives. The player, shaken, admits he is tired of treating goblins as simple monsters. He compares the father's sacrifice to the worst of humanity, and concludes that a being who protects family like that cannot be called evil. As the goblin family cries over the fallen father, he bitterly realizes these goblins are morally better than he is. The surviving goblin welcomes him into the goblin village itself. The villagers react with wary confusion at the sight of a human among them. He worries that human hostility has made the village distrustful again. That fear proves misplaced when the goblins crowd around him with curiosity and insults, treating him more like an oddity than an enemy. One goblin laughs that no one would mistake his face for a human's, and he silently regrets not killing it earlier. He asks to leave before he loses control, then admits his real fear is that he might end up killing them all. The goblin refuses to let him go without hospitality, insisting it must offer a meal to save face after hurting a guest. The village opens its homes and welcomes him inside. Their idea of hospitality is goblin poisoned soup, and he is horrified by the name alone. While the goblin family fusses over their children, he forces himself to sit at the table, and wonders how he ended up sharing a meal with monsters. The soup splashes into his face, dealing damage and proving the poison is very real. The hit hurts enough to remind him this hospitality can still kill him. A goblin laughs uncontrollably at his misery, and he snaps at it to stop. The goblins keep laughing and ask how a human and a goblin ever ended up traveling together. He denies any friendship and reduces his summon to nothing more than a subordinate creature. The goblin does not understand the term but dreams aloud that traveling with an adventurer would make it the greatest goblin in history. His thoughts turn dark again as he compares his own empty life to the goblin's family, and concludes they are all trapped here forever. While he sinks into contempt for goblins as low-level trash, the goblin wife cheerfully tries to lift his mood and goes to fetch snacks. The husband notices his gloom, and he awkwardly admits the goblin at least has a kind wife. He corrects the assumption that he is a goblin and confesses that as a human he has no wife, no friends, and no one at all. He goes further, calling himself a coward who distrusts his own kind and saying the goblin is better than he is. Trying to connect, he tells the goblin they are the same and offers a thumbs up of solidarity. The goblin is moved by the kindness and thanks him sincerely. That moment of warmth is interrupted when a system notice reveals his absurdly low intelligence and high agility, explaining why he keeps surviving by evasion rather than judgment. He notices another detail and turns his attention back to the goblin family. The goblin wife's level display confirms she is stronger than the others. The husband realizes what he is looking at and grows tense. When a cockroach appears, he panics in disgust, and the goblin mistakes that reaction for gratitude toward its efforts. The goblins try to kill the bug for him, but their attack misses catastrophically. One goblin is left flattened on the floor by the failed attempt. Another charges in recklessly to finish the insect. He slaps at the cockroach and accidentally smashes the charging goblin instead. The bug survives, but he is startled because for the first time he actually felt the impact in this game. Realizing something urgent may be happening outside, he decides he has to leave at once. The goblin wife hesitates, unsure whether to stop him or let him go. The husband pushes her to act, but she still cannot decide. In the end, the couple simply wishes him safety, and he leaves half moved, half overwhelmed by the thought that goblins might truly be good. He starts to depart, trying to keep his composure. A new voice greets him before he can get away. An orange-haired player named James appears, pleased to have found another goblin to kill. The armored player instantly recognizes the danger in front of him. He remembers the dead goblin cook and realizes James has already been slaughtering villagers. James is surprised to hear a goblin speak and quickly identifies the armored figure as another player. Seeing goblins clinging to him, James assumes he is just another farmer grinding the village for loot. James casually offers help, still treating the massacre like routine gameplay. Instead, the armored player declares the goblins his friends and activates PK mode against James. He orders the goblins to run while he stands between them and the other player. The goblins are confused that he is sending them away, but they obey. One goblin rushes James anyway, trying to protect the others. James kicks it aside without effort. Even while down, the goblin curses humans and calls James out. The armored player berates the goblin for attacking the wrong target and suspects it did it deliberately. James interrupts, baffled by what he is seeing. He cannot understand why another player would call goblins friends and start a PK over them. The armored player answers that James hurt his friends first, giving him every reason to hold a grudge. He drives a punch into James, finally turning his anger into direct violence. James is left reeling, shocked that this is happening at all. An explosion tears through the village, showing the fight is escalating beyond a simple duel. Elsewhere in the village, two other players note that Minchell has stopped holding back and that he is not the only one tired of this quest. The female fighter complains that the goblins are too weak and the quest is boring because they die in one hit. Her boredom ends when a blast erupts beneath her and throws her off balance. James orders her to deal with the troublesome player who attacked him for defending goblins. She is incredulous that someone would treat goblins as friends, but James insists the armored player started the PK. James claims he did not even finish him off and says the other player fell on his own while fleeing, then leaves her to clean out the remaining goblins. From below, the armored player hears that dismissal and realizes James sees him as no better than the monsters. The woman concludes that if he sides with goblins, killing him may be necessary to finish the quest. James advances deeper into the village, impatient to finish the extermination. Before he can strike, the goblin wife ambushes him from behind with a club. The other goblins cheer her on, hailing her as their strongest boss goblin. Even as one goblin dies at James's feet, the armored player reflects that this may be a game, but the cruelty on display feels unforgivable. He condemns James for laughing while watching his own kind die and for treating goblin deaths as entertainment. He throws James's own prejudice back at him, exposing how humans reduce goblins to selfish vermin no matter what they do. James answers with extermination logic, insisting goblins exist only to be wiped out by quests. The goblin wife rejects that fate and calmly orders him to die instead. Another explosion rocks the village as the battle intensifies. The nearby players are rattled by the blast and realize Minchell is no longer playing around. Minchell laughs wildly, mocking them for ever thinking this would be an easy goblin quest. The female fighter, now alarmed, tells the others to try fighting the goblin directly. The warrior blusters that he is not afraid and accepts the challenge. The goblin wife leaps onto him and forces him to face the strongest goblin in the village. The female fighter counters with a devastating kick that crashes down like a shockwave. The goblin wife catches the blow with her teeth while still gripping her club, proving she is far stronger than they expected. The warrior charges in to support her, turning the skirmish into a coordinated defense of the village. He unleashes Explode Smash, blasting the ground apart to drive the enemy back. The female fighter lands and steadies herself, stunned that the goblin survived her attack. She openly admits the goblin blocked her kick with its teeth, something she never thought possible. The warrior taunts her for being scared after complaining there were no strong goblins here. The goblin wife stands her ground with complete confidence, and the fighter insists she is only surprised, not afraid. Watching them underestimate her, Minchell laughs because they still think victory is guaranteed. He sits beside James's unconscious body and mocks him for losing to a goblin while telling him to wake up and explain himself. As the female fighter fumes that losing to a goblin would be humiliating, Minchell explodes at the idea that goblins are supposed to lose by default. He declares that humans betray one another while goblins do not, condemns players for slaughtering goblins over quests, and furiously denies ever taking pride in that kind of cruelty. The red-haired fighter cuts off any argument and orders the group to stop talking and focus on killing the goblin. As he powers up for the attack, the black-haired knight realizes the goblin has stopped obeying him and blames their rough treatment for ruining his control. Panicking, he desperately tries to command the goblin to kill their enemies anyway. The goblin only turns with a sly, uncooperative look, making it clear the old authority is gone. When the knight screams in frustration, the goblin responds with mocking confusion instead of obedience. The knight finally understands that force no longer works and wonders if begging might restore the bond. He abruptly throws himself forward between the others and the goblin. Then he drops to the ground in a full bow, abandoning all pride to save himself. He begs the goblin lord for mercy, promising he will die unless the goblin helps him now. The goblin clearly enjoys seeing the human reduced to this. Humiliated but cornered, the knight decides dignity is worthless if losing the goblin means losing all power. The goblin toys with him a little longer, and the knight nearly breaks under the shame. He apologizes for ordering the goblin around and even promises future food and deference if the goblin saves him. The others stare in disbelief at the man who claimed goblins were his friends now groveling before one, while the red-haired fighter warns him to move before he gets hit too. A sudden strike flashes past, startling the woman as the situation shifts again. She freezes, trying to understand what just happened. The kneeling knight interprets the change as proof that his prayers have been answered. A system message confirms the goblin lord is pleased by his shamelessness and rewards him with a goblin point. Emboldened, he adopts a prophet's tone and declares himself a chosen servant of the goblins. The woman calls him out in fear and disgust, but he treats her outrage like a joke. Elsewhere in the cave, the red-haired fighter sits collapsed against broken stone, apparently finished after a single blow. Seeing that, the woman is horrified that a goblin could kill Jiang Min in one hit. The sight of his battered body confirms the disaster is real. The remaining fighter loses hope, deciding the quest is unfair and unwinnable. She turns to flee, planning to regroup only after everyone revives back in town. But the knight stops her with a taunt, reminding her she came here to kill them and will not be allowed to leave so easily. A goblin grabs her leg and drags her down before she can escape. She crashes face first to the ground, completely at their mercy. The knight raises his arms and begins preaching to the goblins as if leading a revolution. He promises them a world without goblin-slaying quests or cramped caves, while the fallen woman lies surrounded. The goblins answer his madness with religious fervor, hailing the arrival of their messiah. He escalates further, claiming he hears a divine truth that humans are the real traitors. Under that frenzy, he gives the order to kill every human. He adds one exception by ordering the goblins to take the captured woman back to town instead of killing her. With her as a living trophy, he declares the beginning of a goblin rebellion. The story shifts to the city of Phoenix El Basar. On the city wall, bored guards joke about goblins because they see them as harmless trash mobs. One guard notices something strange in the distance and stops laughing. A massive disturbance rises outside the city, forcing the guards to pay attention. Moments later, the first wave of goblins comes rushing in. The guards realize too late that this is no joke. An enormous goblin horde screams toward the city in full assault. At its center, the knight addresses the swarm like an army commander. He raves that together they will overthrow the human city itself. The narrative jumps back 3 hours to explain how the invasion began. The knight had first given the simple order to kill all humans. He then decided the goblins should march on the town with him. From there, he framed the whole plan as the start of a rebellion. The goblins eagerly echoed his call for total slaughter. Before they rushed off, he specifically ordered them not to kill the captured woman. He explains that death would only send a player back to town, and he wants a murderer of goblins to suffer more than a quick revival. He reveals her party is already dead and their real bodies have fainted, leaving them unable to even trigger revival right now. He uses that threat to terrify her into obedience by warning she could share their pain. Once she is broken, he starts looking at her with predatory interest. He bluntly declares that he wants to use her body, leaving her stunned and sickened. Then, laughing wildly, he rides her toward town while urging the goblins to kill every human they see. He reminds her that all her money and weapons are in his possession, so even logging out will not free her from the loss. She gives in out of fear and begs only to get her belongings back afterward, while he coldly decides to keep her as a pet in the coming age of goblins. Back in town, a man bursts in with the alarm that goblins are invading and calls for the adventurers to gather. The warning spreads through the Adventurers Guild. Many adventurers dismiss the report at first because goblins are supposed to be worthless fodder. The messenger insists the threat is real and that huge numbers are already coming. Others still shrug it off and assume the city guards can handle such weak monsters. Some even think it might be a fun event, though one woman warns that getting involved could interfere with their next dungeon plans. A blonde guild master argues that basic self-defense should be enough, but he is cut off before he can finish. The answer comes as the guild windows begin to shake. A goblin smashes through the glass and launches straight into the hall. The blonde gunslinger instantly shoots it out of the air before it can land a hit. He casually notes that goblins really are here, while someone privately wonders how he reacted so fast. Even the arrogant Flame Knight admits he had thought the whole warning was a joke. Then more goblins burst in through the shattered windows, proving the guild is under real attack. The Flame Knight answers by unleashing a fiery counterattack into the swarm. His flames carve through the room in a huge sweeping blast. After burning the first wave apart, he boasts that even a special event like this is still too easy for him. The Vice Master quietly corrects him that the problem is far larger than a mere 100 goblins. Using his X-ray skill, he sees the truth and reports that tens of thousands are advancing. The scale of the horde becomes terrifyingly clear even to the strongest fighters. The Flame Knight is shaken as he realizes the city is facing an actual goblin army. Outside, ordinary adventurers are already being swallowed by the mass of goblins. Seeing the chaos spread through town, the blue-clad guild leaders admit the city is in real danger. The Gunslinger Guild Master refuses to stand aside and asks if anyone expects him to just watch. The Vice Master does exactly that, ordering him to hold back, which he rejects immediately. Another armored woman decides to move as well, remarking that unlike the harmless goblin child from before, these invaders are not cute at all. She summons her companion Michelle and heads out to fight. A strange force begins to gather over the city. Michelle answers the call by descending with a thunderous, oversized entrance. Meanwhile, the knight continues ranting that humans deserve to suffer what they inflicted on goblins. Across the streets, civilians and low-level adventurers run in panic as goblins chase them down. One young magician discovers in shock that the goblins are weak enough to kill, even while she is still terrified of them. After dropping one, she realizes the monsters themselves are not strong individually. Her companions reach the same conclusion, but the sheer number of goblins still makes the situation deadly. Some goblins hesitate when humans start fighting back instead of just fleeing. A group of adventurers responds with coordinated fireballs and arrows. The barrage explodes through the horde and tears open a path. Once they see the goblins low level, the adventurers regain confidence and start mowing them down. Watching humans counterattack enrages the knight, who cannot stand seeing goblins pushed back. He immediately claims the goblins' morale is collapsing and begs the great goblin for a display of power. As he pleads for a miracle, the woman he is carrying has already reached the point of wanting to quit the game entirely. One goblin answers by begging him to lead them, reinforcing his delusion of command. A goblin reaches for a heavy sack, preparing something different from the usual rush. The sack detonates in a huge blast among a human party, and the goblins cackle at how useful it is for stripping people down and humiliating them. The adventurers briefly enjoy the easy slaughter, not yet realizing the goblins are changing tactics. One man looks up in confusion just before the trap fully springs. The explosion and impact strike the party head-on, turning the fight instantly lethal. Another goblin lands nearby, ready to follow up while the humans are stunned. A scorched goblin still grins through the flames, showing how fanatical the attackers have become. The trapped party is butchered in an instant, their bodies left mangled across the street. The knight crows that this is what humans deserve for underestimating goblins, while even the captive woman starts doubting whether he is dealing with normal monsters anymore. The goblins surge forward again, dragging more sacks and pressing the attack. One dying human can only make broken sounds as the goblins close in around his corpse. The goblins keep pounding the body long after death, reveling in the cruelty. The knight finally reins them in, telling them to stop wasting time on the dead and attack other humans instead. The goblins obey and rush off toward fresh targets. Even he is unsettled by how viciously they overdo everything. Then he notices goblins dragging the red-haired woman away and demands to know where they are taking her. The captive woman suddenly throws him off and creates an opening. He lunges after the goblin hauling the woman and tries to force it to let go. The goblin only bares its teeth and screams back at him. He answers with a brutal punch to the face. Afterward he stares at his own hand, shocked that he just struck one of the goblins he claims to protect. Seeing the woman still being torn at by the others, he realizes how completely unhinged the goblins have become. At that moment, a new figure steps into the battlefield. A swordsman in yellow dashes forward at blinding speed. He places himself between the goblins and the helpless woman in a single motion. With one sweeping slash, he cuts down the entire ring of goblins around her. The knight recognizes him in disbelief. The newcomer is Shin, who immediately questions why goblins would come all the way to a city like this. He presses the knight for answers, but the knight can only deny knowing anything. Shin is annoyed by the evasiveness and keeps his guard up. Watching the wider battle, he notes that the adventurers are holding for now but are badly outnumbered. He sees that even weak goblins will eventually wear the humans down through constant small injuries. Shin concludes the battle must end quickly before attrition turns the tide. He decides to finish the whole fight in one stroke, but the knight urgently tries to stop him. The knight desperately suggests the goblins may already be retreating on their own, hoping to prevent a massacre. Shin answers by recalling how goblin slaying quests exist because goblins are treated as evil monsters, yet he insists he does not seek their extinction. The knight snaps back that goblins only seem evil because humans never bother to talk to them. Shin dismisses that idea, saying conversation with goblins is pointless because greed is all they understand. The knight explodes in anger and insists goblins have families, raise children, and live more humanly than humans do. Shin flatly rejects that claim as a deception. He explains his view that goblins are abyss-born monsters with no true families, and that every display of normal life is just bait for adventurers. Even so, he says he does not want their species wiped out and believes they still have a right to exist. His real position is that goblins become a danger when their numbers grow too large and must be controlled for the sake of the world. He frames that control is necessary to preserve balance rather than as hatred. The knight refuses to accept that logic and demands Shin think about the goblins he has killed, arguing that sharing a meal with them would change his mind. Shin instantly answers that such a meal would be poisoned, cutting through the sentiment. That reply triggers the knight's memory of the goblin soup he was once offered, and he realizes the food itself had been poison. He remembers the goblins even using a cockroach to manipulate his sympathy, making him question every supposedly heartfelt moment. The memory of another hidden trap confirms that the deception went far beyond one meal. Shaken, he clings to the idea that this is only a game and that monsters merely spawn, so their family life must have been fake. But as he remembers the goblins huddling together in the cave, he is left with the bitter realization that they may have tricked him after all. As the armored man abruptly bolts from the conversation, the robed figure realizes he is heading somewhere urgent and demands to know why. The woman in orange senses she has stumbled into something far bigger than she understands and wonders if this chaos is her chance to escape. Instead of leaving her behind, the armored man suddenly grabs her and decides to change his plan on the spot. He activates his goblin summoner skill, Rally, through the droop-eared goblin he is carrying. Using the goblin as a mouthpiece, he loudly addresses every goblin on the battlefield. The woman becomes an unwilling prop as he hoists the goblin high to make sure all the monsters can hear. He declares that the goblin's messiah has spoken, trying to force authority over the entire horde. He orders all goblins to stop fighting, hoping to end the slaughter before it gets worse. But the goblins ignore the command completely and keep brutally attacking the fallen. Seeing his order fail, he can only repeat the plea in disbelief. The goblin's frenzy makes it clear something is deeply wrong, and he realizes his control over them has broken down. He understands that unlike before, these goblins are no longer responding to his summoner authority. He desperately repeats the command through the goblin, but nearby humans only see him brandishing a monster and start suspecting him. Caught at the worst possible moment, he scrambles for an excuse before anyone can accuse him outright. To sell the lie, he slams the goblin into the ground in a flashy wrestling move as if he had planned to attack it all along. A nearby swordsman praises the move and admits he almost thought the armored man was behind the incident, which means the act barely works. The droop-eared goblin quickly sends the suspicious swordsman away to keep killing goblins elsewhere, and the armored man is relieved to avoid immediate exposure. Once the danger passes, the goblin tries to get his attention again. The goblin's sudden enthusiasm makes the armored man realize this situation is about to get even worse for him personally. He hurriedly tries to deny responsibility for the suplex, insisting it was an accident rather than punishment. The goblin silently picks up a rock, making its grievance unmistakable. The goblin charges him with the rock, and the armored man gives up on talking his way out. The woman watches in confusion as the armored man reaches for her instead of retreating. He uses a temporary rally through her body to scream through the goblin and knock the attacker away for a moment. Believing the goblin has sacrificed itself for him, he solemnly thanks it as Goblin number 2. The goblin survives and furiously protests that a mere minion dared to throw a rock at its master. The armored man decides the goblin now needs to be disciplined. The goblin hears that judgment and braces for retaliation. From above, the blue-haired elf notices the thrown rock and begins piecing together what is happening below. She focuses on the detail, realizing the rock matters. A closer look sharpens her suspicion into recognition. She identifies the droop-eared goblin as the same childlike form she saw before and wonders what the armored man is trying to do with it now. When she notices the red whip in his hand, she immediately understands the real danger. She realizes he is about to use a cursed bloodworm whip without removing its curse, which will inflict a random status on him and drive his minion into a crazed state. The armored man finally understands why Catherine gave him the item and decides to use it as a weapon against the goblin anyway. He lashes out with the cursed whip while the elf rushes in on her giant white beast, trying to stop him before he makes things worse. Elsewhere, a massive explosion tears through a cluster of goblins. The red-armored guildmaster revels in the carnage, enjoying how easy it is to kill the monsters when they are packed together. A bespectacled subordinate warns him that this is no time for fun, that his healing is nearly exhausted, and that many adventurers and guild members have already died. The guildmaster coldly dismisses the dead as worthless and even says anyone killed by goblins deserves expulsion from the guild. Nearby, a blonde gunman keeps firing through the flames with ruthless precision. The goblins become little more than silhouettes in the slaughter. The blonde marksman calmly notes that he has just scored his 100th headshot. He boasts that he has practiced enough with pistols, but his red-haired companion refuses to let him exaggerate. She points out that he fired 100 shots but only killed 99 monsters, proving he missed once. He insists she is not doubting his skill, yet hints that the missing count may still matter. A surviving goblin lunges at the red-haired woman from behind before she can finish responding. The goblin is instantly skewered through the head before it can strike her. The blonde man theatrically reveals that his supposedly missed bullet had been fired into the sky to create a delayed kill and a fountain of blood for Charlotte. Elsewhere, other fighters are still cutting down goblins one by one, and the guild master mocks their inefficient approach. He prepares to demonstrate what he considers proper farming. Power surges around him as he gathers a far more destructive attack. The goblins sense the danger and panic as the heat and pressure build. Amid the burning battlefield, something barefoot and strange steps forward among the goblins. The bespectacled subordinate notices that there is something abnormal hidden within the horde. The ordinary goblins part around a new figure emerging from the smoke. A taller, leaner, more monstrous goblin reveals itself, clearly different from the rest. The subordinate urgently warns the guild master that something is wrong with this new enemy. The guild master answers by driving his power into the ground to launch his finishing move. He rises amid spiraling fire and unleashes his Flame Knight skill. With Meteor Blaster, he calls down a devastating pillar of fire meant to incinerate everything below. The attack erupts skyward over the city like a blazing beacon. Then the meteor-like blast crashes down in a catastrophic explosion. The battlefield becomes a sea of fire and smoke, with the guild master standing at its center. Confident in his power, he declares that whatever this creature is, he will burn it to ash. But from inside the inferno, the strange goblin calmly walks forward instead of dying. The guild master's confidence falters the moment he sees it survive. The creature, now burning red with rage, mocks him for his effort. The elf rushes toward the armored summoner, trying to reach him before the consequences of his mistake fully unfold. The armored man braces with the cursed whip still in hand, already caught in the disaster he triggered. The elf closes in while the crazed goblin remains directly in front of him. The whip's curse fully takes hold, wrapping the goblin in red energy and driving it into a berserk transformation. A violent crimson eruption bursts from the goblin, announcing the birth of something far more dangerous. The elf realizes she arrived too late, and condemns the armored man for causing this. She urgently orders him to unsummon his minion at once before anyone else dies. Instead, the curse gives him the random status effect unconscious, leaving him unable to respond at all. With its master helpless, the crazed goblin releases another surge of red power. The transformed creature begins to relish the chaos with a sinister laugh. The elf explains that crazed minions gain a massive boost in stats, though she still believes this one is within her ability to handle. That confidence vanishes when the creature reaches her almost instantly, proving far faster than expected. She realizes this is no ordinary weak summon, but a genuinely dangerous combatant. The armored summoner's limp body skids uselessly across the ground while the fight moves beyond his control. The elf regains her footing and understands that raw stats are only part of the threat. She recognizes the deeper danger of the crazed state. A crazed minion no longer recognizes its own master, which means the unconscious summoner is now just another target. Her giant white beast intercepts the armored man before the goblin can kill him. The beast hurls him away from immediate danger to save his life. At the same time, the elf summons a blue bird to assist in the rescue. The crazed goblin leaps after them, determined not to let its prey escape. Believing the path is clear, the elf orders Michelle to strike lightly and snap the goblin back to its senses. The white beast charges in to obey, but the goblin counters with absurd force, slashing and striking hard enough to wound the beast despite its size. The elf can only stare in shock as her plan fails immediately. The goblin lands and resets itself for another attack, still fully in control of its frenzy. It even taunts Michelle by name, showing disturbing awareness rather than mindless rage. The beast is knocked back, and the elf is forced to retreat with it. Realizing she needs heavier support, the elf summons Gigas, an earth elemental. A massive stone giant rises to block the goblin's advance. The goblin answers with a growl and charges the new threat head-on. It throws a punch first, testing the giant's defense. The blow crashes into stone, but the goblin keeps pressing without hesitation. Gigas absorbs the first impact with its massive body. The giant shifts and braces as the exchange escalates. Then the blue bird dives through the debris and strikes the goblin from above, confirming the damage numbers the elf suspected were real. Knowing the goblin will keep endangering everyone unless it is unsummoned, the elf sends Romeo away with the unconscious summoner to protect the others. The blue bird carries the armored man off while the goblin notices and looks up. The goblin immediately prepares a ranged counterattack instead of letting them flee. It slams the ground and launches chunks of stone upward like projectiles. Still glowing red, it gathers more debris with frightening control and strength. It arms itself with rocks in both hands, ready to keep attacking at range. The creature unleashes a barrage, turning the battlefield into a storm of flying stone. The blue bird shields the unconscious summoner as it weaves through the attack. The elf begs Romeo to fly at top speed and get him out before the goblin can finish him. Romeo accelerates through the falling debris to obey her order. The bird pushes even faster, threading through the bombardment. The goblin smashes the ground again, intensifying the assault and tearing up more ammunition. It even uses its sack like a crude weapon, hurling a stone-filled strike with savage force. A shockwave bursts outward as the blue bird narrowly escapes another devastating hit. One rock continues chasing them through the air, still charged with the goblin's red power. That projectile finally punches into Romeo with overwhelming damage, forcing the bird to take the hit while carrying both the elf and the unconscious man. The armored summoner is thrown free as the rescue formation breaks apart in midair. Falling beside him, the elf bitterly recalls that she once hoped he would be less disappointing the next time they met. As they drop, he reaches out toward her instinctively. She takes his hand instead of letting him fall alone. The two of them tumble together through the sky over the ruined city. They crash back down into the battlefield in a violent impact. The crazed goblin remains standing amid the wreckage, still ready to fight. Its silhouette hardens into something even more menacing as it advances with its sack in hand. Back in the flames, the guild master notices the disturbance, and turns his attention toward it. The transformed goblin, still burning and unbroken, continues to sneer at him. The guild master answers by preparing another flame knight technique. He unleashes Eternal Flame, a concentrated blast meant to erase the creature completely. The subordinate shouts in alarm when the goblin withstands even Meteor Blaster, and now faces another direct attack without collapsing. He realizes this monster is fundamentally different from the goblins they were mowing down before and decides he finally has to act himself. The guild master rejects the idea of outside help, insisting that relying on others would mean admitting defeat, and ordering the subordinate to stay back as always. Those words strike the subordinate hard, making him realize his inaction was never cowardice alone but obedience to the guildmaster's constant command to stand aside. As the guildmaster drives his flaming weapon down, the subordinate remembers that he was always told to stay back no matter what. The goblin is battered by the descending strike but still refuses to die. A blinding detonation spreads across the ruined ground from the impact. Even after the explosion, the damage display still caps out, implying the attack exceeded any normal limit. The blast tears across the battlefield in a final violent burst. Watching from afar, the other adventurers can barely believe what they are seeing. The blonde marksman and Charlotte confirm that they both witnessed the same impossible result. The subordinate finally understands it clearly. The goblin is taking maximum damage and still remaining active. He recalls the game-like rule that damage far beyond maximum health should force a player to retire because the pain becomes unbearable. Terrified, he screams for the guildmaster, convinced the situation has gone beyond reason. The guildmaster casually grabs him and refuses to let the moment look like a loss. Standing protectively over the trembling subordinate, he tells him to stop crying. The subordinate, stunned by the guildmaster's survival, can only ask how he is still alive. With a confident grin, the guildmaster turns the question back on the supposed genius and asks what all that talk of strategy was really worth. Facing a monster whose every strike deals maximum damage, the group is forced to think less about victory and more about whether survival is even possible. The bespectacled strategist admits the normal answer would be to flee, because a fair fight against something like this does not exist. Even so, he sees one slim opening. They may be able to land a single decisive hit. The Flame Knight immediately seizes on that contradiction and turns it into a plan to kill the creature in one move. He commits to an all-or-nothing strike, betting everything on ending the fight before the monster can answer. His flames tear across the battlefield, but the monster remains in place, showing no sign that the attack mattered. The strategist urgently warns him not to attack recklessly, because their only chance depends on timing and on not provoking the creature first. He lays out the grim reality. The knight's attacks are doing nothing, while every blow from the monster carries lethal force. Worse, the creature is so abnormal that its level cannot even be measured, confirming how far beyond them it is. Still, the strategist identifies one possible answer in the knight's ultimate skill, Eternal Flame, because it ignores defense and lands a direct hit. That hope comes with a brutal limit. They will only get one chance to make it connect before the monster adapts or kills them. Before they can act, the goblin-like monster launches itself forward with terrifying speed. Its scream and charge make clear that hesitation will not buy them any safety. The knight privately agrees that fighting this thing is foolish, but he also knows his own pride will not let him retreat without repaying what he has suffered. The strategist pleads with him to abandon the attempt immediately if even the ultimate attack fails, and begins activating his own support skill. He drops a device onto the battlefield as the foundation of his plan. The first mechanism rises from the ground, signaling the start of a prepared trap. More devices deploy around the area, turning the battlefield into a controlled zone. He expands that zone into Professor's lab, a domain where the battlefield itself obeys his commands. Inside the lab, he activates Stop Operation, a function that can freeze targets in range, though its duration shrinks sharply against stronger enemies. The moment the effect takes hold, he screams for the knight to strike before the monster breaks free. The frozen opening gives the knight the window he wanted, and he closes in to deliver the promised killing blow. At the brink of death, the knight admits the monster nearly killed him and finally acknowledges its strength. But surviving with a sliver of life only triggers his own abilities, leaving him stronger the closer he is to death. He unleashes a massively empowered slash and finally lands real damage on the monster. For the first time, the creature is visibly driven back by an attack. Its body twists under the impact, proving it can be hurt after all. The strategist is horrified when the monster starts moving again almost immediately, far sooner than his stop effect should have worn off. The creature smashes through the domain's restraint as if the time stop barely touched it. To salvage the situation, the strategist uses Realign to reposition players within the lab and yank the knight out of immediate danger. Even that rescue only confirms the truth. The level gap is so overwhelming that continuing this fight should mean certain death. Watching from a distance, other players voice the same fear and condemn anyone reckless enough to risk their life over a game. They point out that the monster shrugged off hundreds of thousands of damage and insist this event was never meant to contain something like it. One after another, frightened players decide to log out rather than stay and be retired by a hopeless fight. Even more experienced observers conclude they cannot defeat the creature and prepare to withdraw as well. A blue-haired elf among them reveals that she would not have let the others challenge the monster anyway, implying she had already decided the fight was beyond them. Her composure breaks for a moment, as she realizes the consequences of what is happening. The blonde gunslinger cheerfully admits that his earlier confidence was a lie, exposing that he manipulated the others into staying. A system notice reveals the trap behind that lie: anyone who logs out cannot return for 10 minutes. As the elf begins to protest, she realizes too late that the deserters have been removed from the field for good. Her attempt to respond is cut off by the speed of events. The knight, however, only gives a dismissive snort, refusing to be shaken by the betrayal. He argues that the monster has already taken heavy damage and cannot understand why anyone would quit now. The strategist counters that their control tools are spent, the stop was one time, and realign is on cooldown, so the fight has become unwinnable again. As he studies the monster, he realizes they still do not understand its attack patterns at all, which makes every second more dangerous. The knight suddenly notices something small and unexpected in the middle of the chaos. The strategist identifies it with disbelief. The monster just threw an ordinary rock. That absurdly simple attack catches everyone off guard precisely because it makes no sense. The blonde gunslinger reacts first and shoots the rock out of the air before it can hit anyone. The knight follows through by cutting apart the remaining fragments, but the speed of the exchange leaves him rattled. He realizes he had no chance to react on his own. The gunslinger casually admits he only fired because the rock looked dangerous, and the knight is stunned that a random shot saved him. The gunslinger downplays any claim to reward and reframes the situation. Once one of their juniors is involved, this is no longer a contest of pride. The knight accepts that shift and agrees not to let ego get in the way if they are going to continue. With that settled, the gunslinger calmly takes the lead. He and the knight charge together, turning the fight from a duel into a coordinated assault. The gunslinger plants his footing to set up his next move. A violent impact launches him skyward, but he uses the momentum instead of losing control. While flipping above the monster, he rains gunfire down on it from overhead. Even upside down, he complains that the situation is unfair, treating the chaos like an inconvenience rather than a crisis. The shots do no damage at all, and the monster only grows more irritated. Its rage spikes again, making clear that provoking it without hurting it only worsens the danger. Behind it, the knight gathers a massive flame attack, preparing to punish that opening. The monster is struck by a devastating back attack, taking another huge burst of damage. The strategist can only stare as the battlefield erupts, unable to understand how this impossible fight keeps changing. He is forced to admit that the odds of survival are terrible, yet the others still refuse to back down. The knight, exhilarated by the struggle, cannot understand why everyone else is so afraid of dying. The gunslinger answers by aiming straight into the danger and mocking that fear, as if death itself is just another bluff to call. His next shot triggers another explosion around the monster. The creature answers with a furious roar, still far from beaten. Elsewhere, another player screams in panic as the wider disaster continues around them. That player, Kim Chosu, comes to in the rubble with a pounding head and no idea what just happened. As his vision clears, he begins piecing together the scene around him. What he first notices is the strange, soft body of a goblin child under his hands. Instead of reacting with concern, he blurts out how satisfying it feels to squish the creature, revealing how detached he is from what he is touching. The elf beside him dryly notes his complaints about the fall and addresses him by name, confirming she knows exactly who he is. When he recognizes her as the woman connected to the king cat, she immediately orders him to stop squeezing the goblin children. She then demands to know where the goblin child who had been with him is and tells him to unsummon it at once. Kim Chosu can only ask why, still not grasping the urgency. The elf explains that he struck the child with the cursed blood worm whip without removing the curse first. Because he blacked out, he does not remember, but his goblin is now rampaging through the town and destroying everything it sees. She presses him to think about the agony the child must be in while being forced to hurt others against its will. For the child's sake and for everyone else's, she begs him again to unsummon it. Her plea collapses when Kim Chosu admits he has no idea how to do that. He insists there has never been any command or button to dismiss the goblin, so he cannot simply call it back. The elf is baffled that a summoner could bring forth a minion but not know how to send it away, while he swears he is not pretending. As she starts to accuse him further, she stops herself and realizes even her words might wound the child more. Kim Chosu rejects that concern and turns his anger on her, blaming her for telling him to name the goblin and for meddling in his affairs. He argues that people who hurt him deserve to be hurt back, even if the goblin is lashing out without meaning to. His bitterness spills over into a cruel worldview in which everyone around him is either an enemy or a future enemy. He even convinces himself that the goblin is beyond harm, as if that excuses everything happening now. But the sight of the destruction around him begins to crack that certainty. When he sees the goblin taking real damage, he can barely process it. The enraged goblin keeps hurtling through the ruined town, still attacking wildly. It ricochets off walls and rubble in a frenzy that shows how little control remains. The ruined church and shattered streets make clear how much of the town has already been lost to its rampage. The goblin is blasted again, driven back by another violent impact. The knight prepares eternal flame for the finishing blow, deciding he will end the monster himself if no one else can. At the last moment, however, he runs out of mana and loses the ability to cast. That sudden failure leaves him stunned and exposed. The goblin instantly rushes him, sensing the opening. The knight lets go of his sword rather than cling to a useless weapon. The goblin reaches his face and is about to strike him directly. Before the hit lands, the strategist uses realign again to pull the knight out of danger at the last possible instant. The strategist screams in frustration, furious that the knight nearly threw his life away. He reminds the knight of his own promise to win and demands to know why he gave up his weapon instead of fighting on. Then he physically grabs the knight and orders him to keep fighting until every problem is resolved, not just until his pride is satisfied. He insists the knight should have won as he always does, revealing how desperately he still believes in him. And if victory is impossible, he says, then the knight must at least survive. His words expose a fear he has been carrying all along. The knight often looks like someone running straight toward death. Breaking down, he begs them to run away instead and asks who would really risk their life over a game. The knight pauses, struck by the raw sincerity behind that panic. Rather than answer directly, he shuts the strategist up and tells him that screaming like that only makes it sound as if they have already lost. He then calls out to the gunslinger and tells him they are leaving, making clear he is finally choosing retreat over pride. The gunslinger refuses to leave yet, deciding to finish what remains because the situation has become more troublesome than amusing. The knight is confused when the gunslinger refers to multiple problems instead of just the goblin. A massive disturbance erupts elsewhere, drawing attention to a new threat or a worsening disaster beyond their immediate fight. Kim Cholsa comes charging out of the chaos in full panic, chased by a swarm of goblins and screaming in terror. Seeing the goblin take damage on that scale, he realizes for the first time that his summon can actually be hurt and may even die. That realization terrifies him not because of the town, but because he believes losing the goblin would destroy his own life again. He decides he has to call the goblin back somehow, and reaches for the only support skill he can think of, rally. The elf stops him, warning that calling the goblin to his side right now would only make it attack him too. Instead, she proposes another solution: remove the goblin's enraged state first, because unsummoning is not the only way to save it. She explains that the recent explosion came from the Hellfire Guild Master, the one person in town capable of dealing the kind of damage needed. If the goblin's HP can be reduced to 0, it should dismiss itself automatically and lose the rage effect at the same time. Kim Cholsa recoils at the idea of letting the Hellfire Guild strike his goblin down, but the elf assures him minions do not truly die. Normally, she says, they simply fall asleep and wake later, because they do not even understand death as a concept. Still, she admits his goblin is abnormal enough that the usual rules may not apply cleanly. That uncertainty enrages him, because to him this is not a technical risk but a gamble with his entire life. He confesses that the goblin has become his lifeline, and that a world without it feels so unbearable he would rather die himself. The elf is shaken by the depth of that confession. A memory surfaces of a gentler time, when she held a small creature with obvious affection. That memory makes her wonder how Kim Cholsa can love his companion with such desperate intensity. She realizes his attachment is so overwhelming that he would break himself before letting the goblin go. Thinking of a creature she once lost, she bitterly reflects that things might have ended differently if it had been loved like this. Moved by that realization, she reaches out and takes his hand. She apologizes to Kim Cholsa, no longer speaking to him as a nuisance but as someone whose pain she finally understands. Then she promises that his beloved companion will not be allowed to die and asks him to work with her. He still snaps at her to stop obstructing him unless she can actually bring the goblin back, because he believes there is no time left. At last she reveals the answer she found after analyzing his unique goblin. Because it only has one life, there is a different way to reach it. She compares an enraged monster to a pet that has been left alone in the wild until pain turned into aggression. And for such a creature, the simplest way to reach its wounded heart is not force, but food. Kim Cholsa is baffled that something as simple as feeding it could matter now. She insists it will work if he approaches with genuine feeling, while he privately remains confused and full of violent frustration. Then he remembers that he once lured the goblin away using goblin feeding, and that the creature chased after it obsessively. That memory leads to a horrifying realization: he has not fed the goblin even once since then. He immediately activates goblin feeding, producing food as bait and as a possible lifeline. Clinging to that idea, he convinces himself this may be the only way to bring the goblin back to its senses. Without waiting for permission, he sprints toward the rampaging goblin with the food in hand. The elf chases after him in alarm, shouting that if he has food, he should call the goblin back to them instead of running straight into danger. An elf woman races through the ruined town as goblins surge in every direction. She suddenly realizes something is wrong and looks back in alarm. It hits her that the goblins may have changed targets and are now chasing Kim Cholsa instead. Kim Cholsa runs for his life in heavy armor with goblins right behind him. As he panics, he notices something unexpected in his hand. The goblin fixates on the object with immediate hunger. Kim realizes the strange item may be the reason the monsters are on him. The system identifies it as a goblin special sausage, a once-a-day summon that irresistibly attracts goblins. Understanding the problem, he curses the monsters and keeps sprinting with the bait still in hand. The chase escalates as an entire swarm barrels after him. Elsewhere, the Vice Guild Master is baffled that the goblins have suddenly turned toward their group. A smiling blue-haired woman casually explains that the goblins must have caught the scent of something delicious, so everyone needs to flee fast. The group immediately breaks into a desperate retreat across the devastated ground. In the chaos, the Vice Guild Master grabs a bespectacled civilian to save him. He throws the man away from danger so he can escape the oncoming horde. Left with only 1 HP, the Vice Guild Master decides to stay behind and buy time for the others. He dives into the goblin mass and cuts one down, barely holding the line. As he disappears amid the swarm, the goblins pour past his position. Kim sees someone vanishing into the mob and protests at being abandoned without his consent. Then a red, enraged goblin appears before him, transformed by fury. Kim hurriedly offers the creature the sausage, trying to calm it before it attacks. The enraged goblin is instantly tempted by the food. Kim realizes the monster is under an enrage effect and becomes dangerously unstable, so he nervously tries to placate it. He corrects himself mid-insult and starts treating the goblin like a dangerous pet. He coaxes it closer by promising the sausage and urging it to eat. The goblin accepts the bait, and Kim praises it to keep it docile. The monster bites down on the sausage. Before the feeding can settle the situation, the surrounding goblins lunge for the same prize and knock everything apart. The red goblin is buried under the stampede as the crowd turns rabid over the food. The sausage flies loose above a sea of grasping goblins. The swarm crashes over Kim and drags him to the ground. Pinned beneath countless attacks, he is battered from every side and explodes in rage at the worthless creatures. While enduring the mob, he bitterly admits Shin had been right that there were simply too many goblins to handle cleanly. Faced with the endless numbers, Kim decides that some of them will just have to die. The goblins pile into a living mountain over him. At the top of the heap, one goblin triumphantly seizes the sausage. The frenzy intensifies as the whole mound fights over that single prize. The mass of goblins compresses into a dark, unstable peak. Then the armor's hidden effect finally triggers, unleashing a catastrophic shock from within the pile. Kim is blasted downward through a collapsing crater, while the system reveals his blue steel light armor has a 1% chance to cast Heaven and Earth Crusher when struck. Even as he falls, he is stunned to learn his armor had such a function at all. The system coldly records that he has annihilated the goblins that trusted him. He continues dropping through the newly opened shaft as debris rains around him. Another message declares the Goblin Lord greatly satisfied and awards him a goblin point. The explosion's force hurls goblins and rocks alike into the abyss. Sharp debris tears through the falling rubble. A long spear-like fragment ricochets between stones in the darkness. Kim finally slows near the bottom of the shaft. A pillar of force erupts back up from the crater, marking the attack's full aftermath. Kim crashes back onto the surface, only for a surviving goblin to land on top of him. Lying stunned, he recognizes the creature as his goblin. The goblin greets him like a returning master, and complains that he should have said something if he was hungry. The sausage drops nearby, still the center of the goblin's attention. Kim's body goes limp from exhaustion while the goblin scrambles after the food. As the goblin happily munches in the background, Kim decides he is completely done with this madness. The quest suddenly clears, revealing he has wiped out far more goblins than required and earned the reward. The elf woman arrives at the crater and lands beside him. Seeing him conscious again, she notes with relief that the enrage effect has worn off. She asks whether he really killed all those goblins, and he snaps back defensively, expecting another lecture. Instead, she admits she had only been worried about him and decides to speak plainly. She directly asks whether he caused the goblin attack, and he denies it while dodging the accusation. She steps closer, taking control of the conversation. She explains that however many goblins there are, they normally cannot truly harm the town's users because death there carries no lasting penalty. Even so, she says Kim is still responsible for unleashing them on innocent people and must compensate the victims. Kim grudgingly agrees, insisting he had planned to do that anyway. A green-haired fighter arrives after hearing the explosion. He reaches the crater's edge and is startled by what he sees below. When more people gather, they stare in disbelief at the devastation. At the bottom lies a mountain of loot, gold, and lost baggage left behind by the slaughtered goblins, along with a sign offering a stimulus check for anyone to take. Far away, shadowed figures in a meeting room hear that this latest test finally produced successful results. Their leader immediately demands the data on subject G67. The report confirms that G67 can produce damage at the system's maximum upper limit. The observers are astonished, noting that not even the worst criminals had ever reached such destructive output. They conclude that ordinary human kindness weakens summoned minions or makes them resist control, so G67's lack of conscience may make him an ideal vessel. Any moral concern is brushed aside as they celebrate the experiment as a major success. They reveal that many people were sacrificed to repeated resets to create this incident, and that they now believe they have found a savior. One member worries that if such a goblin could be summoned, then G67 must be the summoner most akin to goblins themselves. That same resemblance makes him dangerous, so they decide he must be controlled at all costs. Their leader declares that this is precisely why Iscariot exists. Back in the real world, someone clicks to a computer in a gaming cafe. News reports frame the goblin attack as a minor incident and hide the true culprit, which reassures Kim. He convinces himself he made the right choice by listening to the cat-like woman and sharing the loot instead of taking everything alone. Another report shows a victim saying he wanted revenge before receiving compensation, leaving Kim wondering who this random spokesman even is. Relieved to have escaped blame, Kim admits the whole gamble was reckless and regrets trusting monsters. He starts to understand that the Goblin's rampage happened because he failed to feed it, meaning he really has become its owner despite knowing almost nothing about summoners. He decides he needs to question the cat-like woman next time, assuming a high-level summoner like her must know the class well. Then he pauses and finally wonders why someone of her caliber would help him at all. Looking back, he realizes she had acted strangely from the start by calling him adorable, saying he was cute, and asking his name. His thoughts immediately veer into imagining dating her, which draws the attention of an older man nearby. The old man introduces himself as Sungriel and bluntly tells Kim he already knows exactly what kind of lunatic he is. Kim is shocked that this stranger knows him and accuses him of stalking. Sungriel ignores the accusation, notes Kim's obvious anxiety, and says coming here was the right move. Kim threatens him and demands to know what he understands about his situation. Sungriel answers that the problem is the goblin. Kim admits that much, but is unnerved that the old man knows it too. Sungriel says the answer is obvious. Kim's minion will not stay this strong much longer, so of course he is worried. When Kim asks what that means, Sungriel presses him on whether he has heard the latest news. He explains that the developers found a game-breaking bug involving summoner minions and will patch it soon. Kim is horrified by the suggestion that his goblin's strength comes from a bug. He explodes at Sungriel, demanding to know how he could possibly know about the patch. Before Sungriel answers, a public announcement about Heaven's Door begins in the cafe. Other players casually mention a new update and dismiss it as nothing major. Then they say the patch is coming in a week and will fix several bugs, confirming Sungriel's warning. Back in the game, Kim sits alone in armor and broods over the looming deadline. He grips a stone in his hand as he thinks. His frustration tightens into resolve. He crushes the stone in his fist. Then he leaps up and screams in fury at the situation. His goblin yelps back, startled by the outburst. Kim clutches his head and demands to know why this is happening now. He realizes his goblin is abnormally strong at the moment, so the coming summoner bug fix must be aimed at exactly his advantage. Watching the goblin hop through the grass, he becomes certain the patch is about his minion. With only 1 week left, he vows he cannot return to his miserable old life. He decides that within that week he must make $2 million no matter what. At the guild, the NPC Shin mocks him for being proud of killing only 30 goblins. Kim shoves his overachieving goblin aside and demands the next quest immediately. He refuses to waste time on talk and insists on knowing who he has to kill next. Shin remains calm and lets the system answer instead. The next quest is locked until level 40, and Kim erupts in outrage at being stopped by a level requirement. His status shows he has only reached level 38, leaving him furious that level grinding is now the obstacle. He turns to the Adventurers Guild board, deciding quests are the fastest way to gain both experience and bonuses. But most worthwhile requests are already taken, forcing him to search for anything still available. He spots a remaining high-level quest to hunt Demon's Mask in the underground cave of the Lost Ruins for 10,000 gold, and decides it is his best option. As he reaches for the request, someone else grabs it at the same time. The rival claimant is High Warning, a level 36 fighter. The moment she recognizes him, she screams that he is the insane pervert from before. Kim is horrified that she remembers him as the man she once mounted and worries what everyone will think. The surrounding players instantly assume the worst and brand him a deranged creep. The crowd's reaction confirms his reputation is collapsing around him. Before the fight over the quest can worsen, another hand takes the notice and orders them to stop. The one intervening is OK. Ray, an elderly level 32 magician who gently suggests Kim come with her instead. Kim lashes out at the old woman for stealing the quest he wanted first. She calmly points out that he overlooked the fine print. The quest requires a minimum party of 3. Kim is outraged that he cannot solo it, and resents having to drag along 2 other people. He points at Hai and decides she might at least be useful. Then he points at OK. Ray and dismisses her as just an old lady. OK. Ray accepts his rejection without offense but still worries whether he will be alright. Kim insists he can find plenty of other partners if he wants and storms off. The nearby players hesitate at the idea of teaming with him, then remember his scandal with Han Ki-moon's daughter. Realizing no one will volunteer, Kim curses the wasted time. He finally gives in and announces that he will take the granny with him for the quest. He then turns and claims the last remaining party slot as well. Hai is horrified when she realizes he means her. The quest is accepted with a deeply unwilling party. Hai Warning, Kim, and OK. Ray. Once inside the dungeon, Hai opens by smashing a fury bear with a brutal diving strike. She keeps hammering the monster while wondering why she has ended up with this bastard again. Kim shouts that at this pace the quest will take forever and complains they will not finish until next year. Hai snaps back that she cannot possibly move any faster. Kim points out that the fury bears are level 35 and 36 and demands to know whether she really expects to one-shot monsters at that level. The armored young man stops pretending to care about the rules and decides that using his bugged summon monster is worth any report if it gets him through this fight. He calls for his goblin as the party faces what should have been ordinary enemies, only to find themselves surrounded by giant bears. The woman in orange is startled to hear the goblin being summoned at all, as if its presence here makes no sense. The goblin throws itself at one of the bears before anyone can process what is happening. A blast of fire slams into the goblin mid-charge and knocks it aside. An elderly mage proudly cuts in with a fire spell, insisting she can handle weak monsters herself, while the summoner snaps at her for interfering. One of the bears lurches forward to attack. The goblin instantly deletes the charging bear with absurd damage, proving it is far beyond anything normal in this dungeon. The bear collapses on the spot, leaving the others momentarily checked. The goblin lands and screeches, still ready to fight. The woman suddenly recognizes it as the same goblin from an earlier incident, and panic replaces confusion. When she demands to know why that goblin is here, the young man bluntly reveals that it is his summoned monster. That answer leaves her struggling to understand what kind of player could command something like this. He boasts that he controls an ultimate monster that can one-shot anything and orders everyone else to stay out of his way. The goblin paces impatiently, waiting for its next target. With the immediate threat paused, the group falls into an uneasy silence around the goblin. The woman changes topics and asks the old mage how she ended up playing Heaven's Door, only to realize the old woman barely even knows what the game is called. The old mage explains simply that she started playing because of her husband. The woman romanticizes that answer, while the old mage shows she does not even understand the idea of romance. Still fascinated, the woman presses for more and asks what the husband is like and what class he plays. The old mage goes quiet, and the mood shifts. Even the goblin seems to notice the pause and reacts to the tension. The young man looks up toward the armored enemy and identifies the monster they are really dealing with as Demon's Mask. The woman admits she thought it was just a mask item and still has no idea what it actually is. The old mage urgently warns her not to get close to it. Her face hardens with painful recognition, as if she knows exactly what that mask can do. Her memory returns to her husband spending his days inside a government-issued full immersion machine while she sat nearby. She had worried about the machine and complained that he stayed in it all day, but he answered that he was bored, trapped indoors, and needed something to live for. Even while he played, she cared for him in small ways, feeding him fruit by hand. She had dismissed the game as a harmless pastime for old people and shooed away her own unease. In the game, her husband had appeared as a level 17 warrior, still awkward and ordinary. She had borrowed someone else's machine to join him, entering the world as a level 1 character just to be with him. He had teased her clumsy name and obvious age, while she was delighted that he could somehow see through her disguise. For her, even that teasing had become a treasured memory. She had blushed when he joked about her scandalous name, enjoying the intimacy of being noticed. Back in the present, the armored warrior possessed by Demon's Mask looms over her again, turning that memory into a threat. The mask's grin makes clear that the husband she knew is no longer fully in control. The woman in orange warns the old mage that approaching it is too dangerous. Ignoring the warning, the old mage steps directly beneath the monster as it raises a weapon to strike. She apologizes to her husband and says she only wanted to help old people like them. Then she gathers a dense sphere of dark magic in her hands. Her darkness bomb detonates into the possessed warrior and blasts him away. The young summoner is stunned by how powerful the old woman really is and realizes she had been hiding real strength all along. As the dust and shockwave roll out, she rushes toward the fallen enemy. The mask snaps back onto the warrior's face before she can finish him, reasserting control. The goblin stares in alarm as the mask recovers instead of dying. The woman in orange wonders if the old mage actually managed to defeat it. When the dust clears, the old mage is clinging to the possessed warrior instead of standing over a corpse. Their names become visible, and the woman notices the warrior's handle is almost the same as the old mage's. She realizes the two of them know each other personally, and the situation becomes much stranger. The old mage's earlier apology echoes ominously in the woman's mind. She starts to understand that helping old people may have meant something far darker than she first assumed. Trying to speak to her goblin, the woman turns back toward the fight. But before she can finish, she freezes in confusion. The possessed warrior is now sprawled on the ground with a grotesquely swollen belly, transformed by the old mage's attack. The woman recoils in disgust and fury at the sight. She bolts for the exit tunnel, deciding she wants no part of this nightmare. Her scream echoes through the passage as she runs. But the possessed warrior immediately gives chase, making her panic even harder. He nearly catches her from behind, forcing her to react on instinct. She plants her foot and pivots to counter. Driven by sheer revulsion toward the mask, she kicks the warrior square in the face and sends him flying. The blow knocks the mask loose from his face. She realizes that damaging the wearer is enough to dislodge the mask without killing the host. The mask hangs in the air on its own, revealing itself as the true threat. She remembers the rule the old mage hinted at. Once separated, the mask goes after whoever is closest to its fallen host. The mask turns with predatory intent. A desperate warning rings out for Kim Cholsu to understand what is about to happen. The young man drops to his knees, sickened and terrified, while cursing the mask for turning on him again. He screams at the woman for fleeing instead of helping, furious that she left him exposed. The mask latches onto the woman instead, and her body swells with sudden monstrous strength. She rises transformed while the young man stares at her in dread. He cautiously steps closer, hoping she is still herself. She grabs him by the throat, and he pleads with her not to do this because they are supposed to be allies. She answers with a brutal punch that slams him into the wall. At the same time, she activates Rally, calling her goblin to support her. The goblin and its copies swarm the young man, pinning him down with a barrage of blows. He realizes the mask is not just empowering her but actively controlling its wearer. He orders the goblin to stop hitting him and target the mask on her face instead. The goblin lunges at her, but the masked woman smashes it away with a rock before it can help. The mask smiles through her face, enjoying the violence. Then the mask suddenly peels off her on its own, leaving her confused. The force of its departure throws her backward. The goblin spots the mask diving again and begs the young man to do something before it reaches another host. The goblin manages to catch the mask for a moment with its mouth. It tries to hold on despite the danger, but the mask slips free from the goblin's bite. It shoots straight toward the young man again, and he can only curse his luck. At that moment, the old mage runs off carrying the transformed old warrior on her back, trying to escape with him. The young man chases after them and threatens the old mage to stop, terrified of what she is doing. When he insults her as an old hag, she is genuinely offended even in the middle of the crisis. As he closes in, he notices the warrior's nickname, and realizes it matches the one he saw earlier. He finally connects the possessed warrior to the username he had already encountered and confirms the identity. The old mage's own name also clicks into place for him. He blurts out the wrong conclusion that they must be siblings, and she furiously corrects him that they are husband and wife. He drops the mistake and accuses the elderly couple of luring him into this quest as part of their scheme. Even while charging the mask again, he vows revenge once they get out alive. The old couple can only gasp for breath as the chase continues. The old warrior begins to stir, and the old mage is shocked that he is waking up. The mask, now attached to the old mage, reacts with alarm as her husband regains awareness. The old mage throws her husband off her back and theatrically complains of dizziness, trying to hide what she has become. The old warrior regains his footing and rushes back into the situation. He realizes too late that the mask was not pursuing him this time. He turns and sees his wife standing there as the current host. He calls her name in disbelief. Then he explodes in anger at the young man, saying reckless players can survive this kind of danger but old people like them could die from it. That accusation makes the young man realize the old man is effectively telling him to take the mask himself because he is younger. He rejects that idea outright and mocks the old man for even playing such a dangerous game at his age. He argues that if the game can kill elderly players through shock and mind control, then they should never have entered it in the first place. The woman in orange and her goblin call out to him from behind, drawing his attention back to his own side. She points out that party members cannot damage each other without enabling PK mode, which is why the goblin's earlier hit did not kill him, and he admits he had dumped everything into agility. Then she reveals the real trap. The old woman had been trying to pass the mask onto them instead of letting it stay on her husband. She explains that when she tried to flee for revenge, the mask jumped to the old woman instead, proving the old woman had been maneuvering everyone around it. To test the theory, she asks Kim Cholsa whether he ever wished he could become like his own goblin. The goblin clarifies that she means the powerful summoned goblin, not an ordinary weak one, because wanting that strength matters. Kim admits that his goblin is strong and hard to control, and that part of him has often thought it would be easier if he were the goblin instead. He asks why she wanted to know, and she asks what he saw when she wore the mask. He says she became huge, terrifying, and heavily muscled, which makes her snap because she wanted a description of her form, not his insult. That confirms her theory that the mask transforms people into the version of themselves they secretly want to be. Applying that logic to the old man, she concludes his first masked form became towering because he was deeply insecure about being short. Kim follows her reasoning and realizes the old woman's desire must explain her own masked form too. The old warrior trembles as he faces his wife, bracing for what her true wish might reveal. He promises desperately that he will save her soon, even though he is barely holding himself together. The answer appears in front of them. The old woman's masked form is pregnant, exposing the wish she carried all along. A memory surfaces of a doctor telling the couple that she still was not pregnant, and gently suggesting they give up trying. Even then, they had held hands through the disappointment. Another memory shows the wife staring at withered flowers, crushed by grief. Her husband had picked a flower for her, trying to lift her spirits. He had urged her to stop sinking into despair. He had clumsily comforted her, saying infertility happens and it was not her fault. When she kept crying, he promised they could still live happily together without children. To make her smile, he joked that he could be her childish son one day and her daughter another day if that helped. He had kept teasing her gently, trying to turn her tears into laughter. Finally, he promised to care for her forever, like she was his baby, and that tenderness stayed with her. Back in the present, the old warrior shakes with grief as he understands what the mask has exposed. The masked old woman calls his name from inside that twisted wish. Kim decides they should use the opening to escape because the mask is too fast and dangerous to kill head-on. The woman refuses to abandon the elderly couple now that she understands what they have been suffering. She explains that while wearing the mask she felt everything clearly but could not control her body, or even log out. To her, it felt like endless sleep paralysis, and she realizes the old man had endured that helpless terror the whole time. so she tells Kim they have to save the two old players instead of running. Before she can explain further, Kim suddenly vanishes from her side. He reappears elsewhere, and jokingly twists her words into permission to wear the mask himself for their sake. The masked old woman rejects that idea and says destroying the mask is too troublesome anyway, since farming other monsters would level her faster. The woman in orange immediately understands that the old woman now wants to keep the mask and claim the rare reward for herself. Kim catches the phrase unique monster reward and realizes greed has replaced desperation. The woman points out that Demon's Mask is not an ordinary enemy at all but a uniquely colored monster that should drop exceptional experience and loot. She spells it out. Because it is so rare and hard to kill, the rewards would be enormous, and the old woman has chosen profit over saving anyone. Kim is stunned that the old woman is now thinking about rewards in the middle of all this. The goblin eagerly answers his call, ready for the next move as the fight over the mask and the old couple's fate is about to continue. Kim Choso corners a goblin with a whip in hand, looking ready to try something reckless. He commits to the plan with manic confidence instead of caution. OK Ray notices the whip and realizes even the goblin is frightened by it. Choso insists she keep watching because he believes this gamble is the only way to seize the old woman's mask. He reveals the weapon is the cursed bloodworm whip, a rare summoner item that can drive its user mad and send the summoned creature into berserk. He decides the risk is worth it because berserk will greatly strengthen the goblin, and he assumes he can calm it afterward with food. Even worried about a random side effect, he bets everything on staying conscious long enough to profit from the curse. OK Ray is stunned as he actually goes through with it. The curse gives him the weak status instead, making him take more damage, and he perversely celebrates the lucky outcome. With the goblin now berserk, he orders it to kill the masked grandmother in exchange for a sausage. The goblin immediately turns savage and lunges so wildly that even Chosu is caught off guard. As it grabs him, he desperately tries to redirect its attack toward the old woman. The goblin uses a throwing skill and hurls him exactly where he did not want to go. Instead of attacking the grandmother, the berserk goblin tosses Chosu away and launches itself after her. The old man watches in horror as the goblin closes in on his wife. The goblin slams into the grandmother and knocks her over, sending her mask flying. The old man cries out in panic for OK Ray. Though dizzy and disoriented, the grandmother is still conscious on the ground as the old man rushes to her. A system message confirms party members cannot harm each other, and the grandmother warns OK Ray not to come close because Chulsa's goblin will target anyone nearby. The old man sees the fallen mask and realizes how dangerous the situation has become. OK Ray suddenly charges in and intercepts him before he can reach it. She orders the couple to flee together and leave the fighting to her. The old man is shaken by the force and by how suddenly she took control. The grandmother struggles to rise while the battlefield keeps collapsing around them. The old man steadies her and forces himself to move, knowing escape matters more than pride. Meanwhile, Chulsa taunts the demon's mask for resisting him and vows to take it anyway. The berserk goblin crouches low and turns its attention toward OK Ray. It charges her with a full berserk scream. OK Ray catches the goblin's attack cleanly with overwhelming physical power instead of taking damage. She seizes its limb and stops its momentum outright. Then she drives a brutal kick into it and sends it flying. Chulsu is horrified that she not only avoided the goblin's attack but countered it effortlessly. The goblin scrambles back up, still snarling and ready to continue. Even it seems momentarily confused by what just happened. OK Ray raises her leg again, preparing to finish the exchange decisively. She brings down another crushing kick with even more force. The blow smashes straight into the goblin's face and drives it into the ground. Chulsa realizes she still is not actually hurting it much, but her movements are far beyond what he expected. He starts to understand that something about her is fundamentally different from an ordinary weak player. The berserk goblin flails wildly, yet still cannot land a single effective hit on her. Her evasions and counters make her look untouchable even though no damage numbers appear. She finally launches the goblin away with a straight, devastating strike. Chulsa concludes the truth is not that she became strong, but that his goblin is absurdly durable. The goblin crashes into the cave wall and keeps twitching, battered but alive. Chulsa looks up in dread as the cave begins to crack and collapse from the fighting. He panics, realizing his greedy scheme has turned into a disaster. The old couple keep moving through the dust, exhausted but still trying to escape together. The old man spots the cave entrance and pushes toward it. Even while fleeing, he keeps a protective grip on his wife. When the collapse worsens, he throws himself over her and shields her with his own body. In that moment he remembers the promise he made long ago to care for her all his life, a vow he had neglected as they grew older. He realizes how lonely she must have been to follow him into such danger anyway. As the rocks fall around them, he apologizes sincerely. Chulsu is buried under rubble deeper inside the cave and can only curse his luck. OK Ray searches frantically for him through the debris and blames him even while trying to find him. She spots one of his hands sticking out and asks if he can move it. He manages only a weak twitch, which tells her he is trapped badly. He points out that the demon's mask is right beneath his hand and begs her to kill the goblin since he cannot move. Pinned in place, he takes comfort in the fact that she is trapped too and cannot simply steal the prize. Even so, he clutches the mask and swears he will claim it no matter what. Unable to move his body, He starts punching the mask with his exposed fist. The mask suddenly glows and reacts to the impact. Then it shatters apart under that tiny hit. OK-Ray is baffled that such a trivial blow killed the monster hidden in the mask, and she levels up from the result. Cholsa also levels up and immediately demands to know where his reward is. A new item appears beneath the rubble, the exclusive summon item Demon's Mask. Cholsa realizes the reward is now loose and panics because anyone nearby could take it first. As he strains to reach it, he hears movement in the darkness beside him. The goblin he forgot about crawls right up to his face inside the rubble. He remembers too late that the berserk state has not ended and that the goblin is still a threat. He desperately uses goblin feeding and summons a sausage, hoping to pacify it. But his trapped hand cannot properly deliver the food, leaving him helpless. When the goblin does not attack immediately, he wonders if the darkness is keeping it from seeing him. Looking closer, he notices its eyes are wrong and suspects the berserk state has changed it further. The goblin's body distorts grotesquely as it prepares a new kind of attack. Its nose presses against Cholsa's eye, turning his fear into pure panic. The goblin's face opens into a worm-like feeding tube lined with teeth. Cholsa screams as it starts boring into him. The goblin shrieks with the same frenzy, fully committed to devouring him. OK-Ray hears his screams from across the rubble and realizes something has gone terribly wrong. A moment later, Cholsa is violently blasted free from the debris, taking catastrophic damage but escaping the goblin's mouth. OK-Ray turns in shock as he is hurled across the cave. His body tears through the collapsing tunnel and opens a path toward the outside. The cave wall gives way completely under the force of his flight. The old couple stare in disbelief from the opening he just created. The old man takes their survival as a miracle and thanks fate for sparing them. OK-Ray, still shaken, tries to process the sudden silence after the collapse. She realizes the immediate danger has passed but does not yet understand why. Then she sees the goblin crouched near the glowing demon's mask, no longer attacking her. Back outside, Cholsa accuses her of taking the mask out only because she could not leave it behind. Still stuck in the crater, he rages that she must be lying and demands to be freed. OK-Ray tearfully explains she truly meant to hand over the mask, but she had not known unique items could not be traded. Cholsa explodes again and vows to have the goblin kill her once its berserk ends. Instead of arguing, the old man steps forward with all the money he and his wife have saved in the game. Cholsa is caught off guard when the old man apologizes and thanks him for helping them survive. The old man forces both himself and his wife to bow and apologize properly. Cholsa immediately turns the apology into leverage and says forgiveness depends on how much money they offer. OK-Ray protests that he is trying to take the couple's entire life savings. She then decides the money no longer matters because they are quitting the game anyway. The old couple agree that surviving together matters more than the dangerous game or the savings they once clung to. Hearing that, Cholsa argues the money should go to him since he saved them and they no longer need it. When OK-Ray mentions the item can be converted into real cash at a bank, his greed flares up again and he instantly retracts any intention of giving it away. OK-Ray tells the couple to log out immediately while Cholsa is still trapped and unable to stop them. He realizes too late that she is helping them escape his extortion and screams after them. The three of them mock him together and run off, leaving him behind in humiliation. OK-Ray adds one last insult by revealing the goblin's enraged state ended long ago, so his threat was empty. Later, after reaching level 40, Cholsa meets the NPC Shin, who acknowledges his growth. Shin reads the strength in Cholsa's eyes and makes clear that Cholsa is still beneath him. Then Shin says the time has come to reveal a secret. Ignoring the build-up, Cholsa only wants the next quest and grows irritated when Shin tells him to walk and listen. Shin says he has been waiting for someone like Cholsa, someone compatible with his purpose, while Cholsa keeps trying to attack him from behind. Shin begins explaining the ancient war between humans and demons, the conflict later remembered as the Great Human Monster War. He recounts how humanity won that war. The defeated monsters were driven into the dungeon, and human lands enjoyed peace for a time. But once the common enemy disappeared, humans turned their violence on one another. Shin leads Cholsa deeper into a dark place as he continues the lesson. Cholsa dismisses the history as irrelevant and keeps demanding the quest reward. Shin explains that humans needed something to direct their hatred toward. That is why monsters became necessary to preserve peace among humans. Cholsa is surprised when Shin reveals an actual monster hidden within the town itself. Shin states his philosophy plainly: humanity only unites when monsters exist as a common enemy, so monsters are necessary for human peace. He warns that another war is coming and says he must make a choice to stop it. Even if many die, he believes sacrificing some is justified if it saves more in the end. Cholsa remains impatient and annoyed that he cannot skip the speech. Shin finally addresses him directly and prepares to reveal his real intention. He declares that he intends to recreate the human-demon wars, while Cholsa still only cares about getting the quest. At last the system presents the real decision. Shin asks Cholsa to join him on a harsh path ahead. Cholsa realizes this is an actual branching choice between cooperation and refusal. He immediately reasons that agreeing would unlock the next quest. But his curiosity and contrarian streak make him choose not to cooperate just to see what happens. Shin rejects the refusal and insists Cholsa reconsider because he truly needs him. Chulsa discovers the game is forcing only one valid answer and laughs at the fake choice. He keeps refusing anyway, turning the exchange into open mockery. Shin's patience finally ends, and he reaches for his weapon. He admits force is now unavoidable and reveals himself as a level 70 opponent. Faced with real danger, Chulsa instantly abandons bravado and begs to cooperate after all. Shin strikes him with a powerful blow despite the surrender. Chulsa braces for agony. Instead, he realizes the attack barely hurts him at all. He remembers the earlier force loss event against the level 170 Ruins Golem, and understands this is the same kind of scripted defeat. So long as he is meant to lose, the choice will reset to cooperation no matter what he does. Trying to exploit that, he has his goblin attack Shin, while Shin casually claims they are only pretending to fight. The goblin uses Pebble Toss, and somehow deals absurd damage to Shin. Chulsa immediately screams for the goblin not to kill him, realizing too late that this was not supposed to happen. He rushes over in alarm as Shin collapses bleeding. Shin lies on the floor with a fatal hole through his chest, and Chulsa can only stare in shock. With his last breath, Shin praises Chulsa for growing stronger, and calls the attack excellent. As Shin dies, Chulsa realizes he may have just broken the quest line beyond repair. Panicking over how he will get quests now, he immediately orders the goblin to use hyperspeed and flee. The goblin launches forward at extreme speed and Chulsa's story moves on toward a new monster near the desert ruins. In the crowded desert field, Chulsa fumes as stronger players monopolize the spawn area and leave him unable to catch even a single scorpion. He resents the absurd idea of claiming territory in an open hunting ground, but the competition is real and he is being pushed out. As the scorpions keep getting wiped out around him, he realizes his quest progress is collapsing and the bug he depends on will be patched in only a few days. The time he has left to exploit Goblin's abnormal power is slipping away, and panic starts replacing his earlier confidence. Nearby, a level 41 magician named Super Wizard casually casts lightning to farm the field for himself. The mage suddenly senses something off and loses his composure mid-hunt. An overwhelming strike instantly obliterates a monster in front of him, dealing impossible damage that dwarfs anything normal players should produce. The mage turns in outrage, ready to challenge whoever dared interfere with his grind. What he cares about most is not the attack itself, but that someone stole what he considers his hunting spot. Kim snaps into murderous intent, activates PK mode, and coldly corrects the mage's claim by taking ownership of the spot through force. His status updates to Goblin Summoner and jumps from level 41 to 44, but the victory brings him no relief. Even after sweeping the area for days, he has earned only a trivial amount of money, nowhere near what he needs. He admits ordinary mob farming will never make him rich enough, and he needs another massive payout like the one he got from killing Geiger. That realization drags his thoughts back to why he had been obsessed with reaching advanced dungeons in the first place. Goblin was supposed to turn his life around, yet he feels just as trapped and desperate as before. He remembers the warning that even with a minion strong enough to one-shot anything, there is still an order to progression, and he is stuck wasting time in low-level areas. The announced fix for the summoner minion bug now feels like a death sentence arriving just before he can capitalize on it. His frustration curdles into paranoia, and he convinces himself that someone must be deliberately ruining his life. Then he recalls the PK mode notification from the day he collapsed and realizes he may really have been attacked by another player. The memory sharpens into the moment of impact, when he was struck from behind without warning. He remembers his own helpless scream as the ambush dropped him. Back in town, the old man who saved him dismisses Kim's attitude and reminds him he is not there to babysit him. Kim recognizes the man and grudgingly acknowledges that this stranger healed him and saved his life. The old man points out that Kim fainted in a dangerous place and asks whether he had fought someone. Kim is thrown by the suggestion, because until now he had treated the incident as a blackout rather than an attack. Thinking it through, he finally accepts that someone really did PK him that day. That conclusion reignites his anger, and he immediately vows revenge on the unknown attacker. He calls for Goblin and declares that he has a debt to repay. The old man challenges that impulse by asking how Kim plans to find an enemy he cannot even identify. Kim repeats the idea of enemies, and the old man presses him to consider why anyone would attack him at all. Since players cannot steal money or items through PK here, the old man argues that such an attack would only make sense if someone held a deep grudge. Kim starts searching his memory for anyone who might hate him enough to do it, and wonders if Han Ki-moon could be responsible. The old man immediately rejects that theory, saying a man of Han Ki-moon's status would not bother with such petty harassment. When Kim cannot name a likely culprit, the old man tells him to abandon revenge and accept that some misfortunes simply happen. Kim explodes at that advice, convinced that everyone is against him. The old man cuts through the tantrum and tells him to focus on what he actually needs to accomplish. He reminds Kim that patch day is close, forcing Kim to confront the real deadline again. Kim decides revenge can wait, because Goblin will soon lose its value and money is the urgent problem. He concludes that he needs cash immediately, which means he needs a quest or some other fast-paying opportunity. That thought triggers a sudden memory. He remembers being told that killing an NPC would not trap him permanently because the NPC would simply respawn in the same place. Kim erupts in fury at learning that crucial rule only now, blaming the old man for withholding it. The old man dryly reminds him they have barely known each other, refusing responsibility for Kim's ignorance. Kim finally asks the real question: can he make $2 million before the patch? And the old man admits Goblin is undeniably powerful but not enough by itself. There are dungeon problems that brute force alone cannot solve, so Goblin's raw strength does not guarantee fast profits. Even if Kim aims for high-level dungeons, the old man cannot promise he could reach and farm them before the patch. Kim starts to see his plan collapsing and wonders if this is where his chance ends. He clenches up in despair, feeling that the opportunity he grabbed is slipping away for nothing. He breaks down completely, admitting he knew from the patch notes that he was probably doomed. Still, he had convinced himself that if he rushed hard enough, he could abuse the bugged goblin before the fix arrived. Now he can only admit that he never got anywhere near the high-level dungeons he needed, and without Goblin he feels like nothing. The old man answers that self-pity with a slap, even as PK mode flashes from Kim's unstable state. Kim recoils and shouts that the old man is insane for hitting him again. The old man roars back that Kim needs to get a grip. He reminds Kim that the Evaton Guild is still fighting desperately to prove they can win without him. Even now, the guild is straining to validate that their hidden dungeon victory was never dependent on Kim. They are forcing themselves onward just to prove they do not need him. The old man reframes Kim's situation. People are not obsessed with Goblin alone, they are obsessed with surpassing Kim himself. That is what makes him a rival, and specifically the rival of the Evaton Guild. With that perspective, he asks Kim whether he can still honestly call himself worthless without Goblin. Kim's answer is another complaint, and the old man punctuates the lesson with yet another slap. Kim drops to the ground, battered and stunned into listening. The old man tries to address him by name, and Kim instinctively corrects him. But the old man catches the name he used and realizes Kim just called him Sungreal. Kim, embarrassed by the slip, can only mutter a quiet thanks. The old man is visibly startled by the gratitude. Then he softens, pleased that Kim finally said it. He takes Kim's hand, warns him not to regret those words, and Kim immediately hides his embarrassment behind another insult. Elsewhere, the streamer Catherine cheerfully starts a challenge stream in Heaven's Door built around clearing a mission without taking a hit. Under the cheerful act, she privately worries that such a challenge is impossible for a mage like her, especially against enemies this dangerous. She quickly masks the slip and pretends innocence to her audience. Then she recommits to the stunt, motivated by the huge donation reward riding on the challenge. She enters the desert area expecting action, only to find eerie silence. Instead of monsters, she finds a strangely peaceful wasteland and starts wondering where all her targets went. A voice tells her she came to the wrong place if she was looking for prey. Super Wizard explains that this region has become a land of death, empty of both monsters and players. He says it used to be a cooperative hunting ground where players shared kills and worked together. That changed when one man appeared and exterminated everything in sight. As he speaks, the scale of the slaughter becomes clear, with giant monsters materializing only to be erased almost immediately. Catherine learns that monsters still respawn here, but only to die again at once. One such monster is instantly one-shot before it can even threaten her. Her no-hit mission clears itself because every respawn is being fed straight into that unseen killer's farm. Super Wizard tells her to complain directly to the man responsible, because he either hides nor runs. Catherine turns, finally curious enough to look for this absurd hunter. In the distance, she spots two figures out in the desert. To her surprise, one of them is Kim Cholsu. Before she can process that, the bald old man suddenly attacks Kim from behind. Catherine is baffled, unable to understand why the old man would ambush Kim like that. The old man stands over Kim's fallen body as if the attack were deliberate and familiar. Watching him, Catherine feels she has seen this man somewhere before. She gropes for the memory with only vague clues at first. Then recognition finally clicks. She remembers him as the bald broker who once took money from her group. That memory brings back the scene of him selling information about a hidden dungeon to her party. She identifies him as the man who sold them the hidden dungeon tip, which only deepens the mystery of why he is now with Kim. The sight of the two together leaves her stunned. She calls out to Kim, but they are already too far away for her voice to matter. Her stream manager panics over the sudden disappearance from view and promises to contact authorities, but Catherine tells him to calm down. Instead of chasing immediately, she asks him to hire a private investigator. She does not care about the cost and wants someone competent enough to uncover what is really going on. Back with the old man, he tells Kim the first step is simple: get money. Kim explodes, because wanting money is not the problem when he needs 2 million in only 3 days. The old man signals that he has an actual answer. When Kim mouths off again, the old man drops him with a single blow, and reminds him not to mistake tolerance for weakness. He explains that 2 million is impossible in the time left, but a few thousand is realistic if Kim stops interrupting and listens. Kim rejects that as useless, since a few thousand does nothing for his real goal. The old man clarifies that the money is not the final answer but seed capital, because Kim lacks both time and funds and needs one to chase the other. His solution is to gamble on a stroke of luck while there is still time to exploit it. He proposes a boosting scam. Kim should advertise dungeon clears for 1,000 gold, promising speed to lure desperate players. Kim takes the bait to the central pavilion and starts publicly offering dungeon carries as if he already has a top-tier player ready. A skeptical cleric named Booty Priest confronts him, and Kim boldly claims that the turbo gamer in question is himself. When she mocks him, he doubles down and offers a refund if he fails to clear a dungeon. Her disbelief turns into amusement at his confidence. She tests him by naming Count's Grand Library, and Kim admits he has no idea what it is but insists he would still win. He says it with enough conviction to make the bluff sound real. Booty Priest and her companions are caught between suspicion and curiosity. Then they burst out laughing, treating Kim like a delusional clown. They explain that a level 44 player cannot even enter the dungeon she named, much less clear it, and tell him to stop wasting their time. But after mocking him, Booty Priest unexpectedly offers a different deal. She has another dungeon in mind and will let him carry her there. Kim accepts immediately, still insisting on the refund condition, and hurries the group along because every minute matters. The transaction completes, and Kim learns the dungeon's recommended level is 46, which is dangerously high but perfect for fast leveling if he can survive it. Booty Priest privately assumes he will fail, planning to leech experience from his attempt and then reclaim her money when he crashes. Kim, meanwhile, realizes this kind of boosting scam is exactly how Sungreal has been getting stronger with minimal effort. When he turns back, the old man has already vanished, leaving Kim to carry out the scheme alone. Kim laughs at how easily the women bought the lie, convinced he has outplayed them. He recalls Sungreal's explanation that clearing dungeons for others in exchange for money is a standard boosting hustle, and now he finally understands the trick. After 2 days of running the scam, his funds climb to 34,320 gold, and he is thrilled by how much faster the money is coming in. That success triggers a system message praising his talent for scamming and awarding him a Goblin point. Kim remembers the Goblin Lord system, but with the patch looming he sees the point as useless and resents the timing. He angrily dismisses the message instead of valuing it. Goblin appears anyway, delighted by Kim's behavior. Kim can only stare at the creature in exhausted disbelief. He tells Goblin to get lost, too stressed to deal with it. Night falls as Kim's desperation pushes him toward one last reckless idea. He slips into a tavern district where a frustrated player complains that nothing is going right. Kim deliberately bumps into the man to start a conversation. The stranger calls after him, demanding an apology for the collision. Kim keeps walking with a strange calm that makes the man uneasy. The man decides Kim must be crazy, and another observer guesses the cause immediately. Kim confirms it himself. This is about gambling, and he wants every coin he has turned into a chance at salvation. He heads to Benairo's gacha shop, where the flamboyant NPC introduces the lottery-like system. Each pull costs 100 gold, and Benairo begins presenting the possible prizes like a showman. The top reward is a legendary gauntlet once wielded by the Lion King, a weapon of historic power. Second prize is a legendary boot that converts dashes into short teleports, making mobility absurdly strong. Third prize is a legendary ring that grants an iron body, another game-changing defensive artifact. Hearing that, Kim loses himself in greed and decides to spend all 34,000 gold on pulls at once. The tavern crowd is stunned by the amount and gathers to watch the spectacle. They call him an idiot for risking his entire savings in one shot, but that only makes the gamble more entertaining to them. Kim notices their sudden interest and realizes they are only flattering him because he really put everything on the line. Benairo accepts the 1,000 gold bundles one after another, and Kim commits fully to the gamble that might either save him or ruin him. A hidden dealer begins the game by presenting a mysterious card in the dark. The card is revealed alongside the dealer's watchful eye, setting up a tense draw. Benairo dramatically slams down the setup for his 10-card pull, turning the room's attention toward the table. The young man is immediately dazzled by the spectacle and senses a huge opportunity. He realizes this is Benairo's 10-pull event and treats it like a chance to hit a life-changing prize. Driven by greed and desperation, he decides to spend and begs fate to put the top reward in these 10 cards. Just as he reaches to start, someone grabs his arm and stops him. He protests that it is his money, but the interruption comes with a warning to calm down. A veteran tells him the crowd is watching and hints that Benairo's reactions can spoil what each card contains. He is told to study Benairo carefully before making another move. The onlookers explain that Benairo's smug pose is not confidence but a way to hide his face. They reveal that the pose exists specifically to conceal his expression from players. The trick is exposed. Whenever a card is moved, Benairo involuntarily twitches because he already knows what is on the front. The stronger Benairo's reaction, the better the prize, and the crowd has rarely seen him shake that much. The card in the young man's hand is clearly promising, and everyone around him understands that. The room's excitement peaks as he feels he may finally be on the verge of something big. But when he flips the card, the supposed lucky moment collapses into a worthless broken twig. He snaps at the people who told him to read Benairo's twitching, while they awkwardly try to laugh it off. The crowd reminds him he has only just started and has already burned through a chunk of his savings. Instead of stopping, he convinces himself he still has enough gold and pushes onward. The full 10 pull turns out to be a miserable spread of junk, fruit, and filth, leaving him furious. In frustration, he immediately demands another 10 cards. The next batch is just as bad, and his anger deepens into despair. Still refusing to quit, he throws in for 10 more. His desperation escalates into a chant for more. He keeps feeding the machine, convinced the next pull has to turn things around. At last the crowd has to physically restrain him as he lunges at Benairo in rage. After being held back, he realizes he is down to his last 10,000 gold and starts wondering whether the whole thing is a scam. A hand lands on his shoulder before he can spiral further. A bystander reminds him of an earlier superstition that when luck turns rotten, it may help to let someone else draw. The suggestion is made directly by reaching for the next card, but he angrily rejects the interference. Even so, the idea gets into his head, and he starts wondering whether his own hand is cursed. When the next result produces a live goblin instead of treasure, the room is stunned by how absurdly low the prize can go. He tries to salvage the moment by asking the goblin to help pick better cards. The goblin immediately proves useless and abusive, making the situation even worse. He regrets ever summoning the creature as it only adds humiliation to his losses. Then someone notices a card left on the table and senses that it may be different. Benairo's body starts trembling again, and the crowd realizes his hidden expression has changed for a reason. The young man turns back, suddenly alert to the possibility that this card matters. He freezes, staring down at the lone unopened card. The final card sits alone on the table like a last chance. He dares to wonder whether this could finally be the breakthrough he has been chasing. Holding the goblin in one hand, he imagines that this might be his first true jackpot. The crowd confirms Benairo is sweating badly and only pretending to stay calm. One of the onlookers concludes that luck may actually have turned in the young man's favor. Another notes that this is only the third time Benairo has ever looked this shaken, while the young man snaps at everyone to stop talking. He steels himself and prepares to reveal the card. He remembers hearing that the gauntlet of the Lion King could sell for enough to erase all his debts. With everything riding on first place, he drops into a focused stance. The room falls silent as even the regulars stop joking and watch seriously. He decides that anything short of the top prize is meaningless now. He raises the card high and commits to the reveal as if claiming victory in advance. He starts to announce the gauntlet of the Lion King, and the crowd erupts before he can finish. His confidence falters when the reaction sounds wrong rather than celebratory. The card turns out to be a vanity item called the Gauntlet of the Lion King, and he is baffled by the unfamiliar title. The crowd explains that this special prize may be even rarer than the official first-place reward and that many have never seen it before. He refuses to believe them and insists they are mocking him with another worthless cosmetic. A veteran asks whether he understands gaming culture at all. To make the point, he compares it to useless but coveted fashion items that sell for absurd prices simply because people adore them. The young man still cannot grasp why anyone would pay a fortune for something with no practical effect. The explanation broadens into how people spend huge sums on appearance and status. Even expensive body modification is framed as normal when it serves beauty and image. The crowd argues that showing off style is powerful enough that players will spend fortunes just to flex rare looks. He slowly starts to understand that this cosmetic prize may actually be worth a massive amount. Pressed by the crowd, Benairo finally admits the young man really did pull the special prize, with odds equal to first place. The young man begins to accept that the impossible may be real. Benairo then delivers the crushing catch. The item cannot be traded at all. He explains that it is so rare that even 1,000,000 gold could not guarantee it, and tells the young man to feel proud despite getting no practical value from it. That consolation only enrages the young man, who demands to spend his remaining gold immediately. His mind breaks under the contradiction of hitting something priceless yet useless. He spirals into disbelief, unable to accept that he could spend so much and still miss every real prize. Regret floods in as he thinks about how much ordinary food and comfort that money could have bought instead. Then he talks himself back into the gambler's trap, insisting the losses were only a sacrifice and 1,000 gold will surely fix everything. He opens his inventory and reaches for the armor he still owns, planning to liquidate it for another pull. A regular tries to stop him, saying he already hit the special prize and should not go any further. Ignoring the warning, he announces that he is selling his rare blue steel light armor immediately. The crowd is surprised that he has a rare armor piece at all and begins wondering what it might fetch. They ask for a price, assuming he will have to discount it to unload it fast. He is too frantic to negotiate properly, and tells the buyers to name their offer. A well-dressed stranger suddenly offers 1,000,000 gold. The room is stunned by the outrageous bid and turns to see who made it. The young man can barely process hearing 1,000,000 gold attached to his armor. He realizes that if someone is willing to pay that much just to get rid of it quickly, the armor may be worth even more. The mysterious bidder calmly walks forward through the parted crowd. Introducing himself as nice guy Kim Juho, he casually says they should settle at 1,000,000 because the armor is probably worthless. He claims he simply wants the item and intentionally opened with a highball offer, leaving the young man too stunned to argue. A trade window opens between them, making the deal suddenly real. The young man places the armor into the trade interface and waits for the promised payment. Instead of money, the buyer places a strange pink item into the trade slot. The young man explodes, accusing him of wasting his time while the buyer stays annoyingly calm. The buyer reveals the pink item is actually a rare crafting material called the beating heart of the dragon. The crowd recognizes it as an ultra-rare drop from a red dragon and is shocked that he possesses something so valuable. Seeing everyone react, the young man realizes the material may indeed be worth a fortune. The buyer explains that trading the dragon heart for the armor would actually favor the young man, and that the extra million is just compensation for saving him the trouble of liquidating it. Overwhelmed by the apparent generosity, the young man agrees to accept the trade. At the last second, the trade is cancelled. The young man is left staring in confusion. The buyer pretends it was an innocent misclick and smoothly asks to try again. Desperate not to lose the deal, the young man rushes to reopen the trade and urges the buyer to hurry. While fantasizing about restarting his life with $1,000,000 gold, he fails to notice the buyer swap in a strawberry before accepting. The buyer receives the armor, thanks him, and immediately logs out before any complaint can matter. The young man is left holding the result, and wondering why the man vanished so fast. He tries to dismiss the suspicion, telling himself it is no longer his concern. But the object in his hand keeps bothering him as he studies it more closely. The awful truth dawns on him. What he accepted was not a rare material at all, but an ordinary strawberry, and the crowd bursts into cruel laughter. The regulars explain that this place is full of desperate losers, making it ideal hunting ground for scammers. They mock him for not checking before accepting and say he should have known $1,000,000 gold offer was too absurd to trust. One of the men who had warned him earlier places a hand on his shoulder. He admits that none of them ever truly win here and that they survive by watching others fall next. He confesses that when everyone thought the young man had struck it rich, they were all thinking the same ugly thing. They had all secretly hoped his prize would amount to nothing, because his success would only make their own misery worse. He tells the young man plainly that nobody wanted to congratulate him and urges him to look around and understand the place he entered. With that bitter lesson delivered, the man tells him to leave and never come back. As he stands there broken, even the goblin clings to him like another reminder of his humiliation. He lashes out at the goblin, trying to vent his fury on the only thing weaker than himself. The scene abruptly cuts to him in bed, waking from the memory with his hand over his face. He relives the humiliation and swears revenge on everyone who ruined him. Two men loom over him and coldly remind him that killing them would only prevent him from repaying what he owes. Back in the present, he desperately insists he already paid off his debts. The blonde collector grabs him and makes clear that the small amount he paid barely covered a fraction of what he owes. He panics and promises again that he will pay, begging to talk outside. Dragged into an alley, he is immediately beaten while the thugs curse him for stalling. He throws up his hands and pleads for mercy, promising over and over that he will pay. The blonde thug mocks his fear and treats his begging like a joke. He drives the point home with another brutal hit, saying that if payment were all he wanted, a phone call would have sufficed. The young man collapses upside down at the thug's feet, dazed and bleeding. The thug explains that the beating is punishment for making them wait so long, and sneers at his earlier plea not to be hit. He warns him not to move unless he wants broken bones next. Curled on the ground, the young man can only whimper through the pain. He realizes he is completely helpless. Then an old man suddenly appears and drops one of the attackers with a single kick. The blonde thug looks up in disbelief, unable to understand what just happened. His partner is equally confused and only then realizes they should have paid attention to the old man too. The old man calmly steps forward and says the debt should now be paid for the trouble they caused his friend. He makes it clear that the young man is under his protection. The blonde thug charges anyway and is instantly smashed aside by the old man's counterattack. The young man, shocked, calls out to Sungriel and asks if he is all right after the exchange. The blonde thug then picks up a thick stack of bills and mocks the old man for threatening people with what looks like a brick. His tone changes when he realizes the brick is actually cash. The old man confirms he came to settle the debt and scolds them for never listening long enough to understand. When asked why he would pay for someone else, he answers simply that the stack contains $1,000 bills. He adds that if they are only here for interest, they should take that money and leave for today. The thugs cautiously accept the offer and begin counting. Even while taking the money, the blonde thug sneers that the young man has no real friends, so the old man's loyalty makes no sense. The old man ignores the insult and asks whether the money is enough. He refuses to explain himself further, making it clear his motives are not up for discussion. The blonde thug says motives do not matter as long as the cash is real. Then his dim partner proudly announces there are 100 bills, only to be corrected that $100 bills is far less than he thinks. As the thug starts recounting from the wrong number, the old man turns away with Sungriel, leaving the fools behind and the rescue complete. A blonde man approaches Kim Chulsu with a knowing, almost amused familiarity. Bruised and shaken, Chulsu is told to treat the man like a friend, setting the tone for a manipulative conversation. The old man reviews Chulsu's debt and points out that a small loan has grown into a monstrous sum through predatory interest. He catches a contradiction in Chulsu's story and questions the claim that this burden came from parents he never knew. Pressed into honesty, Chulsu admits he lied because he could not bear people knowing the debt was his own fault. When asked why he did not turn to family, Chulsu erupts, revealing deep resentment instead of support. He confesses he is an orphan and says that the humiliation and pain of that life felt heavier than any financial debt. The old man acknowledges his hardship but points out that Chulsu borrowed far more than survival alone would require. He guesses the truth. Chulsu gambled, and with nothing else to offer, he effectively staked his own body. The old man connects that desperation to Chulsu's obsession with dangerous dungeons and his fear of losing the goblin's power. Seeing through him completely, He asks what Cholsu intends to do now that he still needs money. Cholsu answers bitterly that he will keep scraping by however he can, trapped in a life of low-level dungeon work. He mocks his own title as a goblin summoner, and calls himself the real goblin in this miserable arrangement. The old man refuses to let him collapse into despair and insists he is still strong enough to keep going. Cholsu accepts the encouragement with a small, weary gratitude. He admits the old man saved him from being beaten senseless, and vows to repay that debt no matter what it takes. The old man warns him that such promises are easy to make when he has not considered the cost. Even so, he keeps the mood light and urges Cholsu to finish his drink like a friend sharing a quiet pact. On the day of the patch, Cholsu enters the game again and immediately recalls Sungryo's warning. He reassures himself that reaching level 44 means he has grown too much to give up just because the goblin was nerfed. Trying to prove it, he declares that he is strong now and no longer the helpless miner he once was. But when he faces his goblin, he sees only a weak low-level mob and cannot understand why it is still grinning. That sight triggers a humiliating memory of other players laughing at him for relying on the goblin in a ridiculous state. He remembers standing there as a public joke and understands exactly why everyone mocked him. The memory sharpens into resolve as he braces himself in the present. He is relieved he kept his rag armor, because now even that shabby gear matters. Accepting that the goblin can no longer carry him, he decides he must fight with his own strength from now on. He opens his status window, ready to rebuild himself properly. Before he can focus, outside noise and pressure break his concentration, but he forces himself back to the task. Looking at his stats, he realizes how distorted his growth was. His goblin handled offense while his own health remained pitifully low. He decides survival comes first and starts investing points into health, with some strength, for close combat. The new stat spread leaves him with an agile, assassin-like build that is at least workable. His next problem is obvious. He needs a weapon that actually suits those stats. Then he remembers he wasted nearly all his money on gacha and cannot afford even a basic replacement. That frustration sparks a new idea when he remembers the gacha system itself. At the Adventurers Guild, he notices how many strange opportunities the game keeps hiding in plain sight. He spots a level 48 magician named Roy trying to recruit alongside a famous level 47 player called Revenant. Roy chatters excitedly about Revenant's reputation and basic attack-only legend while the silent swordsman says nothing. Roy explains they need one more party member for a requested job. Cholsu steps in and offers himself, flaunting the Lion King's gauntlet to make himself look valuable. Roy is immediately impressed, recognizing the gauntlet as a rare Vega weapon and taking the bait. Roy eagerly accepts him, while Cholsu awkwardly realizes he has also been talking rudely to the silent party leader. The new party heads into Red Canyon together. Roy tries to reassure Cholsu, but Cholsu stays tense because he knows his own weakness better than anyone. Roy explains that the lizard men here are lower level than them and normally stay passive unless attacked first. Cholsu remains wary because his flashy gauntlet is only a vanity item with no actual combat value. He admits to himself that he joined this run through bluffing, with outdated gear and no recent experience fighting without the goblin. Roy notices something else and asks whether Cholsu has not gone through job selection yet. Cholsu is confused because he assumes his class should already be visible above his head, but Roy says he can only see the level. That makes Cholsu realize his hidden class is truly hidden from other players. He also notices that Revenant seems to be another strange case, someone who reached level 47 without a visible job change. Cholsu starts to explain that he does have a class, but the moment slips away. A spear suddenly lands at his feet, revealing that danger has already arrived. He is stunned because Roy had just said the monsters would not attack first. The truth appears in a system notice. His goblin minion automatically attacks monsters on sight unless ordered otherwise, and it has already provoked the canyon. Cholsu panics, uses Rally to call the goblin back, and scolds it for causing trouble now that its old broken power is gone. Roy finally understands that the goblin is not just a pet but something central to Cholsu's class. Cholsu explains that his hidden class lets him summon only a single goblin as a minion. He adds that the goblin used to be absurdly strong, which now makes sense only because it had been bugged. He casually mentions that today's patch fixed the summoner bug and ended his easy life, which immediately catches Roy's attention. Roy asks where he heard that patch information, suddenly far more serious than before. Cholsu says he heard it from a trusted friend, not realizing he is stepping into a trap. Roy coldly tells him that friend was wrong. As spears rain toward the goblin, Roy reveals that the official patch notes never mention the summoner class at all. The goblin is struck over and over for no damage, proving the supposed nerf never happened. Cholsu freezes as the lie finally hits him. The old man from before appears in his memory, confessing that he truly made a terrible mistake. Cholsu tries to calm him, still not understanding the danger behind that apology. The old man's real intent is exposed. He had already decided Cholsu would die anyway. As the old man falls from a cliff in the memory, he claims he must have misread the patch notes, and begs for mercy. Cholsu, hanging over the edge with the goblin's help, mocks the excuse and asks whether the old man means his own death will be fine. He vents his fury, saying the time stolen from him by that lie can never be repaid. The old man screams as Cholsu makes him feel the terror he caused. Chulsa slams him back onto the cliff instead of letting him fall, leaving him hurt but alive. The old man realizes Chulsa is not simply cruel, and that unsettles him even more. Chulsa offers him a hand. He says he knows the old man did not truly mean to kill him, at least not in the way Chulsa now chooses to interpret it. Calling him a friend, Chulsa accepts the apology and twists the moment into a forced reconciliation. The old man is left speechless by this impossible response. A faint smile betrays that Chulsa's kindness is more dangerous than simple revenge. The old man asks if Chulsa really considers him a friend, and Chulsa answers with disarming sincerity. He says he only stepped in because he could not watch the old man make a fool of himself, then jokingly orders the goblin to hang him again. Back in reality, the old man sits in a cafe, remembering that encounter over coffee. He watches Kim Chulsa from above and reflects on how completely the young man now trusts him. Satisfied, he decides the time has come to begin using that trust for his own plan. He intends to exploit the goblin's power for the sake of Heaven's Door. That thought is interrupted by the screech of brakes outside. The old man rushes to the window in horror. A hospital soon replaces the street, showing the aftermath of the accident. At Chulsa's bedside, the old man anxiously demands to know whether he is all right. When asked his relation, the old man claims to be Chulsa's guardian. The doctor says Chulsa was incredibly lucky, surviving the car with only minor injuries and no visible brain damage on the scans. Physically, he should recover as soon as he wakes up. The old man slumps with relief, though the shock still weighs on him. He blames himself for forgetting that a top player in game is still just an ordinary vulnerable person in the real world. A small movement from Chulsa's hand signals that he is waking. As consciousness returns, Chulsa senses that something about this place is wrong and unfamiliar. The old man leans in, desperate for recognition. Chulsa opens his eyes, but there is no sign he knows where he is. He struggles to form words through the haze. Then he asks the old man the worst possible question: "Who are you?" The scene shifts back into the game world, revealing the memory gap that followed. With a bright smile, Chulsa tries to piece things together and asks whether he and the old man used to be close friends. He also guesses that the goblin is his minion, apologizing cheerfully for not remembering anything. The old man thanks him for the help while privately realizing that memory loss is troublesome but manageable. What truly alarms him is not the amnesia itself but how completely Chulsa's personality seems to have changed. The goblin's horrified reaction confirms that this is something deeper than simple confusion. The old man concludes that Chulsa is not merely forgetful. He has become someone else. That new personality immediately shows itself when Chulsa bumps into a heavily armored player and startles. Instead of picking a fight, he shrinks back as the man snaps at him. Chulsa apologizes warmly and checks whether the stranger is hurt, leaving the bully baffled and the old man stunned that he has become genuinely kind. Later, in the desert, the old man orders Chulsa to command the goblin against a giant superspeed scorpion, but Chulsa hesitates because he cannot bear sending the little creature into danger. The old man reassures him by insisting the goblin has beaten countless monsters like this before, and Chulsa clings to that hope. Gathering his courage, Chulsa finally orders the goblin to attack. The goblin lands a tiny hit, proving it can fight but also how absurdly small it looks against the monster. The old man drops to his knees in disbelief as the truth of Chulsa's former title collides with this pathetic scene. He remembers that Kim Chulsa was once known as the strongest goblin summoner of all. To him, Chulsa had been the key to fulfilling Iscariot's ambitions. The scorpion lashes out with overwhelming force. Chulsa steps in front of the goblin and takes the blow himself, absorbing massive damage to protect it. The goblin, shocked, asks whether Chulsa is all right. Chulsa kneels beside it, and with complete sincerity, calls it his friend. The goblin breaks down in tears and guilt, overwhelmed that Chulsa protected it instead of using it. At that moment, the old man grips a weapon and activates a warrior skill. He unleashes Power Swing and smashes the scorpion with a single devastating strike. The monster collapses instantly, and Chulsa is amazed that the old man killed it in one hit. The old man explains that superspeeds are dangerous because of their offense and speed, but they are fragile if you know how to hunt them. He adds that this weakness is exactly why the area is so popular for leveling. Chulsa responds with innocent sympathy, wishing monsters and players could simply get along. A blonde man with a towering hairstyle appears and mocks that sentiment, reminding Chulsa that he once ruled this area through fear. He demands Chulsa look at him properly and remember. Something about the man stirs Chulsa's buried memory. He recognizes the face as Super Wizard, a magician he has seen before, though the memory is still fragmented. The effort to remember overwhelms him, and he clutches his head in pain. Then the missing detail snaps into place: Super Dwarf, the bearded player from an old encounter, and the absurd username tied to this man. The old man realizes that Chulsa's memories are not gone, only scrambled, and that familiar triggers can bring them back. He begins to think restoring Chulsa's memory may be easier than expected if he can recreate the right moments. Meanwhile, Chulsa keeps fumbling the name, turning the confrontation into farce while Super Wizard fumes. The old man quietly resolves that if necessary, he will force Chulsa into another life-or-death hidden dungeon to make the memories return. He cuts off the scene with a pointed cough, deciding not to reveal his thoughts. He tells Chulsa he has urgent business, and plans to leave him behind for now. He turns away with a casual farewell, expecting no resistance. But Cholsa stops him before he can go. With sudden earnestness, Cholsa asks them to go together. The old man rejects the idea, insisting his business has nothing to do with Cholsa. Cholsa refuses that distance and says the old man has clearly been troubled all along. He reminds him that his life was saved and says it is now his turn to help in return. The old man falters, caught off guard by the sincerity. He lashes out in disbelief, demanding how an amnesiac Cholsa could possibly help with something he does not even understand. Cholsa holds on anyway and insists that even without his memories, he knows he would have done everything he could to help his friend. While an old man tries to stop Kim Cholsa from leaving, Kim desperately begs to be taken along, and a bewildered bystander interrupts their struggle. The old man realizes he must contact Iscariot for information on more hidden dungeons, believing that is the only way to restore Kim Cholsa's lost memories before it is too late. He remembers how urgently he once tried to explain that recovering those memories mattered, but Kim had been too confused to understand. The tall magician awkwardly tries to calm the scene as the old man's fixation becomes impossible to ignore. Then a familiar voice calls out to Sungriel, jolting the old man with recognition. Yunhyuk of the Darkness appears, already irritated that Sungriel ignored his messages and treating the reunion like unfinished business. Sungriel is startled to see Yunhyuk here and immediately recognizes how much stronger he has become. Yunhyuk sizes up the group, mocks Sungriel's low level, and reveals that he has advanced far beyond them through a second job progression. Sungriel connects Yunhyuk's growth to the hidden dungeon incident and asks whether that ordeal changed him that much. Yunhyuk brushes off the jab and cuts to the real issue, saying there is no time to dwell on old wounds. He reveals that Patton the Annihilator and Jihyun the Deathbringer are in serious danger. Kim Cholsa hears those names and feels they stir something familiar, even though he cannot place why. At the same time, he is overwhelmed by Yunhyuk's presence, and immediately concludes he would be useless in a fight beside someone that strong. Sungriel asks how Patton and Jihyun could be in trouble at all when they are supposed to be monsters in their own right. Yunhyuk admits he only knows that they sent 3 texts before contact was lost, and that they may have wandered into a hidden dungeon. He recounts the first message, which ordered the entire Evaton guild to gather at once, though the guild master could not be reached. The second message warned that a level 100 monster guarded the dungeon entrance, shocking Sungriel. Sungriel curses their recklessness, and cannot understand how they managed to get themselves trapped so badly. Desperate, he asks for the final message, hoping it might reveal their last intention. Yunhyuk says the last order was to bring Kim Cholsa to the dungeon above all else, because Jihyun insisted he was the priority. Sungriel is baffled that such a weakling would matter, then realizes Jihyun must have judged Kim important after witnessing his power firsthand. He concludes that Yunhyuk's harshness hides high expectations for Kim, because Kim is somehow tied to the group's recent growth. But when Kim hears himself described that way, the thought is immediately undercut by the blunt judgment that he is currently useless. The story shifts to the trapped pair deep underground as heavy footsteps echo through a foggy chamber. Patton and Jihyun huddle behind cover, exhausted and cornered after days of survival. Their pursuer is revealed as the cursed living armor, a level 100 monster far beyond them. When it passes by for a moment, Jihyun can finally breathe, but only barely. Patton admits they have already been trapped there for 2 days and asks whether she still believes they can escape alive. Rather than starve to death waiting, he argues they should fight and hope at least one of them gets out. Jihyun refuses that logic because any such attempt would guarantee one of them dies. She insists they must keep waiting for rescue, clinging to the belief that someone will come for them. Back in the present, Kim Cholsa is stunned by the idea that the person Jihyun was waiting for might have been him. Yunhyuk and Sungriel both realize Kim may be the same person from that memory, and the implication hits them hard. Sungriel quietly tells Kim that Yunhyuk used to be his friend, suggesting Kim should not keep treating him like a stranger. He urges Kim to speak to Yunhyuk naturally, as if they really do share a past. Kim tries to follow that advice and overdoes it immediately, blurting out an insult that horrifies Sungriel. To everyone's surprise, Yunhyuk accepts it as proof that Kim is acting more like his old self. That fragile moment is interrupted when a goblin suddenly appears behind Yunhyuk. Yunhyuk whirls around in disbelief, shocked to see a goblin here at all. Sungriel panics because Yunhyuk still must not learn the truth about Kim Cholsa and the goblin connection. Yunhyuk demands to know whether this is the same goblin from before. Sungriel lies that it cannot be, claiming this goblin is far weaker and looks badly diminished. Yunhyuk, already frayed by the crisis, snaps at the idea that they could ever have lost to something this pathetic. He recognizes that his judgment is being clouded by stress and forces himself to calm down. Soon after, Yunhyuk gathers the Evaton guild in the forest and thanks them for coming. One member questions why the absent guild master still has not appeared despite the urgency. Yunhyuk says he contacted the guild master but refuses to wait for outside help, deciding they will handle the rescue themselves. He explains that Jihyun and Patton fell into a trap on their way back from a dungeon and are now stuck underground, likely because of Patton's carelessness. Even so, he notes that a simple trap should not have held them unless the level 100 monster blocking the way made escape impossible. The mission is openly acknowledged as deadly, and Yunhyuk warns that some of them may die if they go. He makes it clear that this is no ordinary game situation and gives anyone unwilling to risk their life a chance to leave. Instead, the gathered members answer by naming the trapped pair, showing they have already chosen to go. Suzy is the first to commit, declaring that she will rescue her friend. Others follow with rough loyalty and teasing, reminding Yoonhyuk that he should have asked for their help from the start. Sungryul supports the rescue too, but warns that fighting a level 100 monster head-on is impossible. He argues their goal should be rescue, not victory, and that a larger group will help if they only need to distract the monster. Privately, Sungryul decides this is perfect, because if Kim gets chased by the level 100 monster, it might trigger more of his lost memories. Kim immediately protests when he realizes he is the one being volunteered as bait. Sungryul wonders whether Kim's sudden resistance means his memories are already returning. Yoonhyuk coldly says he has no reason to risk his life for guild business just because someone inside is waiting for his help. Sungryul is thrown by that response, but the moment shifts when a new clue about the Demon King's revival surfaces. Kim abruptly changes his tune, calls Yoonhyuk by name, and declares himself ready to enter the dungeon. Sungryul and the Goblin stare at him, baffled by the sudden reversal. Yoonhyuk insults the group one last time, then sincerely thanks them for standing with him. With the decision made, he formally calls the Evaton Guild to action. The entire group charges into the rescue mission together. Elsewhere, a suited subordinate asks whether a report he received is true. His superior orders him to keep watching Kim Cholsa closely. The subordinate reports that Kim has been acting strangely. The superior dismisses that as normal for Kim, and the subordinate decides the incident is not worth escalating. That complacency proves fatal when a hidden blade suddenly strikes in the dark. An assassin slaughters the subordinate before he can react. The killer dismisses the dead men as insignificant obstacles. Inside the dungeon, Kim watches Yoonhyuk cut through enemies with all. He realizes the guild members fight with reckless confidence because they trust one another to cover every opening. That trust makes Kim wonder whether he has ever had anyone he could rely on that way. His reflection is interrupted when something crashes down nearby. Sungryul instantly smashes the threat before it can reach Kim. The old man obliterates the attacker with a single brutal blow. Then, misreading the guild's teamwork, he concludes their individual defenses must be weak if they rely so much on numbers. Kim is moved by the old man's intervention and blurts out his gratitude. Overwhelmed, Kim grabs both the old man and the goblin in a tearful embrace, while they protest his clinginess. Kim takes their protection as proof he must once have lived nobly enough to deserve such devotion. Sungryul forces a strained agreement, while privately deciding Kim is too unstable and needs to be thrown at a powerful monster as soon as possible. Kim calls out to Yoonhyuk, wanting his attention amid the chaos. Sungryul interrupts to suggest they split up from here on, arguing it will be faster. He presses the point by claiming the monsters are weak and that maintaining formation is unnecessary if they want to find the trap quickly. Yoonhyuk accepts the argument, and blames himself for being overly cautious. He orders the guild to divide into 3 search teams, report anything suspicious immediately, and not enter the target area until everyone has regrouped. Watching from a distance, the tall magician is pleased that the plan is unfolding without much effort from him. A stronger undead creature suddenly lunges at him. He decides this is the perfect moment to show off just enough power to impress the others without making them too wary. He blasts the attacker with lightning in a flashy display. The lightning strikes a crystal embedded in the wall instead of ending there. The crystal begins to glow and hum with stored energy. It activates fully and releases a beam of blue light. Yoonhyuk notices the change at once and senses something is wrong. A glowing triangular barrier forms around the separated group. The trap completes itself into a sealed geometric prison, isolating them inside. The floor beneath them starts to crack under the trap's power. Sungryul realizes in horror that they have found the very trap Jihyun and Patton fell into. Kim freezes as the implication lands on him. The goblin panics violently, recognizing the danger before anyone else can react. The tall magician hears a scream and realizes the situation has turned disastrous. For the first time, he admits to himself that he may be completely out of his depth. A strange girl with twin tails appears in the chamber, arriving late and speaking with eerie casualness. She addresses Yoonhyuk as if she knows him and hints that he is in serious trouble. Then she reveals the truth. The level 100 monster is not below them at all, but right there in their chamber. The girl, Lammy, breaks down crying over the certainty that everyone is about to die, while her title as the Evaton Guild Master is revealed. The narration shifts to the legendary Count's Grand Library, the ultimate difficulty dungeon. It is described as the final dungeon of Heaven's Door, a place only the strongest players can even perceive. 3 top players once cleared it together, and became famous for the feat. But the public never cared that everyone else who entered with them died in the process. Back in the present, Lammy keeps sobbing over the same grim conclusion that the trapped group is doomed. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Yoonhyuk struggles to understand why the trap activated without warning. A sudden surge of killing intent makes him look up in alarm. The cursed living armor attacks with terrifying speed, sweeping its blade past him. Yoonhyuk instantly recognizes that this must be the level 100 monster from the warnings. He knows he cannot beat it, and shifts his goal to getting everyone else out alive. That resolve is shaken when he sees one of his guildmates already lying dead in a pool of blood. The corpse belongs to Minsung, confirming the massacre has already begun. Yoonhyuk is devastated by the loss and calls his name in disbelief. The living armor looms over another victim, ready to kill again. Patton suddenly charges back into the fight instead of fleeing. He intercepts the monster's strike with brute force, buying Yoonhyuk a moment. Patton orders Yoonhyuk to stop wasting time on him and go save the others instead. The monster presses harder, and Patton admits he cannot hold it off for long. Yoonhyuk refuses to abandon him and prepares to keep the monster pinned in place himself. Sungryul grabs Yoonhyuk and physically tries to drag him away from the fight. Yoonhyuk is stunned that Sungryul would interfere at a moment like this. Sungryul insists they must retreat because Suzy will die if they waste any more time here. He then reveals the cruel truth that Suzy is already dead, shattering Yoonhyuk's focus. That shock leaves Yoonhyuk momentarily exposed, and the monster nearly capitalizes on it. Sungryul snaps him back to reality, saying this is not a battle they can win but a slaughter they must escape. He points out that other guildmates have already been cut down before they could even act, so running is the only remaining option. The living armor suddenly halts and shifts its footing, reacting to a new threat. Its sword begins to glow red as it prepares another devastating strike. Sungryul bitterly reflects that if they had spotted the monster from a distance, they might have had some chance to maneuver. He laments that his rescue plan has collapsed completely, and thinks everything would have been different if Kim Cholsu had recovered his memories. What makes it worse is that they did not merely encounter the monster, they fell directly into its reach. Sungryul admits he knew they were outmatched, but never imagined they would be annihilated in seconds. At that desperate moment, Kim finally uses the Goblin's summoner skill and sends a bomb-carrying goblin toward the monster. The goblin detonates itself in a desperate blast against the living armor. The explosion engulfs the chamber and briefly disrupts the monster's assault. Yoonhyuk uses the blast to break away, stunned by the unexpected help. Sungryul realizes in disbelief that the goblin was Kim's doing. Kim seizes the opening and urges the old man to run while the monster is distracted. Sungryul is shocked that Kim survived the chaos at all, but quickly agrees. As the danger closes in again, someone grabs Yoonhyuk and screams for him to run because there is no time left. Yoonhyuk grits his teeth in frustration, forced to choose retreat over pride as the massacre continues. A hooded fighter is suddenly swallowed by a violent surge of darkness in the middle of the dungeon. An armored enemy cuts through the smoke and reveals itself as the immediate threat. The lone knight steadies himself in the ruined hall as the dust clears around him. A red shockwave erupts from the enemy, announcing that the danger is escalating fast. Kim Cholsu hurriedly opens the goblin skill interface, searching for anything that can save them. He explains that he spent the points he had on emergency options, including Bomb Goblin, because even a slight delay would have doomed them. Though he hates sacrificing his goblin, he realizes using it as a bomb is still the only practical choice. He hesitates for a moment, weighed down by the cost of that decision. Looking at the broken survivors, he convinces himself that losing a summon is better than losing a person. The old guild master remains frozen in despair, barely able to process what happened. Yoonhyuk collapses into hopelessness and concludes that everything is already over. He blames himself for Jihyun and Patton's likely deaths and decides he led everyone to ruin. His guilt turns self-destructive as he calls himself a murderer and wishes he had died instead. Kim understands that the assassin squad was Yoonhyuk's family, and seeing them die has shattered his will to survive. He realizes that in this state, Yoonhyuk may not even be able to help them escape alive. The old man rushes toward Yoonhyuk, refusing to let him sink any deeper. He apologizes for being harsh but insists there is no time to grieve because the monster could return at any moment. Still broken, Yoonhyuk turns to Sungryul and asks why the guild master ended up this way. He begins recounting how a woman once warned him that nearly everyone who entered dungeons with her died, and only 3 survived one disaster. At the time, he dismissed the warning and believed retirement was just a lie inside a game. He remembers treating dungeon pain as nothing more than immersive entertainment because he never believed the stakes were real. To him, the whole system had once been just advanced technology and a fun experience. That illusion broke during a previous boss raid, when he felt real fear for the first time. The pain he suffered there was so extreme that he could no longer pretend any of this was harmless. After dying once, he understood that a stronger monster could truly end him for good. From then on, he obsessed over leveling up so he could narrow the gap between himself and the monsters and avoid retirement. But the stronger he became, the more he feared he was only digging himself deeper into a deadly cycle. He had planned to quit after rescuing Jihyun and Patton, deciding that risking his life for more power was no longer worth it. Now he admits that his confidence was only an act, and that he had been terrified to come here alone. That fear drove him to bring others along, and he condemns himself for not stopping them even though he sensed they could die. The old man refuses that accusation and insists Yoonhyuk never truly knew this would happen and that they had a real chance. When comfort fails, Yoonhyuk explodes and insists that he alone killed them all. The old man lashes out in frustration, unable to watch him destroy himself any further. Yoonhyuk suddenly throws himself forward and knocks Kim Cholsu out of the way, calling him an idiot. The old man is left stunned by the abrupt shift in Yoonhyuk's behavior. Yoonhyuk recognizes Kim Cholsu and repeats the insult with a strange familiarity. Kim answers by furiously rejecting Yoonhyuk's certainty, arguing that no one has actually proven those missing people died in real life. The old man realizes Kim may have snapped back into himself at last. Yoonhyuk bitterly admits he regrets ever thinking such a pathetic fool could be his friend, and the word friend catches him off guard. The old man is shaken by the revelation that Kim Cholsa had somehow come to regard Yoonhyuk as a friend. Yoonhyuk recalls that Kim once claimed he would leave and get away from all of them. That memory makes it even stranger that Kim is now acting like an ally instead of an enemy. Kim doubles down, insisting this is still just a game until someone proves otherwise, and warns Yoonhyuk not to trust rumors over what he has seen himself. He tells Yoonhyuk to stop collapsing now and save the morning for later, because people are waiting for him outside. Kim orders him to focus on surviving first and leave the grief for after they escape. His blunt certainty finally forces Yoonhyuk to rise again. The old man calls to Sungryul, trying to gauge whether he has recovered enough to act. Yoonhyuk asks him directly whether he believes retirement is a lie. Sungryul answers that he does not, and that the deaths are probably real. Even so, he admits that he only knows this from stories and can offer no proof that would satisfy Kim right now. He confesses that he has never verified the truth himself, and has only heard the same rumors as everyone else. So he concludes that while they should avoid retirement at all costs, it is still too early to declare the missing dead with certainty. Yoonhyuk accepts that answer and regains a little composure. He apologizes to Kim for breaking down so badly that he ended up needing encouragement from him. Before Kim can answer, a violent force erupts nearby and interrupts the moment. Kim realizes Yoonhyuk has just saved him yet again. Yoonhyuk vows to repay that debt by staying alive through what comes next. The old man wonders whether Yoonhyuk's memories have truly returned or whether something else is happening. Yoonhyuk abruptly recommends a new objective, the Evaton rescue mission. Elsewhere, Jihyun's guild master panics when he learns Yoonhyuk has no intention of rescuing anyone himself. He is horrified that a guild master would come only to watch his own people suffer instead of helping them. The accusation becomes outright disbelief as he calls that behavior insane. Jihyun, still on the ground, echoes the word and hints that madness may be common among those trapped in this game. She reveals that the dungeon itself has a hidden nature the others do not understand. The guild master starts connecting the trap to the device around them, and realizes it may be something more deliberate than a simple snare. Jihyun confirms his suspicion with one word: this place is a test. Patton tries to contact the outside world and discovers that all communication has been cut off. Jihyun reminds them how her reflected spell created the magic circle that dropped them here in the first place. Patton angrily admits that the accident was stupid but refuses to take all the blame. He turns the blame back on Jihyun, insisting this disaster is her fault this time. Jihyun coldly replies that traps only catch careless people, and she is not one of them. She insists she stayed cautious throughout the entire dungeon. Patton, fed up with her arrogance, demands that she stop bragging and start helping. Jihyun explains that ordinary traps are easy to trigger, especially for reckless people like him. Patton can only curse at the memory of how badly that recklessness nearly got him killed. Jihyun reveals the key detail. This trap activates only when a skill directly strikes the crystal embedded in the wall. Patton mocks the trap's designer for making something so specific that even fools like him would never trigger it by accident. Jihyun points out that the original dungeon was meant for level 50 players, which makes the appearance of a level 100 monster deeply suspicious. Patton cannot see the point of the analysis and only cares that they are trapped and likely to die. Jihyun snaps that this is exactly why the trap matters, because it is not ordinary at all. Patton notices her staring at something and demands to know what she has found. Jihyun turns sharply, suddenly alarmed by what she sees. She realizes the same kind of crystal is embedded in the central pillar as well. Acting on that insight, she fires a green energy shot at the crystal. The attack strikes true and the pillar begins reacting to the hit. Patton panics and begs her to stop moving, convinced she is making everything worse. Ignoring him, Jihyun releases a second shot to complete the pattern. Patton can only scream as the mechanism fully activates. A beam of light erupts from the crystal beneath him. Other crystals answer, linking together across the chamber. Patton realizes too late that the light is forming directly under him. The beam launches him upward as the trap seizes control of the room. One crystal sends its light into another, continuing the chain. The link beams spread from pillar to pillar until the whole mechanism is complete. A giant star-shaped magic formation appears across the floor, with Jihyun and Patton caught inside it. Jihyun is relieved that her guess was right and believes this should return them to where they came from. A system message appears and identifies the mechanism as an altar of light that requires 3 people. Patton reads the message and realizes the altar is still incomplete with only 2 of them. Jihyun concludes they need a third person standing in the circle before the exit can truly open. Patton despairs because there are no bodies or allies nearby to fill the last position, and no way to know when help will arrive. The 2 freeze as they sense something else entering the chamber. Jihyun immediately raises her weapon, ready to meet a new threat. A figure drops into the room from above. When she sees the newcomer, Jihyun blurts out Hyunsu's name in disbelief. Patton is overjoyed, convinced their missing ally has finally come to save them. The newcomer steps fully into the light through the smoke. It is not Hyunsu at all but the cursed living armor, carrying a bloodied head as proof of what it has done. Jihyun's hope collapses into horror as she realizes the truth. The severed head on the floor confirms that Hyunsu is dead. Patton can barely force out Jihyun's name as the shock hits him. Seeing the monster attack, he screams for Jihyun to run. Before the blow lands, Yoonhyuk crashes in and strikes the armor with overwhelming force. He lands between the monster and the others, turning the battle around in an instant. The armor's bladed limb recoils, damaged by the sudden counterattack. Yoonhyuk notes that using Kim Cholsa's summoned monster as a shield to deflect the attack was an unexpectedly clever idea. Patton recognizes Yoonhyuk and rejoices that he really came to save them. Ji-hyun is stunned that Yoonhyuk just deflected an attack from a level 100 monster at all. From behind, Sungryul and Kim Cholsu arrive as well, and Patton realizes the rescue team made it in time. The old man shouts that they are not too late after all. Ji-hyun is shocked to see both Sungryul and Kim Cholsu with Yoonhyuk. Kim awkwardly greets her, suddenly unsure how to act after everything that happened. He tries to pass himself off as a friend and clumsily pretends this reunion is normal. The old man asks what is wrong with him, and Kim admits he is irritating him too. All 4 survivors gather inside the glowing altar lines as the mechanism hums around them. The old man notices the altar interface and asks what this new device actually is. The altar of light activates and engulfs the group in a column of blue light. Ji-hyun realizes with horror that the exit opened only because there are now 3 people in the circle. As the teleport begins, she desperately asks whether anyone else is present besides them. Sungryul confirms that only the 3 of them are inside the altar for now. Ji-hyun immediately understands the consequence and reaches out in panic. She realizes that if the altar takes only 3, the 2 left outside will be trapped behind. Kim hears her scream his name from inside the teleportation light. Ji-hyun begs Yoonhyuk to save Kim before the transfer completes. Kim looks up, understanding exactly what she is asking of him. Instead of panicking, he gives her a bright thumbs up and reassures her with a smile. Ji-hyun vanishes in the teleportation light, still staring at him in disbelief. The altar finishes transporting the 3 survivors away. Left behind with the monster, Yoonhyuk confirms that the others escape safely. He accepts that there is now only one path left for them: kill the cursed armor. Kim laughs nervously but agrees that this is now their reality. The cursed living armor roars and surges forward, fully enraged. Kim runs straight toward the fight instead of away from it. He jokes that Yoonhyuk is giving away spoilers about his death, and Yoonhyuk tells him to shut up and keep moving. The 2 of them square off against the towering level 100 enemy together. Yoonhyuk orders Kim to stay close and keep up with him. Kim answers by summoning his goblin again and entrusting the next move to it. Yoonhyuk launches into motion, preparing a decisive attack. He tears across the floor with explosive speed toward the monster. As he commits to the charge, he resolves that he will survive this battle. Yoonhyuk dives straight at the cursed armor and swears that this time he will definitely live through it. The 3 of them flee deeper through the dungeon as something overwhelming pursues them. While running, Kim Cholsu is troubled by a familiar rule being broken, because a monster far above their level should have triggered a warning. That odd certainty shocks Yoonhyuk, who realizes Kim is speaking as if he remembers facing this kind of monster before. Kim admits he cannot place the memory, only that he recalls a red system alert telling him to leave immediately because the danger exceeded his level. The remembered warning confirms that his instinct is tied to some buried experience of impossible danger. Yoonhyuk urgently presses for details, hoping Kim remembers what monster it was and whether there is anything useful beyond the warning. Kim can offer nothing more, but he insists the lack of a warning this time still makes no sense if the enemy were truly level 100. Yoonhyuk begins to suspect the monster's displayed strength may be deceptive rather than absolute. He reasons that a dungeon full of level 50 enemies should not suddenly produce a genuine level 100 threat without any sign. From that, he concludes that if the level is some kind of trick, their comrades may not be doomed after all and the monster may be beatable. That possibility gives him a reason to stop surrendering to fear. Yoonhyuk recognizes the logic but warns that choosing to fight is still a gamble. He turns the question back on Kim and asks whether Kim himself would really take that risk. Kim answers honestly that he does not know what he would do now, then asks what Yoonhyuk thinks of him. Yoonhyuk studies him and reaches a firm conclusion. He says that Kim Cholsa he knows would stake everything rather than back down. Taking that as a challenge, Yoonhyuk abruptly reverses course and launches himself at the monster instead of continuing to run. The cursed living armor raises its sword to meet the attack. Yoonhyuk strikes first with a shadow slash, but the monster shrugs it off and he realizes he has committed himself to a real fight. Even as terror grips him, he forces himself to stand by his decision and keep attacking. He activates his Shadow Hunter skill to press the assault. The living armor braces, towering over him as he closes in. Yoonhyuk sinks into the shadows to set up a stronger technique. He unleashes Shadow Guillotine in a decisive attempt to cut the monster down. The attack lands cleanly across the armor's body. But the monster does not even flinch, and Yoonhyuk is horrified to learn his strongest attacks have done nothing. The armor calmly draws back for a counterattack, seizing the initiative. Its sword comes down in a brutal red arc. Yoonhyuk tries to evade, but the strike overtakes him. The blow smashes him away with overwhelming force, proving the gap is still deadly. As he is sent flying, Yoonhyuk curses Kim for pushing him into this reckless stand. Kim, refusing to watch helplessly, calls up his goblin throwing skill and remembers an important detail from using his goblin abilities before. He realizes goblins can be resummoned immediately after dying, and apologizes in advance to the creature he is about to use as bait. That discovery gives Kim a new plan, because a goblin can keep coming back even if it is killed. He summons a goblin again in a burst of magic. Grabbing the terrified creature, Kim orders Yoonhyuk to attack freely while he uses the goblin to absorb the monster's blows. Yoonhyuk, still the one facing the sword, bitterly thinks Kim is making it sound far easier than it is. He points out that even with a disposable shield, his attacks still are not harming the monster at all. Watching the armor loom over him, Yoonhyuk admits Kim's hopeful theory was wrong and that this enemy really does feel like a level 100 monster. A memory of being told not to run resurfaces and hits Yoonhyuk at the worst possible moment. That memory takes the form of a closed door, and a voice demanding to know whether he is fleeing because of the retire mechanic. He remembers being challenged with the idea that if a game can kill people in real life, hiding from it changes nothing. The voice forces him to confront whether his current retreat is worth anything at all. It insists that as long as he is alive there must still be something he can do, and that staying shut away solves nothing. The message becomes a direct command to stop running and face what terrifies him. As the monster chases him, Yoonhyuk realizes he is repeating the same cowardice and that nothing will change if he keeps fleeing. Kim notices Yoonhyuk slowing and tries to stop him from doing something reckless, but Yoonhyuk has already made up his mind. Kim turns in alarm as Yoonhyuk suddenly breaks from the escape. The monster bears down on Kim instead, making him the next target. Kim and Yoonhyuk sprint together as the armor's attack tears through the space behind them. Kim shouts in confusion because Yoonhyuk had promised to stand and defend, not run again. Yoonhyuk snaps that defense no longer matters if his attacks cannot work, and he insists the fight was doomed from the start. The living armor keeps pace and closes in, refusing to let them escape. As it lunges again, Kim prepares another goblin summon in desperation. He throws the newly summoned goblin directly into the monster's path to intercept the strike. The goblin is hit instead of them, and Kim notices the damage is tiny compared with what the same attack did to Yoonhyuk. Even so, the shockwave still knocks both men sprawling across the floor. From the ground, Kim realizes they have reached a dead end and can no longer run anywhere. The armor advances on him alone, and Kim braces for the next blow. He thinks of using the goblin as a shield again, expecting it to die for him once more. But when he looks, he is stunned to see the goblin survived. The monster raises its sword for another execution strike. Before it can bring the blade down, something slams into it from above and interrupts the attack. Seeing the goblin still alive makes Kim suddenly understand what has been happening. He realizes the monster is not too strong for a goblin to endure, but rather so weak that it cannot even kill one. That revelation destroys Kim's fear, and he declares he is no longer scared of the monster at all. From the floor, Yoonhyuk is stunned to see the supposedly invincible enemy exposed as weak, and he struggles to reconcile that with his earlier failure. He refuses to believe it at first, still clinging to the idea that his attacks had truly been ineffective. Then he admits the truth to himself. He had wanted to run, so he never attacked with full conviction and used fear as an excuse. Ashamed, Yoonhyuk drives one blade into the ground and forces himself to stand his ground at last. He realizes he had been acting as if he were outmatched when in fact he had been terrified of a weak enemy. Regaining his resolve, he tells Kim to stay out of it because this fight is his responsibility now. Yoonhyuk charges with the intent to finish the monster in a single committed strike. The living armor swings to meet him head-on. Yoonhyuk reframes the fight in his mind, deciding that if the sword cannot even kill a goblin, then parrying it should be manageable. He blocks the blow successfully, and the impact confirms his new reading of the monster's weakness. As he counters, he realizes the enemy truly could not even kill the goblin, which means its threat was built on fear rather than power. The monster's next strike crashes into the floor instead of him. Kim, clutching the goblin, calls out that Yoonhyuk does not have to handle this alone and offers to help. Yoonhyuk refuses, recognizing that the monster was never strong and that only his own fear had made it seem unbeatable. With that fear broken, he vows to cut down any monster no matter how high its level appears. His renewed confidence sends the living armor reeling backward. As he presses the attack, Yoonhyuk decides that facing this fear himself is the repentance he owes for his past cowardice. Steel meets steel as he fully commits to the duel. He overwhelms the armor with a relentless flurry of close-range strikes. While attacking, he reflects that in such a violent world he had mocked Kim for being afraid even though he himself was the greater coward. He resolves to make amends by opening the figurative door he had kept shut and admitting his own fear. Bleeding but determined, he keeps cutting and promises inwardly that he will apologize properly once this is over. Kim watches in surprise as Yoonhyuk's entire demeanor changes. The system display finally reveals the truth, showing the cursed living armor at level 81 rather than 100. As Yoonhyuk continues attacking, the monster's level visibly drops to 73, proving its strength is collapsing. Yoonhyuk lets out a fierce cry as the false terror loses its hold. The armor falters and loses its footing under the pressure. Its level remains exposed at 73 as it struggles to recover. Another hit drives the level down further to 67. More damage cracks the armor and lowers it again to 61. The barrage continues until the monster falls to level 53 and begins to break apart under the assault. Its sword is knocked from its grasp, leaving it defenseless. The living armor staggers wildly, its body coming apart as its power collapses. It shrieks as the last of its false menace gives way to panic. Wounded but in control, Yoonhyuk taunts the monster for trying to flee after chasing them so mercilessly. Kim suddenly shouts a command, telling Yoonhyuk to hand the finish to him under the title Yoonhyuk of the Darkness. Yoon-hyuk understands at once and drives forward again, activating his assassin skill to create the opening Kim wants. His back attack lands with devastating force, blasting the armor apart and ending the fight. Yoon-hyuk remains standing amid the smoke, bloody but victorious. He exhales, the tension finally leaving him. The system rewards his breakthrough by raising Yoon-hyuk of the Darkness from level 56 to 59. Kim's own class also levels up, with Goblin Summoner rising from 44 to 50. Overjoyed, Kim leaps onto Yoon-hyuk and celebrates that they actually won. Yoon-hyuk immediately ruins the moment by demanding Kim get off him. The monster's remains turn into rare loot, including legendary cursed heavy armor and a legendary cursed heavy helmet. Kim is dazzled by the golden items because he has never seen loot of that rarity before. Yoon-hyuk concedes that he lost this contest of merit and tells Kim to take all of the rewards because he earned them. He admits that without Kim's actions they would never have won at all. For that reason, he insists the loot rightfully belongs to Kim. Kim is baffled that Yoon-hyuk is suddenly being generous. Kim refuses to accept all of it, saying he could not have done it without Yoon-hyuk either, and that the spoils should be shared. Yoon-hyuk is caught off guard by Kim's fairness. He grudgingly admits he misjudged Kim and no longer understands him the way he thought he did. Yoon-hyuk then openly apologizes, saying he finally understands why Ji-hyun wanted Kim with them and taking back his insults about Kim being weak and useless. Kim dryly accepts most of the apology, though he leaves open whether the uglier insults were entirely wrong. Before they can say more, the exit portal opens again in front of them. Kim notices the way out has returned and immediately thinks of the others. Yoon-hyuk asks one last time whether the monster was ever truly level 100. Kim explains that he watched the numbers during the fight and saw the monster's level start dropping the moment they fought back and keep falling as their fear faded. He recalls the armor's earlier towering form as part of the deception. Putting it together, Kim concludes the monster fed on their fear to grow stronger and lost power when they stopped fearing it. He reassures Yoon-hyuk that if the attacks on their friends were only meant to frighten them, then the others may still be safe. Yoon-hyuk brightens at once, realizing the monster was not the kind that truly killed its victims, which means the others may have survived too. Kim eagerly urges them to go back because everyone should be waiting outside. The portal carries Kim, Yoon-hyuk, and the goblin upward as Kim excitedly marvels at flying and Yoon-hyuk bluntly points out that they are literally being transported. Even while leaving, Yoon-hyuk remains tense, sensing something unresolved. That unease sharpens into alarm as he realizes the danger may not be over. The portal effect clears and drops them back into the larger chamber. Unseen nearby, the pink-haired woman watches their return from behind cover. Annoyed, she wonders why they still have not broken down the way she expected. Kim and Yoon-hyuk emerge from the portal into the room, confused but alive. At the same moment, the pink-haired woman dashes toward the others with sudden speed. She throws herself into Kim and Yoon-hyuk in a frantic embrace, relieved that both of them survived. Kim, with the goblin still clinging to him, panics and insists there is nothing improper going on between him and Yoon-hyuk. The blonde woman tearfully thanks Kim for protecting Yoon-hyuk, while Kim keeps protesting that this kind of closeness is not what friends do. Yoon-hyuk is left speechless by the emotional pile-up around him. The rest of the party appears alive and unharmed, teasing Yoon-hyuk for looking like he has seen a ghost. The blonde woman starts to explain what happened to them. She demonstrates by diving into the floor portal as if reenacting her supposed death. From the ground, she reveals that being killed only ejected them, and she jokingly asks if Kim died too. The others confirm they are all alive, and Hyunsoo is stunned to see the supposedly dead party members standing there unharmed. One of them explains that none of them were actually injured because the dungeon expelled them the moment the monster killed them. Kim realizes the corpses they saw were fake fear tactics, and bitterly notes that if they had known death only meant ejection, the easiest escape would have been to die on purpose. Another survivor complains that Ji-hyun had even watched him get decapitated, only for him to be kicked out intact, turning the whole nightmare into something grotesquely absurd. The trapped guild members explain that they had tried to warn him sooner, but outside contact had been cut off. Relieved that everyone survived, he immediately sets aside their safety and turns to the question that matters most to him. He asks whether the guild master ever came to this place. The question only confuses the others, who do not even know who he means. As they realize the guild master never appeared, resentment flares over how she abandoned them even when they were close to death. Kim Chosa clarifies that he does not know her rank, but he did meet a girl named Lammy while escaping. That name shocks the whole group and forces them to reconsider what really happened. The hooded man realizes Lammy was no illusion after all. He concludes that she truly left her room and came in person to save them. The story shifts away from the dungeon to a quieter moment in the real world. Kim reflects that it is no wonder everyone was stunned, since someone who never even left her room entered the game out of fear just to rescue them. The old man tempers that interpretation, warning that Lammy may have had motives of her own since she vanished without revealing herself. Still, he shrugs it off as another example of people hiding their own agendas. He changes the subject and asks Kim whether any of his lost memories have returned, but Kim admits he still remembers nothing. Kim can only say that his empty past makes it seem like he has no family at all. Because no one came for him even after his car accident, he convinces himself he has neither family nor anyone close enough to count. Trying to lighten the loneliness, he jokes that at least he has the old man, who awkwardly rejects the idea while clearly affected by it. Kim wonders if recovering his memories is even worth it, since forgetting means he no longer has to hate anyone. The old man listens without dismissing that pain. Even so, he insists Kim must have important memories somewhere, and promises to help him recover them. That offer reaches Kim more deeply than he expected. Grateful for the kindness, Kim accepts the old man's help. They part for the night with the promise to meet again the next day. As the old man walks away, Kim remains behind, still dependent on him. The old man suddenly remembers something important. He asks Kim whether he remembers where he lives. Kim's blank smile is answer enough. So the old man brings him to a building, tells him to shut the door behind him, and reveals this may be Kim's only shelter for now. Inside the stairwell, the place feels strangely familiar to Kim even if he cannot place why. As they climb, they pass rough-looking residents, hinting at the kind of place Kim used to live in. One of those men watches Kim with unsettling recognition. The old man notices the atmosphere but keeps leading Kim onward. They continue up the stairs through the shabby building. A sign advertising easy loans reveals the building's connection to debt and desperation. The old man unlocks a hidden room he has kept for himself. Kim is stunned by the bare, secret space he is being shown. The old man explains that no one rents the room, so he uses it privately where no one will intrude. He even pulls out cash, making his support concrete rather than symbolic. He tells Kim to stay there until his memory returns and points him to a nearby bathhouse for basic needs. Kim panics at receiving both money and shelter, but the old man cuts him off with blunt concern and insists he reeks. Then he makes clear this is not charity but a debt Kim will repay with interest someday. With that rough kindness, he leaves Kim to rest, and Kim can only thank him repeatedly. Alone at last, Kim stares at the empty room and the light from the window. Lying down, he is embarrassed by how casually he had talked about not needing his memories. He realizes that was a reckless thing to say when he is surviving only because he cannot even remember where home is. He finally reaches the honest conclusion that recovering his memories is necessary, not just to repay kindness but to make sure he is not a danger to others. That resolve is interrupted by a sudden pounding at the door. Startled awake, he wonders if the old man has come back. The knocking grows harsher and more violent. Soon it becomes a barrage that sounds like people trying to break in. Kim demands to know who is outside, but no answer comes. He tries to calm himself, telling himself it was only a scare. Then his fear turns specific as he remembers the threat of loan sharks. Half asleep, he imagines debt collectors looming over him and demanding payment. The nightmare overwhelms him, and he screams. He jolts awake in daylight, relieved it was a dream. Still shaken, he sits up and catches his breath. The dream lingers because the man demanding payment had felt disturbingly familiar. He dismisses it as a strange dream and tries to move on after a good night's sleep. Back in the game, the hooded leader confirms that retirement from Heaven's Door is real. He admits the game's escalating danger and rewards keep feeding his desires, but that cycle is no longer worth his life. Because every new gain comes with greater risk, he decides he wants to stop before it kills him. He tells the guild that each of them is free to stop with him or continue on without pressure. But he confesses one selfish fear. If any of them die after he lets them keep going, he will regret not stopping them forever. One teammate answers that no one can deny how hard he fought, especially after the Steel Giant, and how quickly he grew for their sake. He says all of that effort was to protect the guild, and this decision is just another attempt to shoulder the burden alone. The pink-haired brute refuses to let him do that anymore and declares he will go with him. Another member immediately agrees, trusting the leader's judgment over the game's promises. He admits the Steel Giant battle changed him too, because once monsters could appear anywhere, the game stopped feeling fun. To show his support, he physically drags another wavering member into line. That reluctant member finally blurts out that he was never afraid of retiring itself, only of losing the reason he played, which was the guild. Another voice cuts through the emotion and rejects the idea that everyone is quitting. The red-haired swordsman declares he has no future outside Heaven's Door and must keep playing to survive. Unable to follow him, the blonde woman watches him storm out in frustration. The leader asks what she will choose. He says he will quit too, but only after meeting one person first. The blonde woman decides she will also leave, though she wants to meet someone before that happens. The leader understands immediately who she means and asks her to pass along his regards. He sends a simple message of thanks through her. She accepts that request with a warm smile. With the decisions made, the leader moves to end the meeting. One of the others tries to turn the breakup into a final drink, but the leader refuses because he still needs to speak to the guild master. The masked rogue remains unconvinced that the guild master truly came to save them. The leader answers that carrying a truth no one else believes is lonely, and he understands that feeling too well. Because of that, he chooses to believe Kim Cholsa now. Before the guild can process that, a stranger appears and asks whether they are Kim Cholsa's friends. The leader immediately rejects the intrusion and demands the stranger's identity. The newcomer dodges the question and calls himself only an acquaintance of Kim's. The guild members instantly sense danger and begin counting off their numbers to coordinate. As the rogue prepares a skill, the leader warns everyone to be careful. He lunges into a fighting stance, ready to strike first. The stranger calmly says that if 5 people from Kim's past were to die at once, Kim would surely be shaken, revealing murderous intent. Then he states plainly that all of them are going to die. Elsewhere, Kim arrives in a bizarre seaside zone and is overwhelmed by the sight of the ocean. He runs across the beach in childlike excitement, thrilled by what feels like his first time seeing the sea. The old man teases him for acting as if he has never been to a beach before. Kim does not care whether it is his first time or not, because the ocean itself is enough to amaze him. The old man cannot decide whether Kim's wonder is innocence or foolishness. When Kim tries to rush in, the old man stops him and explains that this place requires a swimsuit, absurd as that sounds. He reveals the beach is not a vacation spot at all but a sacred area where players can undergo a second job change. Kim is stunned by the possibility of changing jobs and is immediately corrected for abbreviating it. The old man explains that reaching level 50 qualifies Kim for a higher tier class. He starts listing the options, beginning with the warrior path. That path can eventually become a blacksmith, letting the player forge equipment. Or it can become a guardian, specializing in protecting allies with overwhelming defense. Another route is soul warrior, a class that manipulates magic tied to the soul. Finally, there is the knight path, the same line once taken by President Han Kim-un. The old man warns that from level 50 onward, Kim cannot gain more levels until he completes this job change, and the beach attire is only part of the ritual. Kim repeats the warning to himself and realizes this place is far more serious than it first looked. The old man explains that the holy site hides among countless islands and changes location every day. Since travelers and vacationers pass through the area, the best way to find today's site is to ask around for someone who has already been there. Kim immediately panics at the idea of talking to women, but the old man points out he cannot ignore half the beach. When Kim still hesitates, the old man physically shoves him forward and orders him to go. Kim is launched into the crowd before he can protest. He skids helplessly across the sand towards strangers. He blurts out an awkward greeting to the first woman he reaches, trying desperately to seem harmless. She rejects him on sight, and he can only insist that he merely wanted to talk. His next attempt fails even faster when another woman cuts him off by announcing she already has a boyfriend. A third woman refuses before he can even speak, saying she simply dislikes his face. Kim is left trembling in humiliation as one rejection after another piles up. Watching from afar, the old man concludes that even Kim Cholsu would go mad after being rejected this many times. Kim snaps and swears this will be the last person he talks to. The old man is baffled that Kim considers this anger, since it still looks ridiculous. Kim spots one more woman and tries to reassure himself that he is not dangerous or perverted. He marches toward her repeating that he is not a creep and has no romantic intentions. He finally shouts the truth, that he only wants directions to the job change site, and forces himself to sound confident. When she turns, he blurts out again that he is not weird, only making himself look worse. She reacts instantly and moves before he can recover. Kim tries to deny any attraction, but he has already stumbled straight into her. They crash together and end up sprawled on the sand in an intimate tangle. The woman recognizes him at once and reveals she expected to find him here because he had reached level 50. Kim is stunned when she says she only came to say goodbye. As he notices her familiar presence, and hears her complain about the ugly swimsuit, he begins to realize who she is. Pinned beneath him, she reflects that a friend appearing in a place she hates and confessing in the stupidest way imaginable is somehow still acceptable. Then she jokes that she feels so little attraction to him that she could even share a bed with him and remain unmoved, turning the whole moment into a teasing insult. Without warning, Kim's PK mode activates. The system treats the contact as an attack, and he lands a devastating critical hit on her. She is blasted away, and Kim can only stare in horror as she screams at him for being an idiot. The old man arrives just in time to witness the aftermath, while the furious woman is revealed to be Jihyun. Jihyun immediately turns to the old man, Sungryul, and asks him for a favor. She asks to take Kim Cholsu with her for his job change, but Sungryul is suspicious about why she wants him alone. Jihyun shuts him down by revealing his low level and mocking how tiny and precious it is compared with Kim's. Sungryul mutters about something precious from his own past, but makes clear he is not talking about Kim's body. Jihyun decides she will carry Kim from here herself and tells the old man to go level up a little before acting like a grandfather. Sungryul admits to himself that she has a point, because if Kim outlevels him too much he will not be able to watch over him. For now, he decides it is safe enough to leave Kim in Jihyun's hands. While they head off, Sungryul turns his attention back to the beach and the players around it. He notices a level 44 magician relaxing nearby and marks him as useful. At the same time, elsewhere, a formal subordinate receives an order to hire an investigator. A white-haired woman insists the investigation be done quickly and says money is no object. A bizarre mage insists he is exactly the kind of person Catherine needs for a job. He recognizes Catherine as Chair Han Kim-un's daughter and reveals he already knows her from her streaming persona. When he introduces himself as Super Wizard and reminds her he donated to her stream, Catherine humors him with practiced enthusiasm. He drops the fan act and bluntly declares that he should be hired. Catherine explains she needs a private investigator, but he argues that being unemployed and fast still makes him useful enough. Later, while covertly observing Kim Cholsu's group, Super Wizard reports that Cholsu seems odd but nothing else appears suspicious. That confidence vanishes when he witnesses a horrifying incident at the site they entered. Realizing the situation is disastrous, he panics over whether he should report what he has seen. He decides to hide it instead, until a woman catches him hesitating and demands action. When she tells him to use the same magic he used to send people inside, he reveals he never intended to save them at all. He fires a spell only because the mechanism requires magical activation, and warns her to leave before it is triggered. She coldly points out that none of their own men can use magic, meaning he personally condemned them all. To push him further, she reminds him that anyone expelled from that area returns with the body intact but the mind destroyed, just as happened before. The implication terrifies him so badly that he bolts. Elsewhere, Supermage Magician relaxes on a beach and is relieved that the Evaton Guild is nowhere nearby. He notices a lone figure in the distance and senses an opportunity. Seeing that Kim Cholsu and his companion have become separated from others, he decides to trail one of them. He chooses to follow the isolated pair with amused interest. He mocks the idea that this dangerous day could somehow involve a woman in trouble. Then two absurdly overdramatic men appear, calling themselves a heroic duo and vowing to rescue a lady supposedly endangered while searching for the shrine of job advancement. Their target, a blonde woman stranded with Cholsu, is more unnerved by their help than reassured by it. Cholsu is briefly dazzled by the pair, but the woman immediately loses patience with the whole scene. One of the duo feels an irrational urge to beat up the man with the woman, as if he recognizes him from somewhere unpleasant. His partner dismisses the thought and insults Cholsu instead of taking him seriously. The two launch themselves away in a flashy burst, convinced they have found the next island to search. Moments later they realize they have once again chosen the wrong island and collapse in despair. Back on the island, the woman points out this is only the second island and tries to stay positive, noting that even the goblin seems happy to be there. Cholsu lies back, exhausted by the chaos around him. One of the departing men casually answers a call from his mother and abandons the mission because dinner is ready. As the pair speed off across the sea, the stranded woman screams after them for leaving her behind. Furious, she demands to know what is wrong with them, while Cholsu dryly notes that they really did leave because their mother called them home. Accepting that no rescue is coming, Cholsu decides they will search for the shrine themselves by swimming from island to island. He immediately starts running toward the water with reckless determination, dragging the goblin into his plan. The woman stops him at once, horrified by how little thought he has given to survival. She explains that the game simulates temperature, and swimming at night would dangerously lower their body heat. Blushing despite herself, she admits they have no choice but to stay together until morning, even as she insists she hates the idea. Trying to regain control of the situation, she suggests they start a fire before the cold worsens. Before she can continue, she suddenly lashes out in frustration. She beats Cholsu while he yelps in confusion and begs for mercy, misunderstanding her anger as something he can repay later. His clueless response only earns him more blows and deeper outrage. Afterward, she orders him not to look at her while she cools down, and he shuffles along with his face swollen from the beating. As they search the forest, she says there is no good timber around except him, keeping the insults going. She spots coconuts and decides their shells can substitute for charcoal to make a fire. Using magic, she knocks the coconuts down in a clean sweep. Satisfied with the haul, she decides they now have enough fuel. Just then she notices something moving above her. Even while startled, she orders Cholsu to gather the coconuts. A coconut spider drops in front of her, and her composure shatters as she screams in terror at the sight of a bug. Cholsu initially misunderstands her cry for help, thinking she is calling him an insect rather than warning him about one. Once he sees the monster, he realizes it is only a normal mob and cannot understand why she is so frightened. He grabs the spider and laughs at how badly she was scared by such a weak enemy, which only makes her panic worse. Still cackling, he waves the spider around while the goblin joins in the chaos. The woman breaks down in tears from humiliation and fear. Her terror spills over into full sobbing as she covers her face. Only then does Cholsu realize she is genuinely crying because of the spider. He awkwardly backs off, has the goblin kill the spider, and regrets pushing the joke too far. Trying to recover, he claims he thought she had been joking too and clumsily attempts to comfort her. She explodes, saying she hates him and cannot understand what is wrong with him. She accuses him of treating everything like a joke and of never taking her feelings seriously. She bitterly concludes that she was foolish to think he had changed at all. Overwhelmed and ashamed, she berates herself for ever trying to talk to him in the first place. Cholsu finally stops joking and listens in silence. He admits, haltingly, that he has never really talked to a girl before. Because he did not know how to approach her, he defaulted to the same teasing behavior he uses with everyone else. He sincerely says he never meant to hurt her and apologizes. Determined to make up for it, he promises that if she wants to talk all night, he will do his best to listen and respond. His apology catches her off guard, and she admits she did not expect him to know how to say sorry at all. He insists that refusing to apologize is just another form of running away, and vows he will not keep doing that anymore. Even while softening, she can only repeat that she hates him, because her feelings are still tangled. The night settles over the island as the tension between them finally begins to change. After gathering the coconuts, she asks whether he has any fire skill that can ignite them. When he produces a flame, She is surprised to discover he has a skill like that at all. He casually explains that she is only seeing it now because he learned it recently. He reveals the skill is called Bomb Goblin, which immediately sounds more dangerous than helpful. The two share a brief laugh by the coconuts, and the mood finally turns warm. That warmth becomes literal when the fire-starting attempt detonates like an explosion. The blast throws both of them across the beach in a cloud of smoke. They land hard, stunned and singed by Chulsa's idea of making a campfire. The woman erupts again, demanding to know who starts a fire with a bomb. He sheepishly admits that explosive magic is the only kind of fire attack he has. As the smoke clears, Chulsa notices something unexpected nearby. The woman follows his gaze, equally startled. The explosion has revealed the shrine of job advancement hidden on the island. Chulsa realizes the earlier claim that the shrine was not on this island had only been true until midnight changed its location. The shrine itself confirms that it moves to a new unknown place every day. Because midnight has passed, the shrine has now appeared on their island, and the woman is amazed by the absurd luck of it. She marvels that out of all possible islands, this one was chosen. Chulsa beams and thanks Jihyun for coming with him, saying the trip was not a waste after all. His gratitude leaves her quietly shaken. For a moment, their hands drift toward each other as if both are tempted to close the distance. But the moment breaks before either of them commits. Elsewhere, Catherine violently demands confirmation that what she just heard is really true. Her terrified subordinate can only agree while being kicked and screamed at. Catherine curses the old manipulator who finally let Kim Chulsa slip out of his control. Her aide tries to report Kim Chulsa's current location, thinking that is what matters. She beats him for missing the point and demands the old man's location instead. The aide collapses into self-loathing, realizing too late what she actually wanted. He then reports that he has found the old man and that their larger plan can begin whenever she wishes. Pleased, Catherine praises him and decides he deserves a reward. Her reward is a new order: kidnap the old man immediately. She clarifies that the target is the old man she has been hunting all along. When her aide warns that she must reward subordinates properly if she wants obedience, she is baffled that her earlier treatment was not enough. He bluntly reminds her that kidnapping is a crime and urges her to rethink the order. She smugly refuses, insisting that she personally would never commit a crime. Instead, she says the planning and execution will be done by him, because she has no intention of becoming the criminal herself. The aide can only stare in disbelief at how casually she shifts all responsibility onto him. Meanwhile, the old man receives a call and is stunned to hear that someone is talking about killing. He is horrified to learn that Catherine's people slaughtered others in an attempt to make Kim Chulsa evil again. Shaken, he demands to know who authorized such madness. He rages that no one could possibly restore Chulsa's power through such a crude and monstrous method, even though he had once believed he understood the path. His anger turns into disbelief that anyone would choose this course at all. A higher authority calmly tells him to lower his voice and listen. That speaker, Iscariot No. 1, reminds him that if he is enraged by this, then the victims of his own past actions would have been even more furious. No. 1 says he knew G67 had lost both memory and strength, and had stayed silent only because he expected the old man to solve the matter himself. Since the old man stalled, No. 1 says he merely gave the situation a push instead of killing G67 outright, and replacing him with a new goblin summoner. He stresses that G67's talent as a goblin summoner is too extraordinary to discard casually. The old man pleads for more time, insisting everything he has done was for the greater good, and that he can still restore Chulsa. No. 1 rejects that plea, saying innocents are dying every second and there is no time to wait for memories to return naturally. He grants exactly 1 week, after which G67 must be eliminated if there is no progress. As that ultimatum lands, an aide informs the senator that a guest has arrived. The senator coldly agrees that even one more wasted day is too much and admits he no longer believes Chulsa's memories will ever return. He also dismisses the dead companions as a failed experiment, saying he never truly expected their deaths to restore anything. The old man ends the call in fury and despair. He reflects that Kim Chulsa once was the kind of man who would throw himself into death without hesitation for his friends. He remembers that Chulsa was also naive, too young and confident to see the world clearly. Even so, he knows Chulsa was the sort of person who would be crushed by guilt the moment he realized others had been sacrificed for him. He understands that Chulsa would rather have died himself than let his friends die in his place. That same selfless purity had once defined all of Evaton, people who would burn for one another without thinking of personal gain and who never deserved to be discarded like insects. The memory hardens the old man's resolve. Convinced Kim Chulsa is now in immediate danger, he rushes to act. He decides he must enter heaven's door at once to reach him. Before he can move, someone grabs him from behind and muffles him. Pinned down, he desperately thinks only of warning Kim Chulsa. Back in the game world, a monstrous rooster-like enemy named Chikaru opens the fight with a brutal punch. Chulsa shouts for his goblin Greenie to dodge the attack. Greenie hesitates for a fatal instant instead of moving. The punch lands squarely, smashing Greenie across the face. Chulsa rushes to his fallen goblin in panic as Greenie weakly tries to answer him. In that desperate moment, Chulsa unlocks goblin health share and pours his own vitality into Greenie. Greenie revives under the healing surge with a renewed roar. As he reads the skill description, Cholsu realizes he can now sacrifice his own health to restore his goblins and wonders why he had not learned something this important sooner. Greenie shakily gets back up just as Chikuru taunts him and prepares to continue the fight. Before Cholsu can celebrate, Greenie is struck down again and he screams in horror. Chikuru follows with a named high-speed jab, proving the enemy is far stronger than a simple brute. That crisis triggers another evolution in Cholsu's class, unlocking Fight instead of Goblin. He immediately recognizes it as a higher-tier skill born from learning Goblin Health Share. The new ability lets him take a goblin's place in battle and borrow its stats, which relieves him because he no longer has to force Greenie to suffer for him. Armed with a new sword bought from selling a legendary item, he prepares to fight personally. He charges Chikuru with the rare platinum short sword and meets the monster head-on. As the clash begins, Cholsu reveals that his second job advancement also granted him a passive title, Goblin Warlord. Cholsu gains the Goblin Warlord class and initially believes it will make him overwhelmingly stronger. His excitement collapses when he realizes the bonus is only 1% per nearby goblin, far less than he expected. Before he can process that disappointment, the monstrous Chikuru looms over him and he desperately tries to stall for time. The Chikuru answers by launching a named dropkick attack instead of talking. The beast hurtles toward him with lethal speed, leaving Cholsu no room to escape. As death closes in, his goblin summoner ability triggers in panic. Greenie is pulled into the attack path and takes the full impact while Cholsu is spared. Cholsu is thrown back and only then realizes he used his own goblin as a shield. Seeing Greenie crumpled on the ground shocks him more than the attack itself. He is horrified by his instinctive cruelty, and can barely accept that he sacrificed Greenie to survive. Greenie struggles back up despite the damage, still alive but badly hurt. The goblin's condition is clearly worsening, yet he remains conscious enough to suffer through it. Cholsu stops Greenie from stepping forward again and takes responsibility for protecting him. He resolves that from now on he will fight in Greenie's place rather than use him as expendable help. With that decision made, Cholsu throws himself at the Chikuru. The monster braces for the clash, expecting to crush him. Greenie watches in tense silence as Cholsu commits to the fight. By sunset, the Chikuru lies dead with Cholsu's sword buried in it, and Cholsu admits killing even one monster took everything he had. The battle leaves him humbled, and he realizes just how extraordinary the fighters of the Evaton Guild truly were. Exhausted on the rock, his thoughts drift to Jihyun and what she might be doing now. He remembers her parting words and her wish to keep contacting him after she leaves. At the time he accepted warmly, treating her as a friend without hesitation. She had pressed him to be clear about what he meant. He reassured her that they would keep seeing each other in the game, and that she could call him whenever she wanted. Satisfied, she said goodbye and wished him safety before logging out. Left alone, he watched her disappear and felt the emptiness of her absence. He answered that farewell quietly, as if only now understanding what it meant. Trying to steady himself, he tells himself she is probably resting by now. When he turns back to Greenie, he notices the goblin is sweating heavily and sitting in ominous silence. A moment later Greenie suddenly vomits blood, and Cholsu is thrown into panic. Even in agony, Greenie weakly clings to life. Then the goblin collapses in a spreading pool of blood, making the crisis undeniable. Cholsu immediately scoops Greenie up and runs through the night, desperate to save him. Greenie can barely speak, but he still manages to beg for help. In the city, Cholsu shouts for aid and openly declares that his goblin is dying. The crowd responds with contempt, dismissing Greenie as just another monster and telling him to replace it. Others mock him as insane for caring about a sick goblin at all, especially after the recent goblin attack on the city. Still carrying Greenie, Cholsu chases after strangers and keeps begging, but no one stops. Their hatred leaves him bewildered, and he cannot understand what Greenie did to deserve such rejection. A hooded man finally speaks and tells him the city recently suffered a goblin assault, so helping a goblin here was never going to happen. The stranger introduces himself as Chao Hoxu and bluntly confirms that no one in the city will aid Greenie. Cholsu can only ask why a goblin would attack the city, frustrated that he was never told any of this. Chao Hoxu studies him and realizes Cholsu's ignorance is genuine. He concludes that Cholsu must belong to some hidden class, since his class name is concealed and he travels with a goblin. Cholsu explains that Greenie is his summoned minion and confesses he ignored how sick Greenie had become until forcing him into battle. He vows that if Greenie survives, he will apologize for what he did. His guilt runs so deep that he says Greenie matters enough to him that he would trade his own life to bring him back. Chao Hoxu dismisses that as foolish sentiment over an in-game summon, but he does offer one possible lead. He knows of a specialist in summoner minions, though she is away in a high-difficulty dungeon and unreachable for now. When Cholsu learns it would take days to meet her, he realizes Greenie may not have that long. Refusing to wait, he demands directions so he can seek help himself. Chao Hoxu warns that the specialist's area is so dangerous Cholsu would die instantly if he tried to reach her. Instead, he tells Cholsu to try the goblin village. He reminds him that goblins should understand goblin illnesses better than humans ever could. Cholsu bolts off at once, shouting his thanks before Chao Hoxu can say anything else. Left behind, Chao Hoxu is startled by how deeply Cholsu cares for a mere minion. He also notices that someone has been shadowing Cholsu, and wonders what trouble the boy has gotten into. Despite his usual self-interest, Cha Hoxu decides to help for once because he has known Cholsu long enough to care. He vanishes to follow after him. By daybreak, Cholsu has hitched a ride with a carriage merchant, but the journey is already going badly when the horse bolts again. Even so, Cholsu keeps reassuring Greenie that he will find a cure. Once inside a shelter, he cradles Greenie and begs him not to die before help arrives. The trip continues through the forest toward the Goblin territory. As they near the destination, Greenie seems to recognize someone from the past and reacts with alarm. Cholsu jumps down, ready to continue on foot if he has to. The merchant complains, but Cholsu is already too focused on Greenie to care. As the wagon pulls away, something about the route and the cave entrance stirs a buried memory in him. He feels he has seen this place before, though he cannot yet explain how. Inside the cave, the familiarity grows stronger as he carries Greenie deeper in. A flash of memory returns of goblins and violence from an earlier visit. He recognizes a mark on the wall and realizes this is definitely somewhere he has already been. That certainty only deepens his confusion about why he ever came to the goblin village before. He enters the village itself and calls out for anyone who can save Greenie. Receiving no answer, he keeps pleading into the silence for help. A goblin peeks out, sees him, and immediately tries to hide again. The village shuts itself off from him rather than respond. More doors slam closed, making it clear the entire village wants nothing to do with him. Cholsu is crushed that even goblins refuse to help and cannot understand the reason. Then a goblin finally steps forward instead of retreating. The goblins accuse Cholsu of causing many goblin deaths and demand to know how he dares return. Surrounded by hostile villagers, he can only ask what he supposedly did on his last visit. The crowd refuses to explain and surges toward him with murder in mind. Before they can reach him, a heavy force slams through the mob and stops the attack. Cholsu braces for another fight, expecting the worst. Instead, his goblin warlord bonus explodes upward because he is suddenly surrounded by an enormous number of goblins. The villagers sense his power spike and are shaken by how strong he has become in their midst. Their confusion turns to alarm as a new authority enters the scene. The goblin elder appears and immediately takes control, even joking about being called old. Cholsu is stunned that such a figure exists at all. The elder orders the crowd to clear a path. The goblins obey at once, revealing his absolute authority over the village. Watching the elder approach, Cholsu is unnerved by how slowly and deliberately he moves. That slowness proves deceptive, because the elder's presence alone keeps the entire village frozen. When Cholsu's impatience shows, the elder snaps back with vulgar force and makes him come closer on the elder's terms. After examining Greenie, the elder falls into thought. He judges the illness severe enough that even burning alive would hurt less. Still, he agrees to examine Greenie further, and has Cholsu bring him inside. Some goblins protest helping an enemy, but the elder silences them by asking whether they are truly in any position to reject him. He admits that if Cholsu attacked now, the village could not resist at all. For the elder, helping Cholsu is not mercy but a practical way to survive. He invites Cholsu into his room, and Cholsu gratefully accepts despite the tension. The other goblins resent the decision but can do nothing against the elder's command. Inside, the elder reveals that Greenie's condition can be treated, giving Cholsu his first real hope. That hope is immediately qualified when the elder explains the treatment is only temporary unless the true source of the sickness is removed. Cholsu urgently asks what that source is. The elder points his staff at him with deliberate emphasis. Then he names Cholsu himself as the cause. Cholsu assumes Greenie got sick because he forced him to fight, but the elder rejects that explanation entirely. According to the elder, goblins are wicked by nature and thrive in that state. What poisons them is the disgusting aura of goodness that people like Cholsu give off, an aura that makes goblins rot from within. The elder mocks the absurdity of a human running around begging for help because a goblin is sick. He says Greenie will not die from the illness itself, but staying with Cholsu will condemn him to something worse than death. Desperate, Cholsu asks whether he must become evil to save Greenie. The elder answers that yes, that is exactly what it would take, and Cholsu immediately swears he will do it if necessary. The elder does not believe him and calls it empty talk. To test that resolve, he begins to reveal his own true nature. The elder's frail appearance peels away as he transforms into a towering, muscular goblin. Cholsu can only stare upward in disbelief at the monster hidden beneath the robe. The elder declares that if Cholsu wants to save his friend, he must ignore Greenie's suffering and beat that goodness out of himself. He makes clear that abandoning kindness will not be easy, then looms over Cholsu as the challenge becomes physical. Elsewhere in the cave, a red-haired mage discusses a 1-week disposal period and sounds disappointed that her expectations were not met. She admits she had hoped for something from the monstrous person she has been watching. Realizing she may have grown attached, she half accepts the possibility. She reflects that staring at one person all day can make obsession feel like love. Even so, she abruptly ends her call and turns her attention back to the cave. After closing the interface, she reveals she has been secretly listening in. She openly calls out the eavesdropper she senses and invites them to step forward. Cha Hoxu emerges from hiding, unimpressed and unwilling to pretend the conversation was worth hearing. She asks who he is, and he answers with his name displayed plainly enough for her to read. Once she identifies him as Cha Hoxu, she teasingly asks why he has been following her while making it clear she is not interested in him romantically. Cha Hoxa shoots back that stalking is only amusing until someone else does it to her. Her smile never fades, but the mood turns dangerous. She lets a sinister aura spill out, and warns that being in a game does not excuse rudeness. Power surges around her as she asks whether he knows Kim Cholsu. Cha Hoxa refuses to answer directly, and questions why Cholsu matters to her at all. She calmly says Cholsu's death might help restore someone's lost memories. Before she can do more, a goblin fist interrupts the moment. Back in the elder's room, the elder bizarrely starts feeding Greenie stew and reading him a fairy tale about a beautiful goblin and an ugly human. Cholsu is aghast because the elder is acting kindly toward Greenie after insisting kindness is the poison. The elder keeps reading anyway, even showing Greenie pictures of Kim Cholsu as if trying to comfort him with a story. Greenie reacts with delight to the pictures, making the scene even more surreal. When Cholsu tears up the picture in frustration, the elder simply continues the story as if nothing is wrong. Greenie remains slumped in pain, still suffering through the treatment. Unable to bear it, Cholsu begs the elder to stop because Greenie is clearly in agony. The elder tells him this pain is exactly what Cholsu has been inflicting on Greenie all along just by staying kind. Having explained the cure, the elder now forces the decision back onto Cholsu. Cholsu trembles under the weight of that choice. The elder says he will keep reading the fairy tale until Cholsu decides what kind of person he is willing to become. Greenie suddenly jerks upright in the chair, his body reacting violently as the crisis reaches a breaking point. Seeing that, Cholsu bolts forward toward Greenie, no longer able to stand still and think. A young man charges forward in panic, trying to stop a crisis before it gets worse. He lashes out blindly into the smoke, desperate to protect the goblin he came with. The goblin elder watches with cold irritation as the human interferes. Breathless and frightened, the young man still forces himself to stand between danger and his companion. The goblin he is trying to save slips free amid the confusion. Greenie reappears and cackles, showing he is alive but still weak. The young man runs to him in relief, while the goblins close in and treat him like an intruder. He angrily kicks away an attacking goblin, making it clear he is willing to fight for Greenie. The elder decides Greenie has recovered enough for treatment, and warns the human that if he keeps acting this way, Greenie will regain his strength. Hearing that Greenie is not beyond saving, the young man finally relaxes. But the elder immediately judges him as someone doomed to live unloved and abused forever. That cruel verdict is interrupted when another goblin rushes in with urgent news. The elder turns at once as the village reacts to the emergency. The goblins regret helping the human at all, because they believe he arrived with another person. He frantically denies it and insists he came only with Greenie. The elder presses him for the truth and learns the other human has not entered the village yet, but is approaching. Suspicious but interested, the elder orders him to lead the way so they can verify his story. The young man hesitates, realizing he has no control over what they are about to find. They discover a dying adventurer outside, and the elder asks whether the human knows her. He denies any connection, and the elder tells him to leave because the village wants nothing to do with someone who reeks of goblin blood. The young man awkwardly thanks them for saving Greenie and pretends not to understand why anyone would fear him. The elder mockingly advises him that if being hated is so hard, he should simply act evil instead. As the goblins carry the wounded adventurer away, that bitter suggestion lingers in his mind. Outside the cave, he keeps turning over the elder's words about pretending to be evil. Greenie makes a grotesque face as if demonstrating what evil might look like. The young man gives up on the thought and decides to leave with Greenie. Elsewhere, an old moneylender sits bound in a dim room, already aware his captors have gone far beyond intimidation. A white-haired woman named Catherine arrives with two suited men and makes it clear she intends to force answers out of him. The old man recognizes her presence as the one who had been secretly tracking him. One of her escorts shrugs off the accusation and says he had his reasons. The captive dismisses that excuse and demands they stop wasting time. He points out that they did not kidnap him merely to torture him, so they must want information. Catherine cuts him off by striking him before he can finish. She openly admits she was raised through violence, and will beat him until her anger fades before asking anything. The old man panics and begs the others to restrain her, but they know she cannot be reasoned with. Her escort dryly tells the captive to endure it, since she is untrained enough that he probably will not die. Terrified, the old man pleads for mercy and insists he has done nothing to deserve this. Catherine tells him he can figure that out while she beats him. She follows through with a brutal punch that leaves him bleeding. As she attacks, his inner narration identifies her as Catherine, the daughter of Han Kimun, who exposed her father's abuse and shocked the world. He recalls that she left her family's corporation, became an independent streamer, and built enormous influence of her own. Even while being beaten, he cannot understand what any of her success has to do with him. He argues that unlike her father, he never personally wronged her. Catherine realizes he still does not understand and knocks him sprawling again. Her escorts are stunned by how hard she hits, and she explains she is only repeating what her father did to her. Broken and coughing, the old man finally admits he was the one who sold her information about a hidden dungeon. He reveals the entrance was hidden in the mines behind a concealed door. Catherine reconstructs his scheme. He found the dungeon by accident, doubted he could clear it, and sold the lead instead. The old man curls up, shaken, as the truth starts coming out. He insists he never knew a level 80 monster was inside because he never entered the dungeon himself. Catherine catches a contradiction at once and asks how he knew the monster's level when he had never told her that detail. Cornered, he blurts out that he heard it from Kim Chulsu. That name makes Catherine stop and demand to know how he knows Kim Chulsu. She points out that from the hidden dungeon onward, the old man keeps appearing wherever Kim Chulsu is involved. She wonders whether her near death in that dungeon was an accident that interfered with his plans for Kim Chulsu, or part of the plan itself. Either way, she says dying once for real left her with such disgust that she swore to kill him if they ever met again. But instead of taking revenge herself, she decides the right to end him belongs to someone else. She names the true victim. He is the one who forced Kim Chulsu into debt. The story shifts into the old man's memory as he stamps a document to approve a loan. A desperate young Kim Chulsu gratefully accepts the money and asks if he may leave. The lender's associate casually dismisses him and invites him to return if he needs more. Kim leaves, while the old man watches him go with quiet interest. He keeps staring after the boy, already measuring what kind of debtor he has just acquired. A faint smile spreads across his face as he remembers the beginning. He explains that he used to lend money to anyone in need and charge crushing interest. He saw himself as impartial, willing to profit from anyone's desperation. Even a child would have been fair game to him. Age meant nothing to him as long as he believed he could collect what he was owed. He recalls the moment he first realized Kim Chulsu would become different from his usual debtors. At first he forgot Kim had once borrowed from him, because the boy later became so significant. The memory returns to the office where the loan began. He remembers that it was 10 years earlier when Kim first came to borrow money. Kim had arrived frail, bruised, and clutching himself as if barely holding together. He asked for 100 million won, looking terrible but speaking with purpose. The lender immediately judged that this was not money Kim intended to waste on gambling. Kim looked underfed and exhausted, but his eyes still carried determination. Because of that, the lender agreed to the loan and asked whether Kim had parents to guarantee it. When Kim said he had none, the lender learned he was an orphan with no one to stand behind him. That answer only confirmed what the lender had already sensed about his isolation. Still, he saw no reason to refuse, because the purpose of the money meant nothing to him. All that mattered was that Kim was young, healthy enough, and therefore a viable debtor. Over the next decade, Kim became one of his most important customers as the debt swelled far beyond the original loan. Back in the present, Catherine condemns him for acting fearless just because he made money from ruining lives. He admits lending Kim money but insists that a loan is not a crime. He argues Kim had no job and no parents, so there was nowhere else he could have gotten that much money. He even claims Kim owes everything to him and should be grateful. Catherine explodes, rejecting that logic and accusing him of destroying Kim Chulsu's life. She demands he erase all of Kim's debts immediately, and threatens to leave him to die in that room if he refuses. When he protests that it is not so simple, she forces the issue and he blurts out that Kim Chulsu is in immediate danger. Her blonde escort first dismisses this as another excuse, but the old man insists Kim should have been brought in instead because he is the one who needs saving. Pressed to explain, the old man reveals that Kim Chulsu is going to be killed in 1 week. The bespectacled escort is shaken by the claim. The blonde man repeats Kim's name, suddenly taking the warning seriously. Catherine is stunned and demands to know who would kill him and why. The old man says there is no time for a full explanation, which only enrages her further. She grabs him by the mouth and forces him to talk. Even in pain, he taunts her for becoming like the man she hates. He finally yields and says everything begins with a group called Iscariot. The scene jumps to Catherine again, where she suddenly recognizes someone. She excitedly asks the young man if he is Kim Chulsu, and he can only point at himself in confusion. She confidently identifies him as Kim Chulsu from Honghak Elementary, grade 3 class 7, while he remains baffled. She greets him warmly and asks if he also plays Heaven's Door, while he awkwardly tries to respond and wonders whether they were ever close. Catherine cheerfully claims they were close, then immediately remembers him as the kid who ate his boogers. Her own memory makes her grin with complete sincerity. She casually apologizes and admits they were not actually that close. Then she turns the encounter into content by asking him to greet her viewers and revealing she is live streaming the game. Her audience starts recognizing him as someone connected to Han Ki-moon from the past. Kim awkwardly greets the stream while viewers argue that he looks too innocent now and even remember his name wrong. Catherine decides the timing is perfect and announces she will bring him along on her stream. Kim tries to refuse because he is waiting to meet someone important. She ignores that and drags him along, saying he will not miss anything and can just get a message later. She adds that waiting is pointless anyway because the person he expects will never come. Kim is alarmed and asks how she could know that, but she dodges with a vague excuse about intuition. He decides that if she really was a friend from his forgotten past, spending time with her might help his memory return. She leads him toward the Adventurers Guild. Inside, Catherine's arrival causes an immediate stir among the players. Kim is overwhelmed by her fame as the crowd gushes over her beauty and celebrity. The attention quickly shifts to Kim, as onlookers wonder who he is and joke that he must be her boyfriend. A heavily armored player invites Catherine to join his party for a difficult dungeon run. She refuses at first, claiming she and Kim are low level and only there for an easier quest. The party leader insists she can simply tag along while they handle everything. He boasts that his team consists of 3 rising stars, introducing a saint, a guardian, and a blacksmith, all in the low to mid-60s. The blacksmith Hyun immediately assumes Catherine must have come because of his own popularity. The leader sweetens the offer by saying her stream could promote their party. When he promises to share the dungeon rewards, Catherine's attitude changes instantly. Privately, she decides the deal fits her plans because it will make her money. She enthusiastically accepts and turns to bring Kim along with the party. Instead, she finds him hanging upside down from the ceiling, tied up and unconscious. Back in the interrogation room, the old man explains that losses in Heaven's Door are never truly returned, even when players die. Catherine struggles to accept a reality where deaths in the game leave no public trace. The bespectacled escort explains that many players know retirement is dangerous, yet there are no reports about what happens to them. Because of that silence, some players have started dismissing the danger as myth. He counters that he has personally witnessed the truth. Catherine remembers her own death and admits she cannot deny what she experienced. The old man argues that if people were openly dying in a game, the press would turn it into a global frenzy. He points out that the press normally has broad freedom, so suppressing such a story would require enormous power. He concludes that Heaven's Door is being protected at the level of national governments, which allow the deaths to continue. As Catherine tries to understand why any country would permit that, he says citizens cannot truly stand against the state that rules them. He reveals that Iscariot was created to stop deaths inside the game. Its members are chosen from hidden classes, trained to kill any monster, and sent to rescue players in danger. Kim Cholso was selected as one of them as the Goblin summoner, but before he could begin, a car accident erased his memories. Now that his goblin has lost its strength as well, an order has been issued to eliminate him. Catherine cannot accept that they would kill him simply because he is no longer useful. The blonde escort explains that hidden classes are unique, and there cannot be 2 goblin summoners at once. Until Kim retires from the game, no one else can take that class, so those in power decided his death would free a valuable role they consider wasted. Catherine asks whether the old man agreed to this plan. He says no, and insists that however unbelievable it sounds, he wants Kim Cholso to survive. His reason is simple. Kim once treated him with kindness. He remembers Kim offering him a hand and calling him a friend. That memory breaks Catherine's composure, and she snaps at the old man to stop talking. The captive old man confirms that Iscariot deliberately chooses people to awaken hidden classes, and that Kim Cholso was turned into a goblin summoner inside a hidden dungeon. The white-haired interrogator presses the implication further, accusing Iscariot of knowingly placing Kim Cholso in that dungeon because they understood exactly what it would make him become. The accusation lands, and the old man's silence makes it clear she has struck the truth. She recalls Kim lying broken after the accident that should have ended his life. In her reconstruction, Iscariot revived him only to send him back into the dungeon as part of their plan. She argues that without that push, Kim would never have become the goblin summoner they wanted, making his transformation a manufactured outcome rather than fate. Her anger turns personal as she demands to know why she and the other victims had to suffer if Kim alone was the real target. She forces the moral question further, asking whether Iscariot truly cared who became the summoner as long as someone did. She condemns the entire system as insane and says the people running it are no better. The old man rejects any claim that they now want to help Kim, insisting they already destroyed his life and have no right to pretend otherwise. She dismisses his attempt to outmaneuver her and mocks his reputation for cunning. Instead of answering, she coldly leaves him imprisoned under guard, promising only that he will be kept alive. As she walks away, she bitterly reflects that Kim may have thrown himself into danger because of what they did to him. The old man answers with contempt, saying unlike them he does not ruin ignorant people who never understood what they were being dragged into. He warns her to keep watching Kim Cholso's future before judging anything. That warning makes her pause for a moment. From behind the closing door, he insists she still cannot save Kim. The door shuts, leaving his warning hanging over the scene. The story shifts back to the dungeon, where a raid party advances through a volcanic battlefield toward the next challenge. Kim and the white-haired streamer learn they have entered a high-difficulty dungeon with a huge reward, though Kim immediately worries about what that label really means. He asks how dangerous a dungeon has to be before it earns that title. The armored captain explains that the danger is not just monster level but raid design, with durable enemies and varied attack patterns meant for coordinated groups. He says that is why the party brought a healer to keep everyone alive through the punishment. He adds that a dedicated tank is needed to absorb and block the monster's attacks, and a main damage dealer is needed to finish enemies before the pressure overwhelms the group. Kim realizes the dungeon is built around fixed party roles and starts wondering what role a goblin summoner is supposed to fill in a setup like this. The captain admits a truly overwhelming player could brute force the dungeon alone, but says nobody that strong would normally bother coming here. He allows Kim and the streamer to participate if they want, but strongly advises them to stay back because the fight will be too dangerous for amateurs. The witch senses the first enemy arriving and orders everyone to get ready. The veteran raid party immediately falls into practice battle formation. Kim panics as he tries to understand what kind of threat has appeared. A blazing sign in the sky marks the enemy's arrival before it crashes down. A monstrous figure lands with enough force to shake the ground in front of the party. The enemy reveals itself as the Dragon Knight, a level 65 gatekeeper far stronger than Kim expected. A red danger zone appears under the streamer, and she freezes as she realizes she is about to be hit first. Kim reacts on instinct and tackles her out of the marked area before the attack lands. They end up sprawled together on the ground, having narrowly escaped the opening strike. The streamer is stunned that Kim moved so decisively to save her. The marked area erupts in a violent blast where they had been standing moments earlier. Kim realizes how close they came to dying and blurts out his shock. He apologizes awkwardly, explaining he moved because the red warning on the ground looked obviously lethal. She repeats his reasoning in disbelief, still processing what just happened. As the firestorm continues nearby, she snaps back to the battle and tells him to move. The main party survives the bombardment inside a protective barrier while Kim and the streamer scramble clear. The veteran tank boasts that as long as he holds the line, the Dragon Knight's attacks will not break through. The Dragon Knight growls in frustration as its opening barrage fails. The blonde swordsman seizes the opening and drops in for a heavy strike from above. He warns that this is only the beginning and that nobody should relax yet. He unleashes Giga Slash and carves into the Dragon Knight with overwhelming force. The monster reels and roars as the blow tears through it. It retaliates immediately with a crushing punch aimed at the swordsman. The healer restores him at once, turning what should have been a serious hit into a brief setback. At the same time, the witch casts Max Heal to keep the party's momentum intact. The Dragon Knight shifts targets and lunges toward the healer, showing it understands party priorities. It charges straight through the battlefield to break the group by removing support first. The witch answers with a control spell before it can reach her. The monster is caught mid-rush as her magic takes hold. She freezes the Dragon Knight in a block of ice, stopping the attack cold. The strategist calmly notes that the monster going for the healer first was expected and already factored into their plan. The Soul Warrior and Gunslinger move in together, confident that every part of the Dragon Knight's behavior has been read in advance. They shatter the ice prison with a coordinated follow-up attack. The Dragon Knight drops to one knee under the combined pressure. The party taunts it for faltering so quickly, but they also brace for its next move instead of assuming the fight is over. The witch suddenly realizes the monster is about to strike her before anyone else does. The Dragon Knight bursts free and closes the distance to the healer in an instant. The others finally understand that even after taking heavy damage, it is still prioritizing the healer and thinking tactically. The tank roars out a taunt to drag the monster's attention back onto himself. The Dragon Knight's killing blow veers away from the healer and toward the tank instead. The tank confirms the taunt worked and demands the monster come through him. The Dragon Knight fully retargets the tank, buying the healer a narrow reprieve. Shaken, the witch scolds the tank for not treating the threat seriously enough, while he brushes it off as a near miss. The Dragon Knight snarls again, still looking for another opening. A new warning shows that the healer has been marked once more, proving the danger is not over. Before the attack can land, the blonde swordsman forges twin giant blades and cuts the Dragon Knight apart in a single decisive counter. The gatekeeper collapses, finally defeated. The swordsman casually claims he only intervened because the monster still seemed focused on the healer, leaving the witch unsure whether to believe him. With the Dragon Knight dead, Kim decides he must have imagined the earlier sense that something was off. The spectators watching the stream praise the raid party as absurdly strong and start assuming the dungeon will be cleared in one run. Kim is awestruck by how smoothly the veterans fight, while the streamer admits they really are impressive. The captain explains that the Dragon Knight was only the gatekeeper and orders everyone to keep moving toward the next trial. Kim eagerly follows the veterans, while the streamer wonders why he is suddenly so fired up. She senses something behind her and turns. A goblin has appeared, and she tells Kim to deal with his own summon instead of expecting the raid to babysit him. Kim cheerfully agrees and says the goblin can keep up on its own. The streamer is left speechless by how casually he says that. The blonde swordsman suddenly turns to the stream audience and grandly introduces himself as Hyun, the party's main DPS. He keeps posing for the viewers even though the audience clearly has no patience for his self-promotion. The streamer, exhausted by his antics, points out they have already wasted half an hour on his ego. Hyun insists that dealing damage is his only job, and she immediately tears into him for being proud of something so narrow. The party reaches a bridge over lava lined with dragon statues, and the strategist explains they cannot advance until they solve the trap built into it. He says the smartest members are working it out, though the joke at Kim's expense makes clear the others still do not take him seriously. After studying the layout, the strategist announces that he has finished the calculations. He explains that the statues ahead are almost certainly active guardians rather than decoration. He identifies the floor as a pressure plate trap and warns that the wrong step will trigger attacks. His conclusion is that only certain tiles are safe, and stepping on the wrong ones will activate the statues. Kim asks if a wrong step simply blocks the path, still not grasping the full danger. The strategist clarifies that a mistake will make the statues attack, not just obstruct them. The streamer suggests using clones to test the tiles, but the party lacks any class capable of creating them, and Kim has to ask what an illusionist even is. The strategist settles on a brute force solution. The two tanks will lead and the healer will immediately restore any damage they take. With the plan decided, he orders everyone into formation. They line up before the bridge, knowing the boss waits beyond it if they can survive the statues. The first statue animates the moment they begin, proving the trap is active. A spear strike slams into the lead tank, but he blocks it and keeps the formation intact. Hyun jokes from behind the shield wall while the tanks absorb the punishment for everyone else. Another heavy blow crashes into the front line, forcing the tank to grit through the pain. Tension rises as the gunslinger starts blaming the strategist for every dangerous step and demands he lead if he thinks he knows better. The witch heals the tank and tells everyone to stop fighting each other because internal conflict will only get them killed. The gunslinger backs off outwardly, but his resentment keeps building. The soul warrior tells him to stop whining and pay attention to what is ahead. They reach the final statue, and the party assumes the worst is nearly over because they have already passed the others. The soul warrior says they have effectively cleared the trial, and only need to stay focused for the finish. The gunslinger explodes at him anyway, furious that repeated trap activations have made him look incompetent and endangered everyone. Watching from behind, the streamer notes that despite all the bickering, the veterans' teamwork is still carrying them through. The lead tank studies the last guardian more carefully and notices something unusual about it. He realizes the final statue's spear is longer than the others, hinting that its attack pattern is different. The gunslinger ignores the warning and demands they just keep moving because only a few spaces remain. The tank steels himself to endure whatever comes next, determined not to fail in front of the viewers. He steps forward onto the next tile and triggers the final trap. He instantly realizes this mechanism is far worse than the earlier ones. The gunslinger starts screaming abuse at the strategist, convinced the repeated traps means sabotage rather than bad luck. Before the argument can continue, the final statue's spear shoots through the soul warrior from behind, killing him outright. Everyone freezes as they understand the last trap can strike someone other than the person who triggered it. The system announces the soul warrior's death and sends him back to town, leaving him to regret getting careless. The lead tank realizes the final statue does not target the trigger alone, which makes the trap far deadlier than they assumed. The surviving front group instinctively pulls together while the rear members are left exposed to the new uncertainty. The strategist orders everyone not to move, desperate to stop another random death before he can finish analyzing the pattern. He concludes that the final statue attacks a random person whenever the trap is activated, not the one who stepped wrong. That means the healer is now the most critical liability, because one unlucky hit on her would doom the entire run. To reduce the odds, he proposes splitting the party so one team advances while the other stays behind, limiting how many people remain in the danger pool at each stage. The gunslinger immediately rejects the idea of one team sacrificing itself for the other and accuses the strategist of protecting only his own side. Kim watches the outburst in confusion and realizes the gunslinger's selfishness is becoming impossible to hide. The streamer calmly points out that if some of them die, the others can still clear, but if the healer dies, the entire attempt ends. Even the gunslinger is forced to admit that the statue itself may need to be destroyed if they want any real safety. The remaining party moves again under the tank's shield, though he bitterly notes that avoiding traps is easier said than done. He lands on a safe blue tile and buys the group one more step forward. For a moment, the old tank allows himself to breathe. The party advances in a tight cluster, trying to preserve the pattern and survive the last stretch. Then another wrong step triggers the final statue again, and panic erupts. The last guardian fully awakens to deliver another random strike. This time the spear tears through the gunslinger, killing him mid-rant. The system sends the gunslinger back to town as he screams in disbelief that he was the one chosen. The strategist forces himself to stay composed and tells the survivors not to panic. He reminds them they are only 4 squares from the end and orders the tank to keep moving. The tank charges ahead, but the final statue's spear catches him too and kills him before he can finish the crossing. Even as he dies, the old tank throws himself forward behind his shield, trying to protect the others with his last movement. The witch turns just in time to see the next strike coming toward the rear. The spear punches through the strategist, and the witch can only watch in horror as the man who solved the bridge is killed beside her. The system sends Genius Kim back to town, and his final thought is a bitter insistence on his own brilliance despite the failure. Left alive with Hyun, the witch can only plead for the dungeon to be cleared after so many deaths. Hyun hears that plea and grins, declaring that with the bridge trial behind them, only the boss remains. Driven by resentment, the party charges ahead determined to take revenge and claim the dungeon's rewards for themselves. Watching from safety, the white-haired woman realizes the others never cared whether she and her companion got caught in the crossfire, and she starts wondering what they should do next. She immediately answers her own question by deciding to chase the loot anyway, even if it means barging into the boss fight for a share. Without hesitation, she orders her companion to follow and runs after the others. From cover, the pair check on the battle and learn the boss has not been killed yet. The dragon-like monster is still alive and simmering with anger. The 3 raiders finally face the supposed boss, a level 57 creature named Larmus, and are puzzled that it seems weaker than expected. Hyun, the blacksmith, mocks the infamous no-winged dragon as disappointing fodder and boasts that even the earlier guardian was more worth fighting. The insult only sharpens the monster's hostility. Larmus suddenly counters with a violent kick that sends Hyun flying before he can get comfortable. Even sprawled on the ground, Hyun treats the attack like a challenge and starts planning a stronger response. He activates a blacksmith skill to forge equipment in the middle of combat. Using craft, he creates a legendary pair of boots called Shooting Star. With the new gear, he lands a heavy back attack and prepares a finishing kick, convinced he can end the fight himself. The kick buries into the monster's body and seems to connect cleanly. Larmus is knocked spinning across the ground, but the monster immediately retaliates by crashing down on Hyun with brutal force and driving him into the floor. Seeing him in danger, the mage tries to step in with healing magic. Larmus instantly shifts its attention toward the healer instead. The armored warrior roars in protest and uses a taunt skill to drag the monster's focus back to himself. The taunt takes hold for a moment, and the system confirms the warrior has become the target. Yet the monster ignores the usual rules almost immediately and switches targets to the mage anyway. The warrior's attempt to control the fight fails, leaving the team exposed. He realizes in shock that his taunt simply does not work properly on this creature. From the sidelines, the hidden pair consider helping, but the white-haired woman argues that if the three specialists cannot handle it, the two of them would only get killed. She concludes the dungeon's high difficulty is real and decides they should stay low and run if the main party is wiped out. An arrow suddenly strikes the monster from behind, interrupting its advance. The black-haired boy cheers wildly at the hit, while his goblin companion joins in, leaving the white-haired woman baffled by what she is seeing. The wounded dragon lowers its severed head to the ground as if it has finally been finished. The warrior can barely process what happened and wonders if the boss really died that fast. The mage refuses to trust appearances, raises a barrier, and warns the others that the creature may only be pretending to be dead. A tense stillness settles over the battlefield. Hyun breaks first, convinced the monster is truly dead. The others start to believe it too as the body lies motionless and the head remains separated. Hyun's fear turns into greed, and he heads in to collect the loot. The severed head twitches. Then the body surges back toward it, proving the death was a trap. Hyun instantly realizes he walked straight into danger. The warrior sees the truth at the same moment and freezes. The mage identifies what they are witnessing as the boss's true form emerging. The dragon erupts back to life with a deafening roar. It transforms into a far stronger level 67 form named Cyberlarmus, revealing that Larmus was only a false shell. The hidden observers are stunned as the boss evolves in front of them, and even changes its name. The black-haired boy can only stare as the creature becomes a true dragon. He casually explains that his goblin recently got stronger after he followed some advice from a doctor, as if that absurd answer explains everything. He adds that most monsters only need one good hit from a rock, showing how little he understands the scale of what is happening. Onlookers watching remotely erupt in disbelief that a goblin could possibly be this strong. The white-haired woman is shaken because she had been told Kim Cholsa had lost his power and become useless, yet the evidence in front of her says otherwise. She begins to suspect the old man who told her that story lied to her about everything. Meanwhile, Kim enthusiastically praises his goblin and lashes it with a whip as if encouraging a beloved pet. The white-haired woman is horrified that he is hitting the goblin at all. Kim insists there is no misunderstanding and explains that the whip simply happened to be in his inventory. He claims the whipping is an act of care meant to help the goblin, not punish it. To prove it, he points to the goblin's ecstatic reaction and argues that tough treatment works better than pampering. Kim admits the process feels awful and is literally making him bleed, while the system confirms he has inflicted a bleeding status on himself. The white-haired woman finally notices the whip itself must be the problem. The item description reveals it is a cursed bloodworm whip that drives the user toward unconsciousness and sends the minion into an enraged state if used without purification, and she realizes she was the one who gave it to him. She is furious that he used the cursed item as is and stunned that a goblin's enraged state is somehow this calm and controlled. Kim's only defense is that purifying it would have cost money, so he never bothered. Once he hears how specific her knowledge is, he starts asking how she knows so much about the whip. Caught off guard, she fumbles for an answer instead of admitting the truth. Before she can explain, Hyun recognizes the transformed dragon's overwhelming presence. He realizes they are facing the true master of a high-difficulty dungeon. The full title is finally spoken aloud: The Unwinged Dragon Cyberlarmus. Kim panics that the frontline trio will die if no one intervenes. Ignoring the warning to stay hidden, he decides they have to help. He refuses to be stopped, saying the others did all the hard work and he wants to fight beside them so they can clear the dungeon together. The white-haired woman is left speechless by his sudden sincerity. At the same time, the wider audience starts obsessing over the mysterious new summoner and his impossible strength. The white-haired woman quietly decides he should stop living under other people's control. Her thoughts turn into a wish that he could return to the freer self he once was. She remembers how badly he used to be treated and wants him to stop suffering for others. More than anything, she wants him to live happily and choose his own life. Instead of saying any of that directly, she tells him everyone is watching. She urges him to smile so he will look better in front of the crowd. Kim pauses, taking her words seriously. He accepts the advice with simple gratitude. Then he steps forward onto the battlefield. Standing high above the flames, he calls out to his goblin like a partner about to perform. He warns the goblin that the whole world is watching and threatens to kill it later if it embarrasses him. The goblin answers with delighted obedience, armed and ready to show its true nature. Kim takes the cue literally, grins like a madman, and announces their fiery debut. The white-haired woman can only bury her face in embarrassment at how badly that went. The goblin launches from the rock toward the dragon. It screams as it dives straight into the boss's attack range. Cybelarmus gathers a blazing breath attack to erase the tiny challenger. The frontline trio brace for impact, fearing their defenses will not survive another blast. The warrior recognizes the incoming attack as something far beyond what they can block. The goblin keeps charging anyway. The dragon can hardly believe a mere goblin would dare stand before it. The goblin answers by baring its teeth and pressing the attack. Its strike collides head-on with the dragon's blazing power. The clash explodes across the chamber. The goblin tears through the dragon's body in a single decisive blow. It streaks past the boss in a blur of blue force. The three raiders stare in disbelief as they realize the goblin did not merely wound the dragon but annihilated it. The impossible becomes clear. A summoned goblin has destroyed Cybelarmus in one hit. The warrior spots someone standing above the battlefield and finally understands where the monster came from. He identifies Kim as the one behind the goblin. The truth spreads at once. The goblin is Kim Cholsa's summon. The dungeon clears, Kim levels up from 50 to 54, and his identity as a goblin summoner is formally recorded. News of the feat explodes across the community as players call the one-shot kill unprecedented. One high-level viewer dismisses the noise at first, annoyed by the commotion. But when his subordinate insists he look, even the professor is forced to pay attention. He rises at once, sensing this is no ordinary rumor. His subordinate explains that Blaze Mountain was cleared, but the shocking part is not the clear itself. The professor initially shrugs off the unwinged dragon as nothing special, boasting he could have handled it if not for elemental disadvantage. The subordinate points to the real issue in the footage. The dragon was not killed by a user at all, but by a goblin minion. That revelation hits the professor hard enough to crack his composure. He immediately imagines the goblin as a threat on a level he cannot ignore. Elsewhere, a man and woman in blue are interrupted mid-embrace when their subordinate urgently warns them about the same footage. The blonde man is astonished that anyone could control such a monstrous goblin. Horace Philiver, a level 70 gunslinger, concludes that Kim Cholsa must be as lucky as he is. In a frozen wasteland, another powerful summoner notes that everyone is already talking about Kim Cholsa and says she expected this attention eventually. That observer is Irene, a level 77 summoner, and she is struck by how quickly his name has spread. She is especially irritated that he appeared on Catherine's stream and vows to confront him after her current trip. Leaving a trail of slaughter behind her, Irene storms off with Kim Cholsa now firmly on her mind. The internet turns Kim and his goblin into a sensation, framing the one-shot kill as the birth of a new legend. Back in the real world, people line up in droves to see him. The event staff struggle to control the crowd. A full fan meetup forms around Kim and his goblin, with security trying to keep order as the line grows out of control. Even the assigned bodyguard grumbles about having to protect Kim from his own fans. One overwhelmed woman finally reaches the front and blurts out that she is his biggest fan. Kim honestly cannot understand why anyone would admire him so much. The white-haired woman cuts in and tells him the fan likes his smile, urging him to smile back. When he fails to do it naturally, she physically forces his face into a grotesque grin, and the fan loves it anyway. The woman screams her love for him, leaving Kim completely lost. The white-haired woman tells him this is what fame looks like and insists he has become a real star. Kim still cannot see his own worth, but she explains that people are not just impressed by the clear, they are amazed that he commands the goblin who did the impossible. She spells it out. No one has ever one-shot that boss before, and no summoner has ever controlled a goblin like this, making him truly unprecedented. She pushes him to stop belittling himself and accept that he really is extraordinary. For once, Kim listens instead of dismissing the praise. The idea begins to settle in. He quietly repeats it to himself until it starts sounding true. Then his self-image flips, and he becomes convinced that people adore him because he is genuinely special. The thought swells into a smug new confidence. Far away, a shadowy observer notes that Kim has become a celebrity, and worries that a newly empowered goblin may no longer remain controllable once its master becomes arrogant. In a secret meeting, the conspirators wonder what their missing associate number 3 is doing after creating this mess and cutting contact. They regret not eliminating Kim earlier, since his sudden fame now makes any move against him far more difficult. Their leader calms them and argues that the situation may still be salvageable. When one of them addresses him as senator, another reminds the group to stick to their numbered aliases. Number 1 reveals his strategy. The higher Kim rises, the more vulnerable he becomes because fame gives him something to lose. He is identified as Senator Kim Dookie and predicts that a rising star can always be ruined by scandal. Soon after, a red sports car races through the city toward Kim. It brakes hard near the crowd gathered around him. The door swings open with purpose. A silver-haired woman steps out and heads straight for him. Catherine, the top internet streamer, confronts Kim and accuses him of pretending he cannot pass his driving test just so she will keep chauffeuring him around. Kim can only protest that no sane person would deliberately fail an expensive driving test, while the bystanders watch the argument unfold. Influencer Kim Cholsa tries to keep the mood light as he enjoys another successful day. Walking through the city with Catherine, he is openly recognized and treated like a celebrity. When people mistake Catherine for his girlfriend, he presents her as a friend acting as his manager, while the crowd jokes that she seems dangerous. The pair head into a real estate office to shop for a home. The broker Budong Sam greets them politely, but his surprise shows he did not expect serious buyers. Kim casually asks for a good house in Gangnam, making it sound as if money will not be a problem. The broker privately dismisses him as a young poser who can probably only afford something tiny. That assumption collapses when an assistant arrives carrying bags on Catherine's order. The bags are set down and revealed to be packed with cash. Kim calmly explains that the money is only a 10% down payment, stunning the broker. With the power dynamic reversed, Kim tells him to show them properties worth around 10 billion won. The story then cuts to a staged crisis where users are being seized by giant octopus tentacles. The victims realize the monster is an octopus tentacle at level 72 and desperately call for rescue. Kim appears in armor and orders his goblins to eliminate the threat. Catherine, now acting as his producer, tells him to stop worrying about delivery and save the victims before they die, while he checks whether his catchphrase will trend. He sends explosive goblins into the middle of the attack. With theatrical flair, he triggers the blast himself. The explosion tears through the monster and turns the rescue into a spectacle. Kim then carries a rescued woman to safety and checks on her injuries like a perfect hero. That performance becomes another turning point in his rise, and Kim Cholsu turns into a major star after the wingless dragon stream. Even the narrator notes that his popularity with women is unexpected. Still, the real appeal is that people want to watch someone who seems overwhelmingly powerful, which boosts both Kim's solo dispatches and Catherine's stream. Catherine reveals that she is deliberately playing the clueless manager while arranging dangerous rescues to cement Kim's public image as a hero. She reports this plan to her grandfather and vows to make Kim into something greater than he ever was before. The story shifts to a dark room where a battered blonde man sits imprisoned and broken. An older man approaches him and coldly asks what state he has fallen into. He points to the untouched meal and mocks the prisoner for refusing to eat. The visitor insists that old men like them cannot afford the luxury of starving themselves. The captive grandfather looks up weakly, trying to understand the man's intentions. The visitor offers him a chance to live by taming G67 again. He frames it as a chance to prove his worth and sneers that rejecting food is the behavior of a fool. The grandfather recalls being told that even sinners like him could still be forgiven. He asks whether salvation can really be bought through this kind of cruelty. The other man admits he does not know, then questions how they are any different from the game company that sacrifices a few for the many. He compares their actions to driving people to their deaths as if those lives mean nothing. The grandfather breaks down and asks whether men like them can truly buy their way into heaven. Instead of answering, the visitor shoves the meal back toward him. The tray skids across the floor, forcing the choice back onto him. The visitor finally declares that yes, he still believes redemption is possible. He demands to know why the grandfather is suddenly hesitating now, when both of them are equally vile. He accuses him of growing soft after spending time with G67 and feeling attachment, regret, and love for the first time. The grandfather, sobbing, cannot deny that something in him has changed. A memory surfaces of Sungryul and his companions calling out to one another like close friends. The name Sungryul hits him with painful clarity. He remembers a linked attack and the panic of trying to protect Sungryul in battle. He also remembers a blonde girl crying out for Sungryul as disaster closed in. Another memory follows of Sungryul smiling calmly in the middle of danger. Sungryul had thanked him and praised Evaton for having someone reliable like him. The memory lingers on a hand offered in friendship. A younger G67 had once reached down to help the old man up. When the old man apologized, G67 accepted him without hesitation because that was what a friend would do. For the grandfather, becoming someone's friend had been a first, and the realization shatters him. Back in the present, the visitor stands over him in silence as the old man collapses emotionally. Terrified of death, the grandfather begs for mercy and admits he was wrong. He offers to tame not only G67 but anyone else they want, pleading that he is G67's grandfather and should be spared. That desperate appeal makes the visitor pause. He tells the old man to get up, disgusted by how pathetic the begging has become. The grandfather crawls forward and clutches at him anyway. The visitor picks up a piece of food from the floor. He feeds it to the old man and calls this the proper way to welcome back a prodigal son. Satisfied, he says the old man finally resembles the ruthless number 3 he remembers. The grandfather can only stare through tears as the man laughs at his surrender. Elsewhere, Kim, Catherine, and a goblin walk toward a grand arena while Kim laughs in anticipation. The goblin chatters excitedly as if joining in the mood. Kim casually kicks the goblin aside, treating it like a prop rather than a partner. Catherine scolds him and warns that someone might see him acting like that. Kim shrugs it off, saying he needs to correct the goblin's behavior now before a crowd witnesses it later, though Catherine still tells him to warn her first. He agrees lightly without taking her concern seriously. That carelessness is interrupted when a fiery attacker suddenly lunges at him from behind. Kim instantly draws his weapon to meet the ambush. He blocks the strike and the two clash head-on. The attacker mistakes him for An Cholsu, and Kim angrily corrects him that he is Kim Cholsu. Once the attacker says he only wants the goblin, Kim protests that he should have said that before swinging at him. Catherine intervenes with ice magic and orders Kim to move aside. Her spell traps the attacker inside a block of ice before he can press the assault. Kim is relieved that her ice worked in time. Catherine realizes their fame is now attracting challengers, and that Kim's quick reaction just saved them from a serious hit. She studies the frozen enemy more carefully, sensing there is more to this attack. Kim, still rattled, braces for another sudden move. Catherine quietly notes that Kim has grown stronger than before. A small figure suddenly runs up, shouting for attention. The newcomer is Jae-Minnie, a professor and vice guild master of the Hellfire Guild, who arrives apologizing frantically. Kim jokes that the kid must have run over for an autograph, and Catherine cannot believe he is joking now. Jae-Minnie explains that the frozen attacker was stopped by ice magic, which is fortunate because his guild master is especially weak against ice. That revelation makes Catherine realize the attacker was the Hellfire Guild master himself, and she demands an explanation. Jae-Minnie says he was just about to explain and begs them to listen. Kim presses him to get to the point because they are in a hurry. Jae-Minnie asks whether the goblin that attacked Phoenix El Bazaar is the same one standing with Kim now. Kim tries to deny it, awkwardly correcting himself mid-sentence and insisting his goblin would never do something so vile. Jae-Minnie explains that during the earlier battle, a malfunction in the level measurement made him suspect the goblin was not a monster, but someone's summoned beast. After that suspicion took hold, his guild master began hunting down anyone named Chulsu and killing them in search of the truth. To stop that rampage, Jae-Minnie begs them to let his guild master fight the goblin once, specifically the one he believes is the strongest goblin. Kim is baffled that the request is literally to fight his goblin. He is ready to accept on impulse, but Catherine immediately refuses. Jae-Minnie protests that Kim was obviously about to agree, while Catherine dismisses his reading of the situation. She reminds him that Kim is a famous influencer whose time is valuable, and that his guild master attacked them first, so he has no right to ask favors. Her pressure is so intense that Jae-Minnie recoils under it. She then physically nudges Kim to keep him from agreeing too easily. Catherine decides they are leaving and drags Kim away, refusing to waste time on a stubborn child. Even as he is pulled off, Kim calls back that when the guild master wakes up, he should be brought to the duel arena because he will be waiting there. Catherine asks why he said that if he is angry, and Kim answers that if the man wants a fight, that only makes things more convenient. Left behind, Jae-Minnie repeats the words duel arena and starts piecing together Kim's intention. Looking at his frozen guild master, he realizes the situation may actually have turned out well. Soon after, an announcer welcomes Heaven's Door users to a special event match. The event is introduced as Catch the Golden Goblin. The arena waits in suspense for its star to appear. Kim bursts into the stadium at full speed to a roaring crowd. He plants his foot dramatically as he enters the ring. The impact lands like the opening beat of a performance. He follows it with an acrobatic flourish high above the arena. Then he lands in a pose designed to excite the audience. The announcer hypes him up as the protagonist of the match, and the crowd erupts for Kim Chulsu. Kim basks in the spotlight and plays to the stadium like a born entertainer. Catherine notes that even though he kept pretending he did not want this, both the live crowd and the stream viewers are loving it. Kim begins his speech by addressing the rumors surrounding his strength, or rather the strength of his goblin. He openly lists the accusations against him, from manipulation to editing to bugs. To settle those controversies and repay the attention he has received, he announces that he has prepared a major event. He invites everyone to participate and enjoy it. The announcer explains the rules. Since defeating the goblin is supposedly impossible, the winner will simply be whoever survives against it the longest. To make the challenge irresistible, the prize is revealed as a 1,000,000,001 premium weapon protection item that prevents a weapon from breaking 50 times during enhancement. The crowd immediately loses its mind over the value of the reward. From the stands, Kim hears someone calling his name. A woman from his past excitedly tells him he has grown so much and remembers him as the little kid he used to be. Kim turns toward the voice, trying to place her. Not recognizing her, he gives a polite public greeting instead of a personal response. That failure to remember her makes her companions laugh at her for thinking he would still know her. Humiliated and angry, she decides she will not let Kim ignore her just because he is famous now. She resolves to force him to acknowledge her by stepping onto the stage herself. The first challenger appears as Humoroder, a level 70 brawler in heavy armor, loudly accusing Kim of fraud and promising to expose him. The goblin instantly destroys him in 3 seconds, proving the challenger never had a chance. Kim finally remembers the man only as the ugly creep who used to harass beautiful women, and the man bitterly insists Kim once helped him search for a shrine. When the challenger tries to continue his grievance, the announcer protests that what follows breaks the event rules. 2 more fighters rush in together, claiming they count as a single hidden class called Centaur, but their class labels expose the lie immediately. They launch a combined kick anyway, only for Kim to mock how absurd their fake Centaur act is. The goblin uses rally and knocks both of them out at once, ending their attempt almost instantly. Their result is posted as a humiliating 10-second loss to a fool. A montage follows of challenger after challenger being slaughtered in mere seconds, with none lasting even 10. Watching the blood-soaked ring, Kim taunts Heaven's Door for lacking anyone strong enough to keep him entertained. He even threatens to take a nap while Catherine observes that his arrogance is infuriating the audience exactly as intended. The next participant is Catherine herself, and the announcer is shocked that she has chosen to enter. Seeing the goblin's battered but still eager expression, Catherine decides it is in better shape than she feared. Before she can act, Hyun the blacksmith appears and confronts Kim with long-held resentment. Hyun accuses Kim of stealing the spotlight from the battle that should have made him the true protagonist. Driven by jealousy, Hyun unleashes his power and vows to drag Kim down from his position. Kim answers with mock pity, saying he only tried to help and that even the Demon King is less cruel than Hyun. He and the Goblin activate rally together, surrounding themselves with a sinister surge of power. Hyun dives in with twin blazing blades, choosing to attack the summoner directly instead of the Goblin. His strike closes in on Kim at point-blank range. Kim smugly says that going after the summoner is the smart choice, because fighting the Goblin itself would be hopeless. But the moment he says that, he uses rally again and brings out a golden Goblin to intercept, proving that even attacking him directly was part of his trap. The blonde fighter coolly admits he was aiming for someone else, not the man in front of him. His opponent realizes too late that he was never the real target. The attack blasts past him and sends the summoned Goblin hurtling away instead. The Goblin is launched straight toward the stands. It crashes into the audience area and detonates the crowd's panic. Out of the smoke, the Goblin lands in the lap of a silver-haired elf woman, and the blonde fighter teasingly links her to Kim Chosu. Kim Chosu is stunned that his Goblin was swatted away so easily, but he still thinks recalling it will end the threat. He tries to use his Goblin summoner skill, Rally, to bring the Goblin back. Instead, he learns the skill is on cooldown, leaving him defenseless as the blonde fighter closes in. The blonde fighter punishes that opening with a brutal punch to Kim Chosu's face. The blow leaves Kim Chosu reeling and spitting blood. The blonde fighter keeps pressing, battering both Kim Chosu and the Goblin from above. Desperate, Kim Chosu orders the Goblin to attack. The spectators tense up, expecting the match to end badly for him. Even the other onlookers brace for another one-sided beating. Kim Chosu tries to recover his guard despite the damage. The blonde fighter mocks him for being afraid even though he is fighting barehanded. Kim Chosu answers by raising his fists and accepting the challenge. That defiance delights the crowd, and Kim Chosu revels in turning a foregone victory into a spectacle. A pink-haired fan watches in rapt attention. She erupts into cheers for Kim Chosu. Encouraged, Kim Chosu praises the blonde fighter for finally fighting hand-to-hand. The blonde fighter plants his foot and commits to the exchange. Kim Chosu does the same, stepping in to meet him. The blonde fighter wins the clash instantly with a clean, crushing straight. Kim Chosu's head snaps aside, but he stubbornly stays upright. He spits blood and refuses to back down. That blood arcs through the air between them. It splashes into the blonde fighter's eyes, blinding him for a moment and enraging him. Kim Chosu seizes that cheap opening without shame and lunges again under a dark aura. He activates Rally once more, now calling the Goblin to what he grandly names the Demon King. The system responds to the summon. Kim Chosu gains a Goblin point from the exchange. The audience goes wild for the chaos and audacity of it all. The blonde fighter is shaken by how completely one person has seized the entire arena's attention. He bitterly crowns himself the true superstar behind the frenzy. But his run ends at 1 minute and 28 seconds, setting a new record before he collapses. Fans still praise Hyun's performance, yet they pity whoever has to face Kim Chosu next. Kim Chosu, bloodied but smug, calls for the next challenger. A black-haired woman from the audience vaults into the ring to answer him. Kim Chosu recognizes her as the woman who had been watching earlier. She confirms it and drops the act, confronting him directly for pretending not to know her. From the stands, others realize she stormed out because she felt ignored rather than acknowledged. One observer wonders if her anger comes from liking Kim Chosu. That possibility visibly unsettles another man nearby. But the idea is laughed off as too absurd to be true. The woman summons a unique item, the demon's mask, for 5 minutes and demands that Kim Chosu remember it. Kim Chosu gawks at the sudden mask while the Goblin acts as if this is all routine. She reminds him that he once treated her like an honorary Goblin and gave her orders, and says she only came this far because his behavior crossed a line. Then she reveals the mask's effect. It possesses the nearest person. The mask's power surges into her before anyone can stop it. The silver-haired elf in the audience rises at once, alarmed by what she is seeing. She recognizes the item and cannot understand how that woman obtained something so rare. Another observer identifies it as the demon's mask. Its nature is explained. It comes from a rare, elusive monster, and even killing that monster almost never yields the item. Used properly, it can become one of the strongest items in Heaven's Door, making its presence here deeply ominous. The men in the audience are terrified because they know how dangerous she becomes when she uses it. They marvel that she developed this much power on her own. The possessed woman explodes into motion with overwhelming force. The system identifies her transformed state as High Warning, a level 76 brawler, far beyond what the others can match. Kim Chosu senses that this is not the same phenomenon he expected and asks if she has never seen this form before either. She confirms that this particular transformation is new even to her. The woman explains that the mask reflects a person's inner desire, and for her it kept forcing her toward a hulking, muscle-obsessed ideal. She embraces that result anyway, declaring that with enough muscle she can do anything. Kim Chosu panics as the transformed woman bears down on him. She launches him helplessly into the air. Combining the mask's enhanced legs with her brawler skill, she unleashes Thunderbolt Kick. The elf spectator is impressed that the woman even used the stage itself to break Kim Chulsa's balance before striking. Above them, the goblin hefts a huge rock, ready to interfere. The transformed woman flips through the air to continue her assault. She chains into a somersault kick and drives Kim Chulsa down with explosive force. He tumbles upside down, completely out of control. The goblin follows by spiking him into the floor like a finishing blow. Kim Chulsa and the goblin both bounce back from the impact, battered and disoriented. The woman rises again amid crackling energy, ready to continue. She activates another brawler technique and multiplies her attack pattern. A storm of rapid strikes pounds Kim Chulsa and the goblin into the ground. The system bluntly names the result ground meat. Kim Chulsa is left screaming under the relentless barrage. The elf spectator realizes the woman can alter her stance and target selection instantly, and that the mask has amplified not just her power but her entire body. She concludes that even the strongest summon means nothing if the summoner is neutralized first. Then she is jolted by a sudden reversal she did not anticipate. Kim Chulsa catches the goblin by the leg and calls out to it. He uses the goblin as a living shield, letting it absorb the woman's attacks while he hides behind it. The crowd is horrified by his cruelty, even as the goblin's pained squeals make the scene worse. Spectators openly admit that his behavior is disgusting. A distraught fan feels betrayed, while the elf begins questioning whether the Kim Chulsa she admired ever existed at all. She realizes his public image could collapse if everyone decides he is the kind of man who sacrifices allies to save himself. Furious, she urges him to stop playing around and finish the woman properly. Kim Chulsa, still using the goblin overhead, genuinely seems not to understand what she means by playing around. He swings the goblin like a weapon. Then he orders the goblin to finish the woman for him. The goblin charges straight at her face. For the first time, she realizes she cannot avoid what is coming. At the last instant, the mask itself slips free and hovers beside her as if acting on its own. She tells Kim Chulsa that she only wanted to greet him, but his actions force this confrontation, so whatever happens next will settle the score. The mask shoots upward out of the ring. An announcer declares high warning out of bounds and hands victory to Kim Chulsa, condemning him as vile even while naming him the winner. Kim Chulsa is baffled that the crowd is booing him instead of celebrating. The elf leans over the ring and mocks him for not being able to hear the outrage. She spells it out. He used the goblin as a shield. That accusation finally lands. Kim Chulsa answers with blank sincerity, unable to see why that should be wrong. The elf is left speechless by how alien his thinking is. She wonders whether the Kim Chulsa she once imagined was only someone she wanted him to become. Meanwhile, the goblin spits the mask back into play. It flies toward Kim Chulsa before he can react. The mask stops right in front of his face. The woman's earlier warning returns. The demon's mask possesses the nearest person. The mask latches onto Kim Chulsa, and the arena erupts at the impossible turn. Even the announcer nervously jokes that things may have gone too far. The elf stares in alarm as Kim Chulsa begins to change. A pillar of green power engulfs the ring while everyone wonders what is happening. The men who know the mask rush in and ask if the transformed person is even still human. The woman wakes quickly, insults them, and asks what all the noise is about. They explain that while she was unconscious, the demon's mask caused chaos because of Kim Chulsa. She immediately decides that if the mask turned him into something humiliating, then he deserves it for everything he has done to her. But when she hears the idea that Kim Chulsa might become a goblin, she thinks that sounds absurd. One of the men tells her to stand up and look, warning that she may have helped him instead of hurting him. She refuses to believe it and runs back toward the ring. As she tries to imagine what Kim Chulsa would become, she still expects something lowly like a goblin. Instead, a radiant golden figure with vast wings descends from the light. The crowd is told that heaven's door has witnessed the descent of an angel. The truth of the mask is laid bare. It manifests what the wearer most wishes to be. The audience instantly repents for doubting Kim Chulsa and worships the angelic image before them. They convince themselves that someone with such holy presence could never have been evil. The elf hears the explanation and realizes the mask reveals a person's deepest desire. She reflects that most people would wish for beauty, honor, or some other personal fulfillment. Humans usually long to fill what they lack with something meaningful to themselves. She remembers how self-focused she has always been, never even having the room in her heart to care for anything beyond herself. So she cannot comprehend how Kim Chulsa's deepest wish could be to become someone who puts others first. Through tears, she realizes that person is Kim Chulsa. The two men who were beaten by him earlier collapse in repentance, deciding they must have deserved it. The woman is disgusted that everyone's dignity is evaporating in front of her. She admits all she wanted was to humiliate Kim Chulsa publicly, and now the result is the opposite. Worse, the transformed Kim Chulsa now appears as a grotesque, swollen parody on the ground while the angelic projection remains above, splitting appearance from desire. She stares up at the radiant angel and cannot accept that this is what he truly wished to be. She desperately insists it must be a trick because the Kim Chulsa she knows could never desire something so noble. She shouts to the crowd that the mask is deceiving them, but her denial only sounds weaker against the spectacle. Even as she protests, she cannot reconcile her image of him with the angel the mask has revealed. The angelic Kim Chulsa finally speaks, and his first words are an apology. That simple response leaves her completely stunned. She realizes she does not understand him at all. Her mind races through impossible possibilities, wondering if he just apologized, forgave her, or even wanted to thank her. In the end, she decides the exact meaning no longer matters. Because whatever he meant, she can no longer hear anything hateful in his voice. The demon's mask reaches its time limit and is unsummoned, ending the transformation. As the light fades, Kim Chosu remains glowing-eyed and gently apologetic to the crowd for startling them. The audience answers by erupting into ecstatic chants of his name, and as word spreads that Kim Chosu's deepest wish was to become an angel, the crowd decides he is perfect even on the inside. A silver-haired woman in the arena suddenly recognizes Kim Chosu and calls out to him in alarm. Realizing the goblin is reacting violently to Kim Chosu's presence, she urgently identifies him as the cause. The goblin loses control and hurls itself forward as if driven mad by something overwhelming. Seeing the creature attack Kim Chosu, the woman decides there is no time to explain and orders him taken somewhere hidden while the crowd is distracted. Elsewhere, a pink-haired spectator notices the disturbance and turns her attention toward it. As Kim Chosu is hurried away with the goblin, an unseen voice calls after him, making it clear someone has noticed his sudden exit. The audience remains focused on the spectacle, giving the conspirators cover to move. A hooded observer quietly watches, suggesting the incident has drawn the attention of someone important. By the time they get the goblin away, its body has been charred into a blackened husk. In a back room, Kim Chosu is stunned by the goblin's condition, and the woman explains that goblins cannot endure the force of a truly pure heart. She concludes that for the goblin to burn up without even being directly attacked, Kim Chosu's power must be far greater than expected. The ruined goblin becomes proof of just how terrifying Kim Chosu's hidden effect really is. Kim Chosu immediately reframes the disaster as a business opportunity, saying the event's popularity has not only been saved but improved. Thinking ahead to profit and publicity, the woman asks whether the goblin can be restored so the show can continue. Kim Chosu confidently produces a tool and boasts that reviving the goblin is exactly the kind of work he excels at. He lashes out at the goblin's corpse, furious that its collapse nearly ruined the event and his earnings. His anger escalates into outright abuse as he treats the goblin like a defective prop rather than a living being. Meanwhile, the pink-haired onlooker secretly photographs the scene through a narrow opening. Satisfied with the shot, she decides Kim Chosu's image is worth capturing for a reason of her own. Believing she now has enough evidence, she slips away while Kim Chosu revives the goblin behind her. As she turns to leave, the hooded watcher appears directly in her path. Before she can even identify the stranger, she is struck down instantly. The sudden impact startles Kim Chosu, who realizes someone may have witnessed what happened. He and the silver-haired woman rush out in panic and demand to know who is there. Finding no one, they convince themselves it was nothing more than a door moving on its own. Deciding the danger has passed, they return to the event now that the goblin seems healed enough to perform again. The revived goblin screams back to life, ready to be used once more. Kim Chosu, already exhausted by the chaos, orders the match wrapped up quickly so he can log off. The moment he re-enters the arena, a system warning reveals he has been paralyzed. The silver-haired woman realizes too late that the blood whip he used is cursed and that he ignored repeated warnings to remove the curse first. A furious guild master appears before the helpless Kim Chosu, offended that he dared yawn in front of him. Kim Chosu can do nothing but scream as the enraged man closes in. The punishment lands in a blazing strike while Kim Chosu remains unable to defend himself. Even so, the event system declares the special match complete and names a winner for defeating the Golden Goblin. The guild master raises his victory while Kim Chosu lies bloodied on the floor, turning the whole event into a humiliating farce. Instead of accepting the win gracefully, the guild master rages at the crowd for booing him over beating a defenseless opponent. When he is presented with the first-place reward, he dismisses it as trash despite being told it is worth a fortune. His contempt vanishes the instant he realizes the prize may actually be valuable. The reward turns out to be a premium weapon protector that can prevent a weapon from being destroyed during enhancement many times. At the same time, in the real world, a desperate man clutches a doctor's hand as if begging for hope. He can barely bring himself to ask how much the treatment will cost. Back in the game, second place is announced, and the reward is so pathetic that it only deepens the absurdity of the event. Third place, however, receives a far more valuable holy elixir, making the prize structure look completely irrational. The host loudly declares the event over and calls for applause for both the competitors and Kim Chosu himself. Kim Chosu steps forward with the goblin and basks in the crowd's roaring approval. He waves happily, fully embracing the role of a beloved celebrity. Far away in a junk-strewn place, the pink-haired photographer crashes to the ground, badly injured but alive. Her broken camera lies nearby, showing the attack destroyed her equipment but not her resolve. Bleeding and furious, she forces herself awake with a cry. She struggles upright, coughing blood as she tries to understand what just happened. Realizing the same mysterious man has found her again, she starts to see him as someone sent to silence her. Then a new thought catches her attention and changes her focus. She notices her camera was only a decoy and confirms that its destruction does not matter. Convinced Kim Chosu's side wanted to stop the truth from spreading, she openly accuses them. She presses the accusation harder, demanding confirmation. Her anger turns manic as she insists she must be right. Then she reveals the real trick. The camera was only there to distract from what she had already secured. She had secretly captured the entire beating through screenshots, and vows Kim Cholsa's happiness will be short-lived. Meanwhile, Kim Cholsa stares at an impossibly luxurious tower, and imagines what it would be like to live there. Now inside that very high-rise, he mocks the idea of living on a low floor because he has risen far beyond ordinary life. He starts laughing to himself, intoxicated by his own success. From outside the glass, his laughter keeps building as if he cannot contain his delight. He loudly insists he is not jealous of anyone because his home is better than anything he once envied. Lying in a lavish bed, he reduces his entire identity to one triumphant fact: he is rich. He revels in being able to indulge in expensive food whenever he wants. He fantasizes about buying luxury clothes without even checking the price tags. He imagines wasting absurd amounts on alcohol and treating excess itself as proof of victory. To him, the true peak of wealth is this enormous home, so large it feels like a maze. After wandering through it, he finally finds the room containing the Heaven's Door capsule he has been looking for. As he lies down to enter the game again, he tells himself he already has money and fame and should want nothing more. Yet once he settles into the capsule, an unexpected emptiness starts to creep in. He admits to himself that he lacks nothing, and that realization only makes life feel strangely hollow. The emptiness becomes more obvious when he is shown lying alone between two empty capsules in his vast home. That solitude is broken when one of the other capsules opens and someone unexpected appears. Back in the game, the silver-haired woman praises the event's success and mocks the guild master for spending 5 minutes beating a paralyzed man. Kim Cholsa is caught off guard by the comment and tries to process it. Then another silver-haired woman appears at a bright doorway and says she has been waiting for him. She greets him warmly, making it clear this is not their first connection. She addresses him by name, leaving him scrambling to figure out who she is. Unable to remember her but afraid of offending someone important, he decides to bluff instead of admitting the truth. He convinces himself that pretending to know her is safer than honesty. So he blurts out that she must be Irene, even reciting her level and class to make the lie sound convincing. The guess unexpectedly flatters her, and she is shaken that he remembers such specific details. Irene confirms his guess and is impressed that he remembered despite his usual foolishness. The silver-haired manager is baffled that Kim Cholsa seems to know this woman at all, and he hastily claims they are close school acquaintances. The manager half believes him and jokingly assumes Irene must be some kind of celebrity friend. She explains that Irene used to be a singer, and is now even more famous through Heaven's Door than she ever was in music. Kim Cholsa tries to act as though he already knew that, but the manager sees through him immediately. The manager then reveals she has long wanted to say something to Irene if they ever met. What she wanted to ask about was Irene's puppy, because she used to be one of the singer's fans. A memory surfaces of the manager staring at Irene's social media with unusual intensity. Back then, her admiration was mixed with jealousy, and she followed Irene online while leaving spiteful comments. Even so, she kept watching Irene closely. The puppy photos were the one thing she could not hate, and she adored them. She noticed there were only a few such posts and became curious about why they disappeared. She now admits Irene should have kept posting the dog, or at least hidden those updates on an alternate account for devoted fans. Irene quietly realizes that advice is painfully true. Then she turns the conversation and asks what exactly the relationship is between Kim Cholsa and his manager. She observes that they seem close, but not like lovers. The manager immediately assumes Irene is trying to attach herself to Kim Cholsa now that he is successful and accuses her of being a gold digger. With a smile, the manager counters by revealing she already lives under the same roof as Kim Cholsa. Irene is horrified, and the manager nearly exposes her own obsession before hastily rebranding it as professional management. She insists they only live together for convenience, while slyly encouraging Irene to imagine otherwise. Irene cannot accept that explanation and demands to know why an unrelated manager would live with him at all. Trying to calm them down, Kim Cholsa completely misreads the situation and reduces it to both women being bothered that he lives alone with one of them. He makes things worse by casually inviting Irene to move in too, since there are plenty of rooms. Elsewhere in the real world, the guild master sits beside his hospitalized mother and tells her he is there. He says he has already paid for her surgery and promises she will be treated soon. Remembering how often she wished for death, he tells her staying alive was the right choice after all. He then catches himself, aware that he has no right to lecture her about despair. Still, Kim Cholsa's name lingers in his mind as someone tied to this turning point. Gripping his mother's hand, he vows that he will repay the debt he owes Kim Cholsa. Back at the apartment, the manager's irritation hardens into open hostility. Kim Cholsa cheerfully welcomes Irene as if her moving in were already settled. Irene arrives with luggage and calmly asks whether staying there is really a problem, since no one is married. The manager explodes, insisting that not being married does not mean Irene gets to marry him instead, and the argument turns viciously personal. Kim Cholsa wedges himself between them and tries to defuse the fight by showing Irene to a room. He offers her the largest room in the house, and the manager is outraged that he undersells how extravagant it really is. When he shows her the bathroom, he walks in on Irene already using it, turning the tour into instant chaos. Later, Irene calmly applies makeup as if nothing happened. The manager sits nearby, pretending not to care while clearly watching Irene's every move. When Irene teases her about acting scared, the manager denies it and claims she is only worried Irene might steal something. She even suggests Irene could be using her makeup without permission. Irene dismisses the accusation and says she brought all those heavy bags precisely because she uses only her own products. The manager presses further, implying that Irene did not really come all this way just for cosmetics. Instead, she asks the real question, what about Irene's puppy? Irene says she could not bring a dog when moving into someone else's home, and the manager takes that as proof she still has some shame. Kim Cholsa casually says the dog can come too, claiming he has already agreed to it even though he clearly has not. The manager responds by punching him hard enough to drop him instantly. As he collapses, she tells him exactly when that supposed agreement happened. Irene, however, quietly says she cannot bring the dog after all. Kim Cholsa hears the name Michelle and feels a vague memory stir, though he gets it wrong at first. Then he suddenly remembers that Michelle was not a dog at all but a huge feline-like creature. Irene corrects him and reveals that Kim Cholsa was never the original owner of that name. The real Michelle was a massive white beast, and Irene only borrowed the name for convenience. Then she drops the truth. The real Michelle was killed by her. She begins explaining that she came to the city chasing a dream of becoming a singer. Having grown up in an isolated rural town, she was overwhelmed by the city and everything in it. But after leaving her old life behind, she adapted to the city faster than she expected. Even so, one thing never changed: the loneliness. That loneliness led her to a pet shop, where she found a tiny dog that seemed as alone as she was. She adopted the dog on impulse, feeling that the two of them belonged together. At first, raising the puppy filled her with happiness and gave her a sense of home. She adored the dog and spent entire days playing with her. She posted a few photos online to show the puppy off, and those pictures drew more affection than anything else she shared. As her life improved and she passed auditions, becoming a trainee at a major company, she started spending less time at home. The puppy was left waiting alone in the dark more and more often. Even the photos stopped drawing the same warmth, as if the bond was already fading. That was when Irene began to realize that having a pet was not just comfort and attention. Because the dog kept making mistakes she was too absent to handle properly. The memory ends on the puppy's innocent face, underscoring how unprepared Irene had been for the responsibility she took on. As she headed out, the woman lightly told the little dog to watch the house for her. Looking back, she remembers that the once cute white dog had already begun to seem unpleasant to her. Even though keeping a dog was forbidden, she had tried to raise it carefully in secret. But no matter how she trained it, the dog always barked around the time she returned home, as if waiting only for her. Whenever she came in, the dog rushed to greet her with obvious affection. She would brush that devotion aside, making it clear her tenderness was meant for someone else. Eventually she even thought life might be easier without the dog around. She tells herself it was not hatred, only the belief that the dog deserved an owner who could care for it better. At the same time, her attention was fixed on a man she had just come home to, eager to join him for a drink. One night she stood at the door preparing to leave again, while the dog lingered behind her. As she stepped out, the dog followed after her instead of staying inside. A moment later, the dog slipped out through the narrowing doorway. The door shut, leaving behind the memory of the abandonment she caused. She later achieved her dream of debuting as a singer, but guilt over the dog's final moments haunted her so badly that she could not continue promoting. With age, she came to understand that what she had done was childish and cruel. Hearing this, Catherine reacts with disgust and condemns her as less than human. Catherine refuses to stay with someone like that and demands that Kim Cholsa choose between them. Kim dismisses her outrage as excessive and turns the blame back on her. Stunned, Catherine demands to know why he is defending such behavior and whose side he is on. Kim snaps that Catherine already disliked the woman and is making a scene over something he considers minor. Catherine is enraged that he could call such cruelty insignificant. Trying to stop the fight from escalating, the remorseful woman offers to leave herself. She apologizes and openly accepts Catherine's judgment that she is a terrible person. Kim immediately rejects that and orders her to stay. He asserts ownership of the house and tells Catherine to stop interfering in his decision. Catherine is shocked that he would reduce her concern to meddling. The insult leaves her speechless for a beat. Then she turns and walks out, while Kim desperately calls after her. The woman tries to calm him, insisting the conflict is her fault and does not need to continue. Kim refuses to let it go, complaining that he had wanted to confront Catherine anyway and resenting her authority over him. She can only watch him with uneasy concern as his bitterness spills out. Inside his mind, his goblin persona erupts in manic delight at the chaos. That inner goblin revels beside the woman, feeding on the situation rather than calming it. Kim lashes out at her too, demanding to know how long she plans to stay angry when he believes he already apologized. She coldly corrects him that he never truly apologized and tells him she will no longer involve herself in his affairs. Instead of reflecting, Kim's goblin side treats her withdrawal like a challenge. He nearly blurts out a reckless public claim about dating Catherine, forcing her to shut him down as a dangerous idiot. Regaining control, she shifts the conversation to business and reports a request for aid from a dungeon near the Everfrost region. An elf explains that Everfrost is a high-level, dangerous area where even a successful expedition can take a month. When Kim drifts off, the woman has to pull his attention back to the briefing. She presses that the mission is risky, but the rewards from monster materials, donations, and viewer missions would total about 20 million won. Kim briefly considers the amount, and decides it is still not enough to impress him. He argues that their image is already secure after the event match and questions whether they need to keep risking themselves to help people. She fires back that if he truly feels that way, he should simply stop instead of pretending otherwise. Then she reminds him that fame is unstable, 20 million is significant, and no one gets to work only on what they enjoy. Kim backs down at once, admitting he spoke carelessly, while the elf silently blames herself for being jealous of their closeness. The elf abruptly asks whether the two of them completed the so-called God-given quest, exposing how little she understands their dynamic. Her question leaves both of them staring at her in disbelief and inwardly calling her an idiot. Soon after, Kim throws himself into the trip with childish excitement. Riding a giant blue bird through the sky, he marvels at the sensation of flying while the others dryly remind him that they are, in fact, flying. The woman asks Irene why she came along when she no longer has that kind of relationship with Kim and already lives with them in the real world. Irene says she has time and wants to treat the journey like a vacation, prompting the woman to ask why she would spend that vacation with them. Irene answers that she wants to observe something up close. What she wants to observe, specifically, is Kim Chosu. When asked if that means romantic interest, Irene denies it and says she wants to learn something from him instead. She recalls Kim once shouting that Goblin was his life and that life without Goblin was not worth living. Watching his total commitment, she realized that everything she had done until now was only a comfortable imitation of true feeling. She identifies that missing feeling as the thing she most wants to learn from Kim, because it was what she could never give Michelle. So she intends to stay by his side until she can earn Michelle's forgiveness through real change rather than empty words. The woman is so overwhelmed by Irene's sincerity and the flight itself that she nearly breaks down. Inwardly, she concludes that Irene has completely misunderstood what Kim's devotion to Goblin actually means. Kim, meanwhile, laughs to himself and resolves that Irene must never discover what he is really doing to Goblin. At their destination, a long-haired figure calling himself NPC God greets Kim like a superior addressing a subordinate. The women are unimpressed by his self-important introduction, and he smugly claims to stand above them. Irene quietly warns the others not to provoke him too much, describing him as a gloomy sort of man. Kim questions that description, saying he is only here because he has to go to Everfrost and already finds God-given quests distasteful. Still, he confronts the self-proclaimed god directly and demands to know what he wants from them. The man reminds Kim of the time he was denied entry to the castle, and Kim answers with open hostility until Irene cuts in to stop the swearing. The man explains that inside Phoenix Elbasar's castle lives King Ignis, a ruler celebrated by the people as wise. But he adds that even such a king lives under constant threat of assassination, which is why nobodies like Kim cannot simply walk through the castle gates. Then he reveals he can get Kim inside because he has an ally within the castle. Finally, he lays out his real objective. Since the king obstructs his plans, Kim and the others are to kill King Ignis.